Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And I'd really like to welcome the Minister and also everyone else here as well, both those here in person, and I think we've got over 200 people joining virtually as well. It's great to be here at the Connected Skies Summit, here in such an inspiring building, the Science Museum in London. For those who don't know me, my name is Rachel Gardner-Poole. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Connected Places Catapult, and I'll be your host for the next 2 days. And I think this plans to be a really exciting couple of days conference. But as you'd expect, we do have some housekeeping notices. So we are not expecting any fire alarm tests today. So if you do hear the fire alarm sound, please do make your ways. The entrances, the exits, emergency exits are clearly marked, and also the museum staff will be on hand immediately if the alarm does go off. You'll also find the bathrooms at the back on this floor, at the back there. And also the other point to note is for those who are staying for the exciting evening reception, if you have checked anything into the cloakroom, that will automatically move to the flight gallery, so you don't need to hurry off to get any of your belongings before you leave. So before I go on and talk about today, I'll just talk a little bit about myself and my background. I've always had a keen interest in aviation since I was a child, and for well over 20 years I've worked in both the commercial and defence aviation industry. I've also previously flown in 4 different continents around the world privately, as well as holding a commercial pilot licence at one point. I've also held leadership roles in various organisations like IBM and the UK Space Agency, and also the Civil Aviation Authority as well. And recently I had the honour of being appointed as the chair of the Zero Emission Flight Delivery Group, which sits under the Jet Zero Council, and that will further the UK's role in the global effort to end emissions from aviation. And we'll be hearing a bit more about that, the Jet Zero Council, tomorrow. So I'm particularly invested, really looking forward to the discussions that will take place over the next couple of days. So today, the UK, we are competing on a global stage to achieve net zero aviation. And at the same time, we've got new modes of flight. We've got drones and all the advances that have been made there. We've got electric aircraft, which are in advanced stages of testing, already entering service there as well. And we really are in that new age of aviation, and I really do believe that innovation is at the heart of it. Aviation and air mobility leaders are shaping the future of aviation, and here at the Connected Skies Summit, we are bringing together the innovation ecosystem relating to aviation. Now, like all industries, I think we've got some huge challenges. Climate action, global recovery from COVID are just 2 of those, but I really do believe that with any challenge brings opportunities. I think we've got opportunities for UK innovators in the drive towards net zero. We've got opportunities for the introduction of new technologies, and opportunities for the future of air mobility, supported by the right policies, investments, and of course collaboration. So over the next 2 days, we will explore how to achieve green aviation and how to transform our urban and rural environments through air mobility. We are honoured to be joined this morning by our Minister for Aviation and Maritime, Minister Courts, and we have a number of other distinguished and known speakers from across the aviation industry joining us from both the UK but also from overseas as well. So as I talk about the agenda, we will start shortly with our keynote speakers who are going to talk about the ambition of air mobility and forward-thinking aviation. This will be followed by lunch, networking and the exhibition upstairs, both in person and you can join online as well. You'd need to bring your own lunch there. But then after lunch, we do have a mix of speaking sessions and panels covering all sorts of different topics, including looking at the economic and societal opportunities, looking at how we build a system of systems, and also the technology of future of flight. And then finally, at the end of the day, this evening, again, for those who are in the room, we couldn't quite make that virtual, we've got the reception drinks in the flight gallery, so please do join us so that we can continue the conversations and networking there. Mentioned earlier, we are streamlining it. As I said, we've got over 200 people joining us online. And again, we've got platforms so that the online audience can join in pretty much all of the day today. And we'll also be asking polls, and we really want to hear from all of you about your views about the future of aviation. So to do this, upstairs, we've got 3 notice boards around the room. We've also got the same facility for those online. And we've asked 3 questions, and we want to know what your thoughts are. We'll then take that away, and we'll use that information to help with the research that's being performed by the Connected Places Catapult. So now, to begin, as I mentioned, our keynote session explores the ambition of air mobility and forward-thinking aviation. So it gives me great delight that Minister Courts is able to join us and open our summit. By way of introduction, Minister Courts, he was appointed as the Minister of Aviation and Maritime back in 2020 by the Department for Transport. He was previously the Parliamentary Private Secretary to the Secretary of State for Transport, and he's also been a supporter of several groups in Parliament. He was chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group, the APPG, for small and micro businesses, and also the vice chair of the APPG for aerospace. So Minister Courts, thank you so much for joining us, and I would like to welcome you to give your keynote speech.
Thank you. Rachel, thank you very, very much indeed for that, and it's great to see everyone here. It really is a pleasure to be here, and there is no more fitting venue to be holding this event and to make this speech, of course, than at the Science Museum. And it's one part of science and history that I really want to talk about, which obviously is aviation. And our airports and skies are a unique, enduring British success story, and I want to make sure that that success is one that stays at the forefront of worldwide aviation and making sure that we lead on some of the new challenges ahead. And I'm very grateful, of course, for the opportunity, therefore, to lay out some of the department's plans: innovation, our path to Jet Zero, and our future aviation strategy. Well, aviation and innovation, of course, go hand in hand. They always have. Transporting the movement of people and of goods, and in turn our environment and our communities. New technologies such as drones and electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft will of course shape a new era of green aviation mobility. Increasing connectivity, growing the economy and delivering benefits to citizens from logistics through to the NHS. But it's only by working together with industry, government, academia, and consumers alike that confidence, and consumer confidence in particular, can be developed in these new technologies. The system's already shown proof of concept in the safety, security, and net zero credentials that technology offers. You can see that in the Drones Pathfinder Catalyst program that my department has supported through the Connecting Places Catapult. From network rails, use of drones for surveying, safety and instant response, to the life-saving possibilities in search and rescue operations, the programme has really delivered on its potential to deliver a huge array of benefits to businesses and communities alike. In fact, during COVID-19, ferry services to and from the Isle of Wight were reduced, causing supply concerns for the NHS. Elements of a drone trial funded by DFT were fast-tracked to ensure that the NHS had the reliable, frequent delivery service beyond the ferries that it needed, increasing resilience and ensuring that the NHS had the supplies it needed to continue to function. Pandemic was a huge challenge for the industry, and it's one that we faced together. And over the course of the next coming years, another challenge that we will have to face and face together is, of course, climate change. And the aviation sector is vital to our future as a global trading nation, and it plays a critical role in supporting jobs and local economies. But we all know, of course, that aviation can't just return to the way things were. The UK, as you will all know, was the first major economy to pass laws to end our contribution to climate change by 2050. And our incredible industry is showing huge ambition. Already, 290 airlines have committed to goals aimed at achieving net zero emissions by 2050. And later this year, the government will publish the Jet Zero strategy, setting out the vision for how aviation can reach net zero by 2050 whilst maintaining all the benefits that air travel provides. For the UK, A real priority is this autumn's ICAO assembly, and we want there to secure the adoption of an ambitious long-term goal for international aviation for CO2 emissions that is in line and consistent with the Paris Agreement. And work to decarbonise aviation is, of course, critically hugely underway already. We've seen significant efficiencies realised in new aircraft, production of sustainable aviation fuel, and the trialling of novel propulsion of aircraft using, for example, hydrogen. UK carbon emissions per passenger were 22% lower in 2019 compared to 1990 due to efficiency improvements alone. BA has taken the first delivery of UK-produced SAF from the Phillips 66 Humber refinery, and Virgin Atlantic has announced a deal with Nest for 2.5 million litres for use at Heathrow. And let's not forget the recent government-industry collaboration during COP26, with SAF powering almost 500 flights during the conference. We're really keen to build on this progress and to accelerate the commercialisation of the SAF sector even further, contributing to our ambition of 10% SAF by 2030. To achieve that, we'll need to maintain the productive partnership between business and government that's already generated so much momentum in areas like the Jet Zero Council SAF Delivery Group. And building on that momentum, we've recently launched a challenge to industry to achieve the first ever net zero transatlantic flight on a commercial aircraft using 100% SAF. This flight will play a key role in supporting the transition towards using higher blends of SAF. And I'd encourage all of those here who feel that they could contribute to this ambition to enter the competition. Now, the other area of focus for the Jet Zero Council is zero-emission flight. The Zero Emission Flight Delivery Group was recently launched at the 5th Jet Zero Council meeting, and I'm absolutely delighted that Rachel Gardner-Poole has agreed to act as the chair. I'm aware of the activity underway in the UK aerospace sector already on developing zero-emission aircraft, including the Fly Zero project's recent findings on the opportunities that hydrogen presents. We've announced a record funding of £685 million over the next 3 years to the Aerospace Technology Institute programme. The CPC's Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure Project and Fly Zero have initiated thinking on the ecosystem that's needed to support hydrogen aircraft. The Zero Emission Flight Delivery Group will convene activity across industry and academia on progressing this work to accelerate the adoption of zero-emission flight. And if you've got an interest in participating in the group, please consider the expression of interest process on the Innovation KTN website. Now, all this brings me to my final point, which is making sure that we build an industry that in every way is fit for the future. The government wants to boost global and domestic connectivity, wants to support the UK's economy and workforce, and to help international trade. We want a multi-skilled industry where we attract the brightest and the best people from a variety of backgrounds. And for all those reasons, that's why our forthcoming aviation strategy is so important. It's going to explore the key issues that the sector will be facing over the course of the next 10 years. The framework will be delivered in partnership with industry. We'll also highlight exciting advances in technology and innovation, an area where the UK is a true world leader. New technologies and sustainable fuels will create new low-carbon ways to fly, supporting global travel and connectivity within our union. And as Sir Peter Hendy has highlighted in his Union Connectivity Review, domestic aviation is particularly important for Northern Ireland and the particularly northern regions of Scotland. And it's also key for connecting to international travel. To that end, the government will support airport growth and expansion where possible and when aligned with progress on carbon. Because we know just how important it is to sustainably grow the sector, create new jobs, boost connectivity, and to level up across the UK. Now, our ability to harness flight and to take to the skies has enriched and continues to enrich countless lives. Aviation is a fundamental part of humanity's intrepid instinct for discovery and exploration. I know that everyone in this room shares my passion for aviation, and I hope you'll also share our vision for a robust and resilient sector in the years ahead. It's a sector that's going to be built around innovation, sustainability, and of course success. And we're going to build it together. And thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much, Minister, for what was a really inspirational speech. It was really great to hear all the work that the government is doing. So we have got a few questions that we collated beforehand. So the first one, you talked about all the different stuff that's happening, but it would be great to understand from your perspective, what are the main challenges? And as I mentioned earlier, with every challenge comes an opportunity.
Yeah.
So what are the main challenges and opportunity for the government in meeting the ambitions of air mobility?
Yeah. So look, you're absolutely right about this. I just want to underline and emphasise everything you said, that you're quite right, that where there's a challenge, yes, there's a challenge, but challenges also bring opportunity as well. And I just want everyone here to grasp that and that we share that vision too. I know I'm preaching to the converted here with this audience anyway, but it's a vision that we share too. So I just want to underline and express that. So there's a number of things, of course. We have the challenges, of course, coming out of COVID. We have, of course, the ability of having a sector that is able to bounce back, that's able to get back to where it was. But then we have to look to the future. So we also, there's things like the regulatory side of things. That's making sure that we have an environment that is benign, that fosters innovation, that makes it possible to take those new steps and make sure that we can really grow. And that's why that strategy that I referred to at the end is particularly important, because it's intended to take a holistic look at the whole of the sector and to bring together all of the things that we have that are important, things like skills, things like the regulatory environment, and make sure, just take a holistic look at the sector, partly post-COVID, but partly just to make sure that we're looking to the future anyway, because it's such a time of extraordinary innovation and change.
No, that's great. Absolutely. Yeah, I really endorse everything you're saying. So how do you think the UK activity will actually support global decarbonisation of aviation?
So there's a number of things that the UK is really good at. And the point I made in my speech just there is, when you look back at the course of aviation history, and it's vividly, of course, here displayed at the Science Museum, you can see that the UK has always been a leader. We've always been an aviation nation. We remain that way now. We were one of the leaders and in getting aviation up and running, as it were, in the first place, and that continues to be the case. So by sponsoring all the things that we're really good at, all the things, all the people in this room, all the stuff you're doing, all the innovation, all these new ideas, it's through doing that. There's opportunities for you, but there's an opportunity for the world because we'll lead the way. We'll show people how this can be done, which has a business opportunity, of course, for everybody in the room, but it also has an opportunity for the UK in making sure that we can decarbonise.
No, it's brilliant. And you also talked about the Jet Zero Council and how that's government absolutely working with industry to drive that transition towards net zero. But how will you do that aside from the Jet Zero Council in terms of securing not only an environmental gain, but also an economic gain for the UK as well?
So it's important to see the Jet Zero Council it's a groundbreaking, world-leading programme, because what we're doing is bringing together in a way that I don't think anyone else really is, everyone together. So yes, it's government, yes, it's industry, but it's also academics as well. So it's everyone from every airport, every part of the sector, all of whom need to make sure that their voice is heard and they're really all pulling together in the same direction. But underneath that comes other things. So it's a joint programme between us and BEIS. But underneath that programme, there are then work groups, one on zero-emission flight courses, one on SAF, and then from that, we will pull in the expertise that we need from elsewhere to make sure that where the environmental expertise is needed, that we go and get that as well. So it's intended to bring together holistically everything that we need to do. And the research that we've done, as I'm sure you'll all be familiar with the consultations, we've done two, a longer one and then a shorter technical one. And that very firmly suggests that we are able to continue to grow the sector, but taking advantage of these green opportunities at the same time. So do have a look at that if you're not familiar with it, because that shows you why we're optimistic about this.
That's brilliant. And then another question is really, what is being done to address the non-CO2 emissions from aviation that affect the climate and local environment?
Yeah,
big topic.
This is a really big topic and a really important point. And this is something we're also looking to consider as well. The key thing with all of this is data and science. We've always got to make sure the data is there and that the science is one that is clear and we're able to follow. So when we're looking at things like the effect of contrails, for example, and then the wider aspect of decarbonisation around, for example, ground support operations and things like that, we have to look at all that as well. What we just need to do is make sure that we have the data and the science clear first so we know clearly what we're doing. But it's important on that note. This is a big project. This is a generationally significant change. And it won't all be solved in the first few minutes. This is why gatherings like this are so important. It's why the work that we do on the Jet Zero Council is so significant, because it will go on. And there will be other things that come along that we have to take action on as well.
No, brilliant. And then my final question, do you really believe that net zero aviation by 2050 is possible?
Yeah, I truly do. I truly do. And I'll say that, there's two reasons why I say that. And the first is the work that we've undertaken as part of the Jet Zero consultation, which, as I say, that lays out, and there's quite a lot of technical detail in there, you can go ahead and look at it, and shows that under the ambition that we have, that it is possible. That's the sort of the data consultation-based reason. But the other aspect of it is just, is something that's more about people. And I am optimistic about it because if I look at the room around me, because of the people I meet in the sector, because the fact that everybody I meet isn't saying, oh, well, this is something we're going to have to do and where they're being dragged along, is they're immediately saying, this is what we are doing. And when you look at the steps that have already been taken in aviation, just to make it more efficient, to make airframe designs more leaner, greener, more efficient, and everything they're doing in the future, you see the trials that are happening unprompted around the world and around airport capacity and with airlines themselves. So much of this is being led by an innovation in a sector that has a massive can-do attitude. So it's the fact the sector are leaning into this, it's the fact they really want to deliver, is the one that it's harder. I can't put that down on a bit of paper and show you where that's written on a consultation document, but nonetheless, I really feel it every day in my job as Aviation Minister.
Yeah, and it was great to hear the number of airlines as well that have committed to it as well, which is absolutely brilliant.
Exactly.
No, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your time today. Appreciate your busy schedule. It's been brilliant to have you and hear your thoughts and hear what the government is looking at doing as well and doing already. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
For everyone
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I'm now going to introduce our next keynote speaker on this topic, and that is Michael Javenka, who's the President and Board Director of Vertical Aerospace. So Vertical Aerospace, for those who don't know, is one of the world's leading eVTOL startups and a pioneer of sustainable aviation. And it's seen incredible growth over the past 2 years, with the company transitioning from just a 40-person startup to preparing for a multi-billion-dollar listing on the New York Stock Exchange. Really impressive. And a record order book as well. So Michael also spent 22 years with Rolls-Royce before joining Vertical Aerospace in 2019 and is therefore really well placed to tell us more about this topic from the perspective of an OEM. So, Michael, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. And actually, we listed on the New York Stock Exchange back in December. I was very lucky to go out to New York for the bell ringing ceremony, which was definitely a highlight of my career. So thanks ever so much for having me, and really honoured to be taking this early slot in the day. I think Robert talked about the fact this is an incredibly exciting time for aviation. I, like many at the company, have spent decades in the industry, but for me, this is really the most exciting time we've seen in aviation really since the dawn of the jet age. And I just wanted to talk a bit about why, and why is all this hype and excitement, and what are we trying to do at Vertical? So Vertical, in fact, has been going about 6 years. We were founded by Stephen Fitzpatrick. Stephen's a successful British entrepreneur, founded OVO Energy about 11, 12 years ago, has grown that into the largest independent retail energy company in Europe. And the route to Vertical was quite an interesting one. Stephen's had a long-held interest in Formula One. He, in fact, rescued a Formula One team from administration. Not his best investment, put it back into administration a couple of years later. But like a lot of the F1 teams, he was looking at ways to commercialize the technology. And what he discovered was F1 technology is incredible, but it's really too expensive for electric cars and was too late to the market. But there are quite a number of synergies with aviation. We're looking at lightweight composites, high-density powertrains, rapid prototyping, advanced simulation, aerodynamics. All of these things are elements of what is needed to create a brilliant electric aircraft. So in fact, Vertical was literally a spin-out of an F1 team. But then we've really transformed into that incredible aerospace player that we are today. Very quickly, we relocated to Bristol. I did my degree at Bristol, so I guess I'm slightly biased, but I think the UK is the best place in the world to really create an electric aircraft company. We have an incredible aerospace talent pool and heritage and innovation, but we also have some really leading capabilities in electrification. So in our team, we have hired predominantly from aerospace, from all of the major players, but we've also hired some brilliant battery talent from Jaguar Land Rover and Dyson. And then we combine that with a world-class research establishment, whether it's Warwick Manufacturing Group, Bristol University, many others on our doorstep. So why now and why the hype around this space? We all have dreamed of the Jetsons era of flying above traffic for a long time. Of course, decarbonisation is a major, major issue. Ground transportation can't meet the demands that we're seeing. I mean, we think of London as a big city. In fact, Stephen's light bulb moment was going out to Sao Paulo, flying on a long flight and then spending 3 hours on a 10-lane freeway doing about 5 miles. And his vision for the future cities, megacities of this century, very much has a multimodal transport where there is electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft as part of the mix. But I think the big difference now is the technology has just reached that tipping point where these things start to be commercially viable. So we're really leveraging about 20 years of billions of investment from the automotive industry in lightweight batteries, lightweight motors, combining that with the very latest lightweight composite structures and technologies, and then a miniaturization in digital technologies. So we have a very sophisticated vehicle. It's not a vehicle that a pilot could fly directly, so we rely on safety-critical flight control computers, and those have really come down hugely in size over the last decade. So in a large civil aircraft, they would be, the size of a big desk or more, cost $1 billion to develop. Now they're about the size of a hardback book. So the technology is there. It's really about how we string all of that technology together into a commercially viable and safe product. So Vertical's been on this journey for about 6 years. We've gone through numerous iterations, and I didn't have time to show some of the prototypes that we've already flown under Civil Aviation Authority permit to fly. But after multiple iterations and lots of learning and lots of expertise that we brought into the company and through our partners, we've landed on what I think is going to be the world-leading electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. And we passionately believe actually this will be the first vehicle, electric aircraft, that most people fly on. This is not just another helicopter. Helicopters are incredible, but they have some fundamental challenges to becoming a mass transportation mode. They're very expensive to operate with extremely expensive maintenance regimes. They're very noisy. They have a number of safety challenges, and we've all sadly witnessed some of the effects of that. And of course, they're not zero emissions. And the beauty of electrification is with the VX4, we're able to develop an aircraft that is 100 times safer. So we'll actually certify to similar safety standards as commercial aircraft. It is, of course, zero emissions. In terms of noise, in hover, it's about 30 times quieter than a helicopter, so that's about a loud conversation. And in cruise, in fact, it's about the noise of a domestic fridge, so incredible improvements compared to a helicopter. And then, of course, that's no good unless it is affordable. And we can come up now with electrification with a vehicle that is just a totally different value proposition. So the operating cost is about a fifth of that of a helicopter. But to put that into real numbers, that means flying from Heathrow to the centre of London will cost around £30 to £40 to operate the aircraft. So this is something that most people in most cities all over the world will be able to afford. We very deliberately designed an aircraft that leverages as much as possible existing technology and existing regulations. As an example, the vehicle will use existing automotive battery cells, which are already in mass manufacture. So we're not relying on some whiz-bang improvement in batteries to make this viable. And for us, critically, it will have a pilot on board. And so whilst this provides a fantastic pathway to autonomy, we strongly believe in most parts of the world that both the regulators and the public are going to be expecting this to be a piloted vehicle. With that in mind, we need to take 4 passengers really to achieve those class-leading economics. Perhaps where Vertical is different from some of our competitors, and there are a number that are very well funded, particularly in the US and in Germany, is that we've really embraced the partnership approach. It's an incredibly exciting time to be in aviation, but at the end of the day, we're trying to develop and certify a brand new novel aircraft. We're trying to build a company, and we're trying to deploy that into markets, many of which don't even exist today. Vertical's hired some of the best talent in the world, a lot of it on our doorstep, but actually globally we're seeing increasing desire from real world leaders, real experts to come and work for us, which is brilliant. And we very much focus on the overall aircraft, so the overall aircraft design, the integration, the certification, the bits that we can really differentiate on. We've also specifically focused on 2 key technologies. The first is the propellers. These are fundamental to achieve not just the efficiency of the vehicle, but that low noise footprint and the ability to withstand impacts and the safety constraints that come with that. And we really found externally, because this is such a new type of propeller, the expertise was not there externally, and so we've built some world-class people internally and working with some of the best UK universities to develop that capability. And then the other area is on the battery system. So whilst we're using automotive cells, clearly the whole safety case, the weight, the cost trades, etc. in these vehicles are very novel. We want a really high energy battery so that we can fly a reasonable distance, but we also have a significant power demand in that hover phase. So we in fact lead the European working group that's been helping with the regulators and other industry participants to drive all the safety standards. And then really have a differentiated class-leading battery system that we think will meet the highest safety standards globally, but is really pushing the boundaries of what we can do in terms of weight and performance out of that battery system. And then beyond that, we're genuinely standing on the shoulders of giants. And someone asked me earlier about what it's like to transfer from a big company to a small company in a very different environment. I think one of the things that takes time is actually building reputation. When you work for a company like Rolls-Royce, it opens doors just because of the company. Vertical, we were really in stealth mode till not much over a year ago. And we've been incredibly lucky, I think, through the talent of the people to build that recognition such that we now have, the top tier aerospace suppliers for any eVTOL company on that journey with us. And in many cases, we're their only route to the eVTOL market, or certainly their first. And we're really a flagship project for many of them. So if I just quickly run through, we've got Rolls-Royce developing a bespoke electric propulsion system. Weight and safety are really critical. They're also doing that wider circuit protection electrical distribution. We've got Honeywell doing all the avionics and flight controls. So this is essentially everything the pilot operates. And this is fundamental through their concept of simplified vehicle operations to enabling this to be a mass transport mode. We need pilot training that is just much, much simpler than we have today. And we need the pilot workload to be substantially reduced to really enhance that safety. Never mind the journey towards autonomy. And Honeywell is a real global leader in that area. We've got GKN just up the road from us in Bristol at Filton. They're in fact building our prototype aircraft right now, helping us do the assembly, but they're also delivering a class-leading wing and all of the electrical harnesses. Leonardo recently we announced as developing a bespoke fuselage for us. They're in fact a world leader in fuselages. Every time you fly on the 787, the most complex part of the fuselage comes from Leonardo. And then Solvay, again, one of the global leaders in composites. And the nice thing about Solvay is they've got that breadth of experience between aerospace, Formula One, motorsport, and automotive. And there are real transfers across all of this, both from the kind of vehicle we're doing up into larger aerospace. So many of the technologies and the volumes and the rates and the environmental improvements, really we give an early route to market, but also to transfer into other sectors. So we're going to get into by aerospace standards, quite high volume manufacture before the end of the decade into thousands of vehicles a year. Well, that starts to require some of the high rate capable composites that are going to be needed in other sectors. I can't show you a lot more than this picture because obviously we're now a public company, so I'm limited in terms of what I can disclose. But if you go on our website, there's hopefully what you'll find a very informative shareholder letter, which really lays out our strategy in more detail. But excitingly for me, this is the first full-winged, and this is a full-size prototype that we're developing. We will fly this in the second half of this year. We will in fact do some piloted flying as part of that. It's going together, as I said, in the GTC. We've actually made significant progress in the last few weeks since this picture was unveiled. But it's really quite a sight to behold, and it's really impressive learning that we're getting along with all of our partners. And this is becoming very, very real. And I think one of the things that's particularly exciting for me is the timescales. So challenges equal opportunities. There is absolutely a global race on at the moment. There are enormous forecast markets, into trillions, but even before we get to that point, there's a significant additional displacement and upsell versus current helicopters. So the helicopter market is already a $50 billion market. You think about all the disruptive improvements we can offer, and it's easy to see how that market grows significantly. And we're really on that global race to try and get there. And there are actually very few really credible players that have the engineering expertise, the certification knowledge, and the ability to bring one of these aircraft to market. And we're actually looking at certifying an aircraft and bringing it into service in 2025, which is pretty quick by aerospace standards. That requires very different ways of working. It requires clearly a really strong partnership between us and our suppliers. So these are not just supplier OEM traditional relationships. They're very much working together in a joint working group. It requires obviously lots of support from the regulator and the wider ecosystem to make this happen. But with all of our aerospace experience, we believe this is possible. And by doing so, this will place the UK really at the heart of this incredibly exciting new industry. Just a bit, don't get the feedback. Just a bit in terms of the market opportunity. So as well as working with those partners on the vehicle itself to really de-risk certification, bring in all of those technologies and enable that ramp up in production, we've also taken a very conscious decision to partner in terms of go-to-market. So some of our competitors have publicly stated they want to be the Tesla and the Uber of the skies. So they want to do the entire vehicle themselves, and then they want to offer a full-stack ride-sharing business. And our view is this is not like that. Deploying vehicles in South America or North America or Japan or Europe or elsewhere in the world, there are really different ecosystems required to make this happen. And so we've embraced this partnership model in terms of going to market as well. And one of the incredible things for me is we only stood up our commercial function about 12 months ago. And in 12 months, we've already got conditional orders for 1,350 aircraft, $5.4 billion order book. And it's from some of the most respected names in the aerospace and aviation world. These are companies that are really choosy about what platform they go for. So just to pick a few out, we've got Avalon. Avalon is the second biggest lease company in the world. Today, around 40 to 50% of aircraft are bought through leasing companies. So it's really important for us to have a lease company. And Avalon immediately wires us into about 150 airlines globally at a CEO level. We've got some different kinds of use cases. So we've got flag carriers like American Airlines, Virgin Atlantic, Japan Airlines, American biggest airline in the world. Virgin, of course, are national champion and a really iconic brand. Japan Airlines actually a really sophisticated airline. And clearly part of their mission is going to be flying from major hubs like Heathrow, multiple airports in the US, not just to city centres, but actually to a surrounding wider catchment area. So in the UK, think about flying from Heathrow, not just to Canary Wharf, but maybe even as far as Bristol, and certainly to Oxford, Cambridge, Brighton, many of the areas around Heathrow. Japan, of course, there's lots of geographic constraints, lots of opportunities for island hopping as well as connecting cities. And Japan actually is being very progressive in this market. With Osaka in 2025, they're really looking to see how they can roll this out in that kind of time frame. We've then got Gol in Brazil. So Sao Paulo is the biggest helicopter market in the world. Bristow is also a major helicopter operator. And then Iberojet as a tourism operator flying between the Balearics and mainland Spain, and also potentially Miami and the Caribbean. So lots of different kinds of missions, lots of different routes to market, and we've really only scratched the surface. And the exciting thing is these are not just publicity numbers. These are numbers where all of these customers, with our help, have actually done quite a lot of network planning to look at how they would actually operate these aircraft, where there is demand, where they see opportunities. So already in such a short time, we can see that this is really growing into something substantial. And then finally, just as an example, I guess I've stolen it slightly by already talking about Heathrow, but we're really excited to be working with a number of key UK players, including Virgin Atlantic, with Heathrow Airport, with NATS, and the wider ecosystem. And Heathrow, I think, is a really good test case for it. It's clearly one of the most complex and sophisticated airports and airspace systems in the world. And if we can crack how we can fly in and out of somewhere like Heathrow, that gives us as a country a real template and a model set that we can then deploy globally. And I think the UK really is ideally placed with all of these capabilities at its fingertips to really lead in this exciting time. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Really impressive seeing the progress that's been made in a short timeline. It's incredible. So I've got a few questions for you, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So one thing that you mentioned earlier on in your speech was you mentioned partnerships, kind of revolutionising urban air mobility. But what other ways are vertical aerospace really bringing that kind of revolution to urban air mobility?
So I will come back to partnerships, because actually I think this is part of how we really innovate in the 21st century in aviation. And I think it's much wider than just urban air mobility. In fact, I've been working in urban air mobility for about 7 years. I led all of the novel aircraft stuff at Rolls-Royce before joining Vertical. And one of the things that struck me was how to find this. I don't know if the mic is working. Let me just find a different position. Hopefully you can hear me. Is that better? So one of the things I think that's exciting is startups have got some really beneficial attributes. They inherently have an agility and a speed and a single-minded focus that is very hard to replicate in a big corporate. But of course they have some gaps. Corporates have huge technology pipelines, they have huge embedded capabilities, industrial capabilities, certification know-how, all the things that you kind of take for granted. And so really what we've tried to do in Vertical is harness the best of both worlds. And I think that is a much broader opportunity set than the initial eVTOL that we're working on. We're really finding ways to push the boundaries of what some of these big corporates do. Thank you. And to do things at a different pace and a different cadence. So I think there's a really disruptive opportunity in that partnership approach that goes way beyond the vehicle. In terms of more broadly for UAM, we very much designed a vehicle that we can initially operate within the existing ecosystem. So clearly it needs an electric charger, but it'll take off from existing heliports. It can operate under existing air traffic rules. But for the market to take off, we clearly need some of those restrictions to be eased. So we're doing a lot of work around, what new infrastructure might look like, helping on the planning, so we can, with our customers, figure out where do we want those new infrastructures to be sited. How do we push the boundaries in things like unmanned traffic management, so the ability to operate multiple vehicles over a confined space. And there's a sort of wider ecosystem opportunity that I think comes from those.
No, that's great. And building on that, kind of what challenges, or have you faced any challenges along the way?
I think one of the challenges, and this is sort of pretty self-evident, is just pace and change. Mm-hmm. Stephen, I was telling a little story out before the talk about when Stephen set up the company, his initial requirement was to develop a vehicle that would take off and land within 2 car parking spaces. And his kind of desire was to beat the traffic going into Bristol from his house in the Cotswolds, which we can maybe relate to at least part of that story. And I think he'd be the first to say that since that point he's deliberately stepped back from defining the requirements for the vehicle and has left it to people who perhaps have a bit more aerospace background. But that freedom's actually been incredibly liberating and powerful for us, because as we brought in more people, we've really pivoted several times in terms of what is the right vehicle and the right concept at a rate that I think would be very difficult to do in a perhaps in a more established company where you'd have lots of stakeholders. I think the other couple of challenges are, one is a sort of challenge and an opportunity. We're creating a new company that doesn't have all of the legacy and the pedigree of a large incumbent. And on the one hand, that's fantastic because that means you can create things from scratch. On the other hand, all sorts of things that you would sort of treat and just rely on are not there. And so finding that balance of how do we not become the next Airbus or Boeing, but there's some really good things that Airbus, Boeing, Rolls-Royce, et cetera, do, and how do we harness that? And then just the phenomenal growth. I mean, we went last year from 95 to about 300 people, still with quite a lot of lockdown, COVID kind of challenges, and even things like physical space we're running out of. So I think that growth and the ability to sort of embrace new ideas and manage the level of change that comes with that is definitely part of it.
No. Well, thank you ever so much, Michael. Really, really interesting speech. Really amazing the progress that you've made in a pretty short space of time. I'm really looking forward to what you achieve over the next few years. Thank you ever so much.
All right, thank you.
Right, our next keynote speaker is someone who I do know quite well, Nicola Yates. She is the CEO at Connected Places Catapult. So in terms of Nicola's background, she took on the CEO role for Connected Places when Future Cities and Transport Systems merged in 2019. But prior to that, she was the Future Cities CEO. Before that, she was the Chief Executive at Bristol City Council and helped to establish the internationally recognised Bristol is Open initiative. She's also a trustee for the Centre for Cities think tank and received her OBE for services to local government in 2010. And without wishing to embarrass Nicola any further, she is also one of the reasons I applied for and joined Connected Places Catapult after reading her bio and learning about her experience, so it's great to have her here today. Over to you, Nicola.
Wow, thank you, Rachel. I did not know you were going to say that. That's very kind. And how lucky are we to have such a well-respected person in the sector chairing the event over the next 2 days. So I think the respect is mutual. And I must start, as the CEO of Connected Places Catapult, by thanking Minister Courts for, as Rachel described, a kind of really inspirational opening speech. It's the first time I've actually heard him in person. And his strength of conviction for this sector and his enthusiasm for innovation, I think was evident for all to see. As you can tell from what Rachel said about me, I'm not a sector expert. My expertise is very much in the kind of the built environment, the digitisation, things like, planning policy and regulation. And I want to kind of say just a few words that are slightly different to the kind of very, very impressive speech that we've just heard, which I thought I knew, having kind of read all the reports and the work that we're doing with you guys. But when you see it end to end over that space of time, it's incredible what you're achieving. And I'm sure that we're going to have a lot more of those over the next 2 days as well to look forward to. So no, I really want to kind of say a few remarks about how we can remind ourselves about the work that we do to innovate in the sector has the potential to affect all of our own and all of our children's everyday lives. It therefore really matters that we deliver on this potential and that we do what we can via the work that you're all engaged in to level up society, to contribute to climate change and to create that sustainable future economy that the Minister talked about. So I also want to kind of start by saying a few words about how we at Connected Places have been and are involved in this work and why we wanted to convene this very important summit today. So we've got collaborations that span innovation in the mobility of people and goods by land, by sea and by air. And we're very proud to be working with the department to deliver the clean and safe and accessible transport services that power not only the economy of today, but also our economy in the future. And that connectivity between all of those different sectors is really, really important. So in the field of aviation and air mobility, our work with the department in particular includes leading the government's Drones Pathfinder Catalyst programme to realise the benefits that commercial drone services can bring to the UK economy, accelerating the zero emission flight via the Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure programme, digitising airspace management in the Open Access UTM Framework programme, and promoting the adoption and safe integration of advanced air mobility. And for those of you who are new to Connected Places as an organisation, as you saw in the short video at the outset, we're the UK's innovation accelerator for cities, transport and place leadership. We're also part of a wider catapult network backed by the UK government, which is charged with growing the economy by expediting the commercialisation of new and emerging technologies. For us at Connected Places, that means helping businesses to grow by connecting the market, sparking innovative technologies and accelerating commercialisation. As our Chief Business Officer says, we always come with a crowd. That's what all of our Catapult network do. We in particular strive to create functioning markets where people, places and businesses are connected to the resources, the ideas and the relationships they need for everyone to prosper. As our name suggests, we're focused on accelerating the development of innovations that build greater connectivity. We believe that high quality connectivity within and between places, and it doesn't matter whether that's physical or digital or social, is a vital enabler of productivity and economic success. By fostering new, better and more plentiful connections, we encourage a future of sustainable growth and prosperity. Air mobility is a key component of that high quality connectivity. It links people and goods to new markets, to resources and to experiences. Now, as you've already heard, I'm by no means an expert in this sector, and my expertise lies in cities and their ecosystems. But it's really clear to me that considerable shifts are taking place in aviation. In recent times, we've seen the introduction of new modes of air transportation, from those zero-emission electric aircraft we've just heard about, which will enable short hops in urbanised areas to reduce journey times, or to provide critical services to disconnected villages. And we're also seeing a lot more in respect of drones being used for medical and logistical deliveries. And I saw with interest yesterday the Royal Mail announcement. We're also seeing an overhaul of large commercial aerospace to address its impact on the environment. And we just heard from Michael about how the work that he's doing is accelerating their development and learning and knowledge. So this environment is about the air we breathe, the noise levels, and about climate change, all of which are very, very important. So such advances will connect our skies like never before and improve our quality of life and the lives of future generations. But it's also airports that are transforming too. Airports are places in their own right. They are a focal point, a destination for people, for transportation, for cargo, and also for businesses. Much like cities, airports bring people together. They are cities in a microcosm. Like cities, they are embracing the imperative to decarbonise and seeing the value of digitisation across operational systems. Nowhere is this transition more keenly felt than in airspace management. To connect our skies and realise the full benefits of new forms of air mobility, the way we manage our airspace must change. We must make more efficient use of our airspace, digitise our air traffic management systems, and safely integrate all air users. This Connected Skies Summit is bringing together diverse strands of aviation, the established sectors of airspace, airlines, aircraft, and airports, of course, but also others that I'd like to give a shout out to. service providers such as Urban Airport, innovators such as Blue Bear Systems, new electric aircraft manufacturers such as Vertical Aerospace and Volocopter, local governments such as Heart of the Southwest LEP, national government in the shape of DFT, and of course the aviation regulator, the CAA. New air mobility brings a fantastic opportunity for places. New forms of connectivity that promise to be greener, that will increase accessibility, and that have the chance to be more affordable. They also have the potential to bring our towns, our cities and regions closer together like never before, to provide tangible opportunities to contribute to the levelling up of our country through improved connectivity. Our role at Connected Places Catapult is to act as a neutral, trusted, expert convener. We very much operate at the intersection between the public and the private sectors, between local and central government, and we very much focus on connecting businesses in order to generate new opportunities and accelerate the creation of innovative products and services. Products and services that will deliver solutions that address both the challenges of today and also those of tomorrow. Our organisation, like those of you here today, are working at the leading edge of opportunity and innovation in aviation, including in unmanned air mobility, digitising airspace management, and zero-emission flight. True to our mission to connect, spark and accelerate that I referenced earlier, over the next 2 days, we aim to stimulate new conversations and interactions between you who are attending and also our own thought leaders who are engaged in the transformation of flight, to spark new partnerships and collaborations, and to accelerate the adoption of innovations by showcasing the progress being made in the development of business cases for new modes of aviation. As has already been mentioned, holding the event here today at the British Science Museum, which in itself is a showcase of global innovation of its time, including British innovation, is fantastic. It provides an environment and an opportunity for us all to use that tried and tested stand on the shoulders of aviation greats and bring together all of the future thinking aviation communities, both national and international, to discuss new aviation and aviation sustainability. How can you not be inspired when you look around and see Amy Johnson's famous aircraft or the Wright Flyer replica? So during our time together today and over tomorrow as well, we're going to hear from policymakers, innovators and thought leaders in order to stimulate debate and, importantly, action. We will demonstrate the UK's innovation ecosystem and how investors can benefit from investing in this ecosystem, partnering with the latest, bravest and most innovative companies. I really hope you're going to enjoy the next 2 days of your time with us. We at Connected Places are delighted that you're here and honoured to be able to convene such an illustrious group. And I'd like to commend all of the 2 days programme to you and hand back to our CEO, Rachel, who's going to lead us through the rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. And also thank you to all the other speakers this morning as well, Michael and Minister Courts, because that concludes our first session this morning, which was really looking at the ambition of air mobility and forward-thinking aviation. So far, we have really focused on civil aviation. So we're now going to look at defence and military. And we've got a section on why defence matters to the future of aviation. We'll shortly be hearing from Professor Julia Sutcliffe. But before I do that, I'll just tell you a bit about Julia. So Julia is the Chief Technologist for the air sector at BAE Systems. She's responsible for delivering a technology strategy that sees BAE Systems collaborate with wider industry and academia on a range of technologies, including artificial intelligence, data analytics, human augmentation, augmented reality, and quantum technologies. So I really am, with all of that intro, I'm really pleased to welcome Julia to the stage to tell us more about why defence matters to the future of aviation.
Okay, thanks Rachel, and thanks to the organisers for inviting me here today. There's already been some brilliant presentations. It's a super exciting time, and it's so nice to see so many friends and colleagues in the audience in 3D today after so many conferences via Zoom and lockdown. I must say I seem to be developing a worrying habit of following Michael at these kind of events, so I've got to break that because it's a super tough act to follow. Okay, so a defence perspective on the future of aviation. It's a lot to go at in 20 minutes, and I certainly won't cover it all, but hopefully I'll give you some interesting insights. So where to start? So I'll start with a reference to the Defence and Security Industrial Strategy. So, actually I've got some slides here, wait a minute. Right. So a fundamental pillar of this document is technology pull-through. So the need for cutting-edge science and technology to underpin our future capability, products and services, and with it our national capability. As General Sir Patrick Sanders, Head of Strategic Command, put it, we actually need more Qs than we need 007s. So people with skills in technology such as AI, cyber, software are in high demand. A second reference I'll draw your attention to, this time specifically pertaining to aviation, is from Air Chief Marshal Wigston, head of the RAF. So he's positioning the RAF to be at the forefront of the green military agenda, with his sights set on a low carbon force structure by 2040. So as we strive to meet the government's net zero emissions target by 2050, we know today that MOD accounts for about 50% of central government's carbon emissions, and a big percentage of that is through the aviation sector. And it's really these two narratives of technology and sustainability that are creating this incredibly exciting time and one of the most innovative eras in aviation. And this intersection of the fourth industrial revolution and the green industrial revolution is really transforming our products, our processes, and our collaborations across the sector. So let's just consider technology first then. In terms of defence, I'm sure you will have noticed that many of the aircraft systems that we create actually only have one occupant, sometimes even no occupants. However, there is always a human somewhere in the loop, often trying to do something very difficult under incredibly challenging conditions. So in a fast jet, for example, weighing in at 100 kilograms, the pilot with his or her G-suit on experiences forces that feel like a ton at 9G. The cockpit is really restricted, it's hot, oxygen is being pumped through your lungs, it's a really challenging environment. So we're drawing together technologies for multimodal control, so haptics, voice command, eye tracking, creating really intuitive, immersive environments for an operator, so that, as Michael said, we don't bombard them with information that's not relevant, we don't overload them. And we're seeing some of these similar technologies are being used in healthcare, in transport, in the gaming industry. Why do we need them? Well, the volume of data is absolutely colossal. So the analogy I normally give is around, if you think of a bite of data being a grain of rice. So a Typhoon, a fast jet today, gathers terabytes of information over the course of a year of sorties. But if you think about, so that would be enough to fill 2 container ships full of rice. But in 2040, when you think about the multi-domain networked environment that our aviation systems will operate in, we're into exabytes of data and even zettabytes of data. That's enough rice to fill the Atlantic Ocean. So it's absolutely colossal. So the use of AI, virtual assistants, digital twins to make every aspect of the operation as easy as possible, given that volume of data, is essential. And for it to be reliable and verifiable and trusted and assured across the range of domains from space, air, land, sea, and in the cyber world, we need a generation of technologies that will enable us to do that. So things like quantum sensing, quantum timing give us super accuracy, encryption, and indeed quantum computing will be relevant in the future. So it's really important that we continue to harness that brilliant sort of technology ecosystem. And what that means is many of those technologies I've mentioned are dual use. So that means that the collaborative ecosystem is phenomenal. So technologies like data science, cobotics, Internet of Things are transforming how we design and build some of the systems that we'll see today. So multi-million-pound investments and collaborations across blue chip companies, government, academia, catapults are driving innovations in places like the Future Factory in Wharton, Lancashire, where we're developing that next generation of FastJet for the RAF customer. And indeed, harnessing the power of some of these technologies, so additive layer manufacture, for example, is allowing us to put matter where it matters. You'll see in that picture there that on the left-hand side of the insert picture is a bracket from a Tornado aircraft. It's really strong, it's forged, it's not going to break, it's heavy, it wastes a lot of material though in making it. On the right-hand side there, you can see by the use of AI technologies, we've got this highly optimized bracket formation that doesn't look like something that a human brain could design, and it certainly isn't something that you could manufacture by traditional techniques, but you can print it. So these technologies are actually revolutionizing what we do. And so today we can make a large engine mount for a Typhoon aircraft in 2 months. That used to take us 2 years. And the collaborative ecosystem is huge. So just from BAE Systems' footprint in the UK alone, that's 7,000 companies and partners within that supply chain. So the digital agenda, right the way through the life cycle, is a fundamental part of transforming the enterprise. Right the way from design through to manufacture, support, training, and the back office. And agile methodologies, such as digital twins, MBSE, are all helping us reduce that life cycle and create options that we can cycle through really quickly. That agility and that collaboration allows us to therefore create concept options and work with our customers and work with our partners in that supply chain to understand what's viable. How do we utilize the synthetic environment to understand what will be certifiable? Remembering that a key imperative is to reduce the cost. So solutions that we create need to be compelling, not just for the adversary, but for the taxpayer as well. So let's now just turn from technology into that sort of second agenda item, really, which is the net zero agenda. So I remind you of Chief Wigston's target of 2040. And BAE Systems, like many other companies, has joined the UN's Race to Zero by committing to net zero across our operations by 2030 and across our products and supply chain by 2050. That supply chain, again, 7,000 companies in it. So in big handfuls, by far the biggest proportion of carbon emissions comes from the operational usage of products, which means fuel in the aviation world. So what do we do? So of course we can fly less. We can make use of synthetic environments. So working hand in glove with the RAF, we build complex synthetic training facilities. And for example, in 2020, we completed over 9,000 training events in the synthetic facilities at RAF Coningsby and RAF Lossiemouth, which saved around 13,000 hours that would have normally been delivered as training in an aircraft. That reduced the aviation fuel consumption by 75 million litres, which is equivalent to 184,000 tonnes of CO2. So it's really important that we think of this challenge across that life cycle. Of course, we can also create lighter and leaner products that use less fuel. And in that regard, MOD's certification of SAFs is a great step forward, bringing biofuels into that UK critical pipeline and infrastructure and the downstream distribution network. And that will really enable a whole new set of solutions and technologies and enable us to understand the cost-benefit analysis of this type of alternate. And you'll also see investment in new processes and plants to create e-fuels or synthetic fuels. But if you consider something like Tempest, the sort of next generation of fast jet for the RAF, this is a highly optimized system built around an integrated electrical, thermal, fuel, hydraulic propulsion system. And at peak load, the sensors and systems on board will draw the energy equivalent to the demands of a small town. And remember, that aircraft is potentially pulling 9G. So we're investigating a range of different options, working with Rolls-Royce and our other partners on the programme to understand how we can utilise a blend of different fuel types, power plants, hydrogen fuel cells, intelligent electrical distribution mechanisms and load management approaches so that we can draw on the best technology and bringing in technology and ideas from different industries such as Formula E battery technologies with the motorsport organisations such as Williams, for example, and really highly efficient heat exchange technology from the space industry working with reaction engines. And ultimately, we'll need to create solutions that align with net zero but meet the operational performance demands of our customer. But ultimately, as sustainability and security go hand in hand, what we are now starting to see is lots more opportunities to create a mix of different platforms and solutions into that overall capability provision. So once you pull these two agendas together, it's creating this hotbed of innovation. I'll just talk about a couple of examples that we're involved in over the next few minutes. So this is Phaser 35, persistent high-altitude solar aircraft designed by the Prismatic team. So this combines advanced composites, it's a low parts count, voltaic arrays, and battery technology, and a modular payload configuration. It's designed to operate at 64,000 feet in the stratosphere. It weighs just 150 kilos with a potential payload of 15 kilograms. And it's potentially going to offer the opportunity for year-round capability. So it charges up in the day, and at night it reverts to battery power so that you can potentially stay aloft for huge long periods of time. That's just one sort of disruptive potential technology that could be offered for a range of different applications such as surveillance, disaster relief, border protection, comms relay, for example. Another one is, if I can draw your attention to the collaboration we've got with Malloy Aeronautics. This is for the joint development of a flying testbed to inform the T650 category of system. So it's got a class-leading payload of 300 kilograms. The opportunities here are for disruptive missions, including logistics, ship-to-ship, ship-to-shore movement, casualty evacuation, search and rescue, surveillance. Malloy are also working with the US DoD and the Army along their vision for a wireless battlefield charging, and that potentially using this kind of technology is almost the Amazon for the Army. So lots of potential there. This can go at 40 kilometers speed and 30 kilometer range. And with a max payload, it's really got some real utility to it. We're trialling this in Wharton this month. Also, I just wanted to mention here collaboration with Pipistrel Aircraft in order to develop the military variants of their aircraft system for the training market. So the aim is to provide sustainable, cost-effective solutions into our customers. The Velis Electro is the only ESA-certified fully electric aircraft, which was certified in June 2020. So EASA, sorry. We're positioning this with the RAF to pick up some of their training syllabus under Project Telem potentially. This is fully electric. This has got 2 liquid-cooled batteries and a liquid-cooled electric motor. One of the batteries is in the nose and one is just behind the cabin, and this can go up to about 12,000 feet and 180 kilometers max. On the right-hand side, as another eVTOL there, this is a collaboration that we've got with Eve and Embraer, looking at how we could convert this kind of technology into a military application. Again, applications could be things like surveillance, reconnaissance, disaster relief, casualty evacuation, for example. So today, I hope I've sort of provided you with a sort of a whistle-stop tour, really, of a glimpse of some of the innovations that are sort of shaping defence aviation. I reflect that probably 10, 15 years ago, I'd have been standing here talking to you about UAVs, and many of you in the audience, we've all been on that journey. And I guess one of the things that we reflect on is that 10, 15 years ago, were the conditions right for the technology that we had at the time? The answer is no, otherwise UAVs would be flying everywhere. But it strikes me that now the conditions really are right for the innovation. It feels like the technology maturity, the will of government, of regulators, and the sustainability agenda are all converging to actually make a hugely innovative era in aviation possible. So I'm certainly very excited to be part of this industry. It's an amazing time. With that, I'll close there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia, for a really insightful presentation. If you're happy, we've just got a couple of questions for you, if you're happy to take a seat. I've got my own personal questions, because having worked on Typhoon in the 90s, I'd love to hear about what it's like now, completely different world. But no, one of the things, really want to understand is kind of any key lessons learnt from the defence sector, recognising, BAE Systems will have a customer, where you're looking at things like 9G, which is less likely in the civil world. But what are the key lessons that you would think that we could take from the defence sector to work into the civil world?
So I suppose, it's a great question, thank you. And I suppose it relates to the last comment there, really, that probably the big experience from the UAV work that we did a number of years ago, with many people in this audience today, is that you need all of those things to line up. It's not just technology. You need the regulator, you need the government appetite and investment, you need the academics, the capital. Everything needs to line up in the ecosystem to ensure that the technology solutions that you've got meet the need of a customer and actually can be delivered. I think that's probably the key thing, really, a convergence of all of those different stakeholders, if you like.
That's great, thank you. I'm going to go open it up to the audience in a second, but while people are thinking, if you've got any questions for Julia, I'm going to ask you another question, which is really, what other opportunities are there, do you think, for the defence and civil sectors to work together to kind of overcome these challenges?
I just think the opportunity is massive. The technology baseline is largely dual use. There might be some very specific defence-related technologies that are niche to defence, but on the whole, the kinds of challenges that Michael was talking about, the kinds of challenges that we have in the defence sector, they are germane. So the opportunity for collaboration is almost unbounded, I feel.
No, that's great. Are there any questions? Any questions from the audience? Yes, we've got one right there. There should be a roving mic, if you can just wait. It'll be running down at lightning speed.
Am I on? Right. Shall I stand and we'll do all formal,
please.
right? Hello, everybody. Neil Unit Jones, Stratospheric Platforms. My particular thing is hydrogen. Minister Courts talked about hydrogen. What's the BAE Systems view of hydrogen as being a net zero enabler?
I think at the moment we're sort of developing a range of different strategies, and we see hydrogen as definitely having a place in that whole mix as we move towards net zero. I think you've possibly heard RAF saying that we're going to fast follow, so allow the civil sector to drive a bunch of the technologies and then for defence to understand how it then applies it. I think that's a good strategy, but I'd suggest that we want to be very much integrated into that conversation so that we know how to pull it through into the defence sector. So I think hydrogen has absolutely got a place in our future.
Glad to hear it.
Great, thank you. I think we've got time for one more question, if there's any other questions. No, I think everyone's very conscious of lunch. They can probably smell the food. So thank you ever so much. Really appreciate it, Professor Julia Sutcliffe.
Thank you.
Really insightful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's the end of our first morning. We hope it's given you plenty of things to think about. It's now time for lunch. We've got an hour and a quarter, or an hour and 10 minutes, I think. Please do be back here at 2 o'clock. And just as a reminder, the agenda is on the back of your pass and the Wi-Fi code on the front, should you need that. Thank you. See you after lunch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've enjoyed your lunch and break. We are about to start in 5 minutes, so please make your way back downstairs. Thank you.
welcome back, everyone. Those at the back, just take seats. There are plenty of seats down the front if you want to sit on the second or third or even the front row. Great, so I hope you all enjoyed the lunch and also had an opportunity to look at the exhibitions and talk to a few people you may know, maybe meet a few people that you haven't met before as well. So for our next session this afternoon, we're going to move into exploring the key challenges and measures that are needed for the UK to realise its ambition and to maintain its role as a leading innovator in the global race to transform the future of aviation and air mobility. So we're going to have Dr. Ruth Mallers-Ray, OBE, will be chairing this particular session, but before I'll invite her up, I'll just do a bit of an introduction. So Ruth is a director of RMR Consultants, providing objective assistance to navigate the UK's innovation landscape. She's worked across multiple sectors to shape and frame proposals that seek to accelerate innovation through collaboration between industry, government and academia. And she is also an associate of Connected Places Catapult, so does work with us as well. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Ruth to the stage.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and bear with me whilst I squirm a little bit. Don't really like that being introduced thing. So a very, very warm welcome to your afternoon session. We're going to be hearing from a series of speakers. But before I do, it's just a little reminder about Slido, hashtag Connected Skies 2022. We need your questions, right? I can make up questions. I've got some brief questions that I can, talk to the panel with at the end. But this is your conference, okay? So the questions from you and the things that you're seeking to understand are really the most important questions. So, put your brave face on and type in a question, and we can then use those on the panel. So our first speaker this afternoon is Andrew Chadwick. He is the Aviation Technology Lead here at the Connected Places Catapult, and he's going to share his insights on overcoming the challenges to realise this ambition from the perspective of connection around places. Andrew.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and thank you for coming. It's great to see everybody. So, Advanced Air Mobility, Innovation of an Enabler. So this is a 30-minute speech in 10 minutes, so here we go. So connected but not integrated. So as we're all aware, particularly this morning, the UK transport network is based upon the Roman road network and also Victorian infrastructure. The connections are primarily between major conurbations, and particularly for some of us who live in the rural areas, the connectivity is, poor, I think, at best, particularly rural between regions itself. So we have a quite a static transport system. There's a lack of flexibility, a lack of resilience, and for most of it, it's southeast-centric. So, and aviation itself is concentrated on international rather than regional connectivity. So, for the exception of PSO flights, which we have primarily around Scotland. There is a new paradigm coming, and it is coming, and it's electric aviation. So, advanced air mobility and the introduction of electric regional aircraft will create flexible, sustainable and economically viable, resilient and also an integrated transport network. It brings those opportunities for us to introduce an integrated traffic management system. So this approach for transport connectivity for all modes of transport, not just aviation itself. So it provides us with more options, and we start looking at the journey, not the mode of transport. It also recognises as part of aviation as part of our critical national infrastructure, something which we don't really do today. And it should be protected and it should be exploited. So the infrastructure itself, and with my presentations you get lists. Here's a list. So it comes under infrastructure, so we have both physical and digital infrastructure. So it's everything from vertiports, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about those this afternoon and tomorrow, about drone ports, the GA and also the regional airfield network, which I think we should fight to protect, which helps us. The concept of airfields of energy hubs, and we've been doing some work on that in our recent work on ZEFI, for example, and also airport connectivity. That's not just connectivity to the road and rail and the transport network, but also connectivity to the local community itself. And it needs to be environmentally sustainable. which the new aviation paradigm brings with that. And on the digital side, we're looking at communication, so 4, 5, 6G plus. And that will provide and help us deliver a digital air traffic management system for all air users, so not just for the new aviation. It provides us with real-time data sharing opportunities, and also with that, the challenge and opportunity in cybersecurity. On the technology side of things, I mentioned about digital air traffic management, but that also introduces the concept of mobility of a service, which we do talk about, and we have spoken about for a few years within the Catapult on the ground side of things, but not really from an aviation perspective. And we're looking at airspace design, and there's some work doing with the CA are doing at the moment, and I know NATS are doing a lot of really good work on airspace design. We're looking at the introduction of more travel apps, so integrated sustainable logistics, and also the introduction of zero-emission aircraft, and there'll be more of that later. We're looking at the cyber physical infrastructure. So there's a UK initiative to look at those, how we can join up the cyber and the physical world. And it's looking at networked virtual and physical tools, plus the adoption of autonomous aircraft technologies. One of the technologies we're going to be looking at will be, and one of the challenges, we'll be looking at high-frequency operations. How can we actually achieve that? And how can we do it scalably? So on a large scale, and we're talking a seriously large scale, more than we've ever seen before in aviation. So there's a number of opportunities and benefits. Socially, it's the connectivity side of things. It's going to be more flexible. It's going to be point to point. It's going to be rural. I'm going to stop complaining from conferences that I can't travel from Wiltshire to anywhere in the world unless I'm in a car. So that's a benefit, I would have thought, for the world. We're looking at union connectivity, but also more routes. So we're taking loads off our roads. We're providing more community services, and there's great opportunities to do that. And also looking at off-grid energy solutions as well, coming back to that airfields and other opportunities there. Economically, we've got business growth. This will bring business growth to the UK and beyond. It will reduce our travel times. It will reduce congestion as well. And also provide us with the opportunity to have new transport hubs, more multimodal transport connectivity, and also intercity air travel, something that we've been missing for quite some time. And also provides us with new logistic networks. Environmentally, we're going to have sustainable solutions. Everything we do in the Catapult is around sustainability, and we would drive that through aviation as much as we possibly can. We're looking at the introduction of electric and hydrogen-powered zero-emission aircraft, zero-emission being key, and also looking at new and sustainable aviation fuels, more that would drive us to that zero-emission aircraft goal. Energy hubs I mentioned, and also looking at reduced carbon footprints, and also a significant noise and emission reduction. And I think with some of the technologies and some that Michael was talking about earlier, and we'll have a presentation later on from Joby, where we're actually demonstrating what that noise is. It's called silence. So a great example, so we've been doing some work with Highlands and Islands Airport and with Loganair, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present this to you. Currently, for the Kirkwall network, which is up in the Isle of Skye, sorry, not in Skye, sorry, in Orkneys, most routes are typically serviced once a day, so with a 33 to 48 seater aircraft, so once a day between 5 different locations. There's potential if we introduce smaller electric aircraft, so looking at maybe 19-seater aircraft, to actually have a higher frequency number of services for a greater number of locations. We're looking at 6 return flights per location. So we're jumping from 5 to, in this example, 13 different locations. Each of those will have a 15 to 30-minute connection time, and it'll be connected to the rest of our transport network. That's road, rail, air, drone delivery, and everything else in between. It just increases the opportunities that we have to connect and the business opportunities. And it's green, it's sustainable, and it's also affordable. The challenges, of course there's going to be challenges. So this is an introduction of a new innovative service. We've not seen this before. It's a real challenge. There's the pace of regulation development, and it's great that we've got the CA to talk here today. And it's also access to locations. So I've mentioned before about the protection of GA airfields, but it's also access to public spaces and to new operating spaces. And this great example here, Pascal Watson, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to present this diagram here, this marvelous thing. We are now bringing aviation to the people. Whereas people normally will travel out to the airport, and it's probably somewhere over here, and it takes forever to get to, we're actually bringing aviation into the center of our towns and cities, which complete change of paradigm, way of thinking. And it provides so many more opportunities. Yes, there are traveller behaviours, and there is a public propensity to switch, and we found that in some work that we've done a couple of years ago. But also we have quite positive feedback we've had from work we've done with local government, and that local government adoption is key again to this. Plus the demand for the service, safety, yes, of course, but also the high frequency operations that I mentioned. So there's a number of challenges. And the steps to adoption, well, I think we need to define and install an overall system architecture. Something that works, something that connects, not just little bits here and there. We actually connect everything up together, and we have a plan to do that. That is not difficult. We have a common infrastructure definition, design, and construction approach. That's not saying one solution for everything. That's just a construction approach that everything matches. We have the consumer engagement, which is key to a lot of this, plus the consumer demand modelling, and we've been doing a lot of that work within the Casport itself, and the engagement with transport service providers, something that we tend to ignore. There's connectivity, so the early adopters, so we're looking at eVTOL and electric aircraft. The local government engagement, as I said, is key to a lot of this as well, plus the timely availability of the technology and the aircraft, and then the initial operations. So this is all about innovation. This is about the innovation of the technology, of the way that we think, the way that we work, and the way that we connect. And today's the day we start doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Some really interesting points there. I think sometimes as well, you know, we talk a lot about aviation being a system, and the thing that always strikes me about Loganair is that is a public service, right? That is about people trying to just go about their, you know, catch a taxi to get to a hospital appointment. And so actually Loganair wanting to get that to EV is increasing that accessibility and that mobility, but it's on the public purse. So that affordability is a really important angle, but likewise that commercial angle has to be taken forwards. And then the other point is, I think there's something about, we need a map on that first map, Andrew, that has the airspace and how the airspace has been derived out of Second World War routes, I think is how that's been derived, and how to change that too. So we're now going to move on to a perspective from the Civil Aviation Authority. Rick Newson joins us. He is the Head of Capabilities at the CAA. A career of some 20 years at the Civil Aviation Authority, and the last 12 months in this role. I did ask him what the role was, and he says, don't worry, Ruth, I'll explain that when I come up to speak. So, Rick, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me at the back? Perfect. So, yes, what on earth is the Rapid Capabilities Office, I hear you say? Well, I'm born out of the operational end of the jam jar of the Civil Aviation Authority, so I've seen the real world aspects of safety and sometimes of the coroner's court as well. That's the prime role of the CAA, you know, making sure that those that fly an aircraft and those that have aircraft fly over them have due diligence around safety. However, the emerging world that we find ourselves in the moment with the new technologies that you all represent and are here to talk about today are bringing some interesting challenges to not just the Civil Aviation Authority but other regulators and militaries around the world. And the Rapid Capabilities Office is born out of an American military concept which the RAF bought into about 3 or 4 years ago that looks for opportunities to fast track operational aspects that could be felt at the front end much earlier than you would normally do through the normal procurement process. So my boss said to me, Rick, you come from that world of rotorcraft and you've lost all your hair because of the job that you do for a living. Wouldn't it be a good idea if we could capture some of those lessons we've learned along the way of identifying opportunities during crises, for which I think Brits tend to be very good crisis managers. Yet we move from being very agile in a crisis to reverting to the way we do business every other day of the week. So how could we bottle in the CAA using some of the lessons the military have learned in the last few years so that we could look for opportunities to move on civil aviation? So that's the idea. Now, it doesn't take the wit of man to turn on the internet and look at what we've got coming our way at the moment, and you represent many of these new technologies appearing in the front door and the side door and various other mediums into the CAA. Our challenge is to not try and attack each of these in a bespoke manner, but try and find a way of addressing each of those under a grouped and a holistic, systemic way. To do that, we need to make sure that we're manned up accordingly, that we have the right connections, we have the right collaborative networks, and we understand the issues at play for each. So put your hand up in the room if you've had contact with the CAA's Innovation Hub. Okay, many of you. So that's your way into the Civil Aviation Authority with new technology. And you will recognise that slide because I stole that from David Tate, who managed the team and up until very, very recently. And you'll see there the process that we run through with the Innovation Hub, from Gateway to Sandbox to Reg Lab to business opportunities, and now, new to this slide, is our paid for services. So you've got a way of discussing your new technology with us. You've got a way of using the real world in a sandbox environment to perhaps prove and test your theories and your equipment. And then you've now got a way of progressing to the next stage, if you require it, to have some specialist conversation with perhaps some of our existing experts in the CAA through a paid-for services system. But that still leaves you in a position at the end of the day of having to move your technology to the same stage that everybody else in mainstream aviation with existing regulatory structures have to follow, the certification standards and ops rules. So how do we do that? Well, that's where the Rapid Capabilities Office is now coming in. So the day job initially for me was to look for short-term tactical advantage for relatively niche projects. I've been looking at jetpacks recently. How can we facilitate jetpacks? How can we facilitate Red Air operations in support of the military entirely on the G register? So quite niche things. We think that we could use, and we now agree with me, that we could use the RCO's tactical approach in the medium term as the glue between, if you look at the slide there, you've got the new Futures unit, which is dealing with the output of the innovative approach that you've been engaging with, into our frontline capability teams under the Safety and Airspace Regulation Group, and each of the domains you see there, flight ops all the way through to airworthiness, etc. So how do we take all those fantastic new ideas and turn them into reality without taking years and years and years to do it? As you will very well know, if you come from the traditional world of aviation certification, it can take a number of years to put a brand new product in accordance with the existing certification requirements into operation. So how do we realise that, and all the things that you've just seen on the previous slide, all those opportunities, and bring them to reality? Well, you can't eat an elephant in one bite, can you? So we've had to prioritise and look at the strategic themes coming through the front door. And we've looked at these along with Her Majesty's Government and decided that advanced air mobility and RPAS integration are the two big ticket items at the moment. That doesn't mean we're giving short thrift to everything else. We're not. But what we are saying is we need to make sure that these two projects, and call them projects internally, have actually started. They're on their way. They're not brand new. They've been running for a number of years. In fact, advanced air mobility, I've been involved in that through the EUROCAE work groups for the last 3 years. So these are things the horse has bolted on already. How can we, as an authority, corral some of that work, identify opportunities, and then move each of those threads on to get the best out of each and maybe compress some of those timelines? You may have seen a presentation on the TV some months ago about the MHRA and how they looked at the COVID drugs and how some opportunities to do parallel activity took something what they would normally take with a new drug hitting the market over a 6-year period down to about a year. So looking at that concept, how can we as a CAA do things in a parallel way with you, the industry, in a parallel way, so that we can do exactly what we normally do, but not in a series manner, do it in a parallel manner. So that's what we're trying to attempt, in fact we are doing, because I'm showing you a slide as to how we've started to do that, is to try and map, and you won't be able to read that from the back because I can't read it from the front. But this is a picture of a mind map we drew up to try and identify each of the domains associated with eVTOL. If you are closer to the screen, you'll see that most of these come out of the EUROCAE work group, subgroups, work group 112. And using that existing work, we've been able to identify each of the technical domains, each of the stakeholders that may be associated with each of those domains, and then for us internally, what technical competencies we would require to address them. And then the big skills gap picture came up. Luckily, we think we're probably 70% there in terms of core skills, but there are things like battery technologies, software, and you'll know all this stuff because you're trying to recruit the same people that we would want access to. Staff question, do we recruit somebody at the top of their game where they could be better used in industry working with you, or do we engage with you in such a manner that we can do our safety discussion in a really effective way without regulatory capture, so that we can understand how we can take the approval to the appropriate stage? And to do that, we've got funding to get the right people in the room, and we are doing that, but we're also looking at that collaborative approach, and we will be knocking on the door of the industry in a more meaningful way very soon to see how we can generate those collaborative relationships, and not just with the manufacturers, but of course academia as well, where some of these brains come from. Okay, the other thing we're engaged with recently is Warwick University. Looking at systems theoretic process analysis. I had to read that, even though I've done the course. I can never remember it. So STPA, that's a whole different presentation in its own right. But this enables us, in terms of system safety analysis, to look at the whole ecosystem in eVTOL speak. So the total risk system, the total operating system, and have a look and see what the relationships are like between the independent stakeholders of the total system. And that elicits a really interesting picture of what you think that stakeholder is doing for you, and where the connection truly is, and where the gaps in the Swiss cheese model truly are in the processes and procedures. And that's becoming a very interesting area for us. And we're going to recruit another couple of people in that space to help some of these projects along. So is this new to us? He says with 1 minute and 16 seconds left. This isn't new territory, dealing with risk. My world as a helicopter pilot, and I ran the rotorcraft team for a number of years. Every day of the week, we'd get something that wouldn't quite fit the commercial air transport safety picture. You know, live wire happens every day of the week around the globe. Underflying bridges, landing in back gardens to do HEMS, chasing cars with police helicopters in poor weather. Normal business, and it can be done safely. It's identifying that structure that enables it to be as safe as it needs to be for the job of work it's conducting. So identifying the target level of safety is absolutely critical. And safety is where I want to finish my very brief 10 minutes on what we're doing by introducing the eVTOL Safety Leadership Group, something that was born out of an accident on the North Sea back in 2013. We formed a group where we could bring together those accountable for safety, not just the OEMs, but all the main players, airworthiness, etc., in the room together to drive forward safety initiatives. Driving safety initiatives forwards also means you have a meaningful conversation around the mitigations and the new best practices that would perhaps be brought in to make sure those kind of incidents and accidents never happened again. We thought it'd be a great idea to bring this into this domain and do it early before we start operating. And there are a number of people in this room who are also members of the eVTOL Safe Leadership Group. Some of them you see on the block diagram there with the connections. We're going to do the same really, really soon with RPAS as well. We think having that conversation right now to bring in safety culture and a sharing platform will pay dividends. So very quick tour de force of what we're doing at the CAA at the operational end. Thank you.
So if there's ever a competition for speaking really fast and Rick's in it, I am not going to go head to head because I will lose. Thank you for an absolute, whirlwind through what you're doing at the CAA. And, this stuff's hard. We talk about the need for collaboration and, the different stakeholders and constantly trying to put people in a room. And, I commend what you're trying to do with the pace and the systemic view whilst dealing with stuff that is so incredibly competitive about trying to get to the market first. So we're now going to turn to Corinne Matthews, who is the lead for nuclear and aerospace. And, when I was chatting to her earlier, she said, just say aerospace. And I said, no, actually, this is a really important part for me. These are two very highly regulated sectors. They're undergoing a lot of transformation in parallel, bringing in new technologies, robotics, autonomy, etc. And so I think there's a lot of value in the knowledge that Corinne will bring to that. And we all know that Bristol is the home to the design and manufacture of aerospace products. It's also we now know is the home to Vertical Aerospace, a startup innovator. It's also, though, home to some really leading work on digital engineering. It's got a very strong presence on the creative industries. It's creating a hydrogen hub in the southwest. I've been doing my homework, Corinne, can you tell? And you know, I'm really looking forward to hearing from Corinne about the Southwest drive to bring innovation to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. And I'm going to really disappoint you now because I'm not going to talk about Bristol at all because it's not in my patch.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Because if you had talked about my patch, we possibly wouldn't have had much left to say. So that's. So thank you very much for asking me to contribute to this conference. I feel really quite humbled to be among a stellar lineup of experts in this field. All of you, I'm sure, have far greater knowledge of this exciting, evolving sector than I do. I'm but an economic development officer, but I'm also the aerospace, aviation, and thank you, Ruth, nuclear sector lead at the heart of the work, heart of the Southwest Local Enterprise Partnership, and I've had that role for about 7 years. And what a turbulent but exciting time it's been. So what do I do? Well, mostly I bring together collaborations of people and organisations to deliver economic growth and resilience through shared vision and ambition, helping to formulate projects and wherever possible, track down the resources to make that happen. It is essential that we maximise the shared strengths, knowledge and experience within our region, corralling industry, academia, business support, skills and local authorities to deliver those big projects that deliver sustained prosperity. And we've been hearing a lot about collaboration today, and it is an essential part of everything we do. The Heart of the Southwest LEP, this is for you, Ruth, covers Devon and Somerset and has an economy the size of Birmingham or Liverpool of some 37 billion a year. There are 72,000 businesses and a population of almost 1.8 million across its urban, but mostly rural and coastal areas. It is home to a range of natural assets, including 2 national parks, a UNESCO geopark and a World Heritage Site. But it also has unique scientific expertise and research capabilities in sectors that include advanced engineering and manufacturing. We have 2 main strategic road routes into the southwest and rail corridors to London and north of England. I was going to be really rude about our routes into the region, and Andrew sort of touched on it in his presentation, but my boss said, no, there might be inward investors in the room, so be positive. However, I'm going to say that sometimes our road and railway network do become vulnerable to, as other areas' roads and the railway networks do, to abnormal weather conditions. So remember when our railway fell into the sea. And also our roads tend to get clogged up because large volumes of people want to visit our beautiful area. So because of this, the International Airport at Exeter is an important connector to other cities in the UK and as a gateway to Europe and to the rest of the world. However, this is an important facility that is trying to weather not 1, but 2 significant economic shocks, 3 if you count the current energy crisis. In common with the rest of the UK, our region was significantly impacted by the COVID pandemic and required us to rethink our priorities, both in light of recovering the economy, but also in developing our clean growth and green energy ambitions. Sustainable aviation is one area which we think we can build upon to help us overcome the challenges of poor rural connectivity, but also act as a region-wide economic stimulus. So the aerospace and aviation sector, as you quite rightly said, Ruth, are incredibly important for the Southwest. Prior to the pandemic, the Southwest Aerospace Cluster was one of the most significant in the world and supports up to 98,000 high-value jobs and has a number of the significant primes based in the region. And then on the aviation side, Exeter Airport, up until late 2019, was seeing year-on-year growth of passenger numbers reaching up to 1 million, and was, as you all know, the UK HQ for the biggest regional airline carrier, Flybe. It boasted a significant MRO facility and operated a flagship training academy. When Flybe went into administration in early 2020, just before the pandemic really started to hit home, the airport lost 931 jobs, which was significant for that local economy. Then, as the airport was beginning to attract new carriers to operate the routes vacated by Flybe, the COVID lockdown hit and even more jobs were lost within the wider ecosystem. The future was looking particularly grim for this very important regional connector. It was also becoming more and more obvious that with the climate emergency truly upon us, to try and return to aerospace business as usual as we came out of the pandemic was no longer an option. However, 3 really important things happened in 2021 that gave us the confidence that we had the ability to utilise our aerospace aviation expertise to support this critical sector to build back better. So the first of those was the completion of the iAero Innovation Centre in Yeovil, the outcome of collaborative, that word again, investment between the Local Enterprise Partnership, Somerset County Council and Leonardo Helicopters to site a centre alongside their perimeter fence with access to the airfields where SMEs and startups could locate to work with the OEM and others on projects to develop solutions to industrial challenges, specifically focused on high-value design, sustainable fuels and electric propulsion systems. The second significant catalyst for change for us was being part of successful Phase 2 project for the Future Flight Challenge called 2.0, which was essentially, or is essentially, electric flight test modelling and systems, where we, the LEP, worked closely with Exeter Airport and asked them to consider being part of the consortium and offering up their facilities for the test flights for the aircraft. Exeter were very excited about the prospects of being at the forefront of electric aviation testing in the region, and so they should be, because the first English, and I know it was done in Scotland as well, but the first English electric passenger plane test flight took place last summer from the airport, attracting not 1 government minister, but 2 government ministers, and firmly put the airport on a route to diversification from mainstream aviation. We as the LEP also joined the consortium and helped the 2.0 project group to shape and then recruit to their advisory board. We thought it was important that many local partners that could add value to their operation in the southwest were part of their support mechanism, and so we were able to include on that board the Met Office, the West of England Aerospace Forum, the Centre for Future Clean Mobility, which is a spin-out from Exeter University, Exeter College and East Devon Council. We feel that to ensure that there is an achievable roadmap for sustainable flight, it's essential to involve the potential supply chain of the future, skills providers, public sector regulatory bodies and other associated connectors at the earliest possible juncture, and that's what we tried to do with that advisory board. The third significant event was successfully bidding into the Department for Investment and Trade High Potential Opportunity process to formulate our proposition for smart and sustainable aviation across our LEP patch and the West of England, and market this overseas. Articulating the proposal helped us to better understand collectively the region's strengths and physical assets, expertise and academic excellence that we could offer potential investors. All of this activity led us to include sustainable aviation as one of our key transformational programmes within our LEP's Build Back Better plan response to COVID, creating a programme board of key stakeholders from the private, public, academic, training and skills sector, not an exhausted list, and the CPC are in there too, to help identify the priorities for moving this activity forward. In talking to industry, SMEs and innovators, it became clear to us that what the region was lacking was test and demonstration facilities for future flight technologies and fuels. Companies were clustering in the locality next to centres of excellence, such as the GKN Global Technology Centre and NCC, as well as working with the region's cutting-edge engineering consultancies during their early stages of development, but were having to leave the area to undertake flight trials, etc. Filton Airfield, that once saw that iconic test flight of Concorde back in the 1970s, is now largely a housing estate. Instinctively, we felt that in our patch of the region, we did have test facilities that could fit the bill, but some work was required to clarify the what, the where, the what, the with, and with whom. At the beginning of the year, we commissioned a small team from Fraser Nash Consultants to do, as described on this slide. The report we received back lived up to our expectations, making it very clear that we were well placed to develop a future aviation test environment, a living lab, if you like. Utilising Exeter Airport with its regulated airspace as a hub, but reaching out to encompass the other strengths across the southwest, stretching from Exeter to Yeovil, East Devon and Plymouth and Bristol, thus encompassing a significant test corridor. The report informed us it would be more than possible to create a combined technology testing centre for battery-powered aviation, utilisation of other fuels, vertical lift, integrated airspace development and subsystem testing and simulation, as well as ground and flight testing. And here is the hot off the press, and you're the first people to see this, visual representation showing the wealth of assets and how they connect the main test corridors, and also how we can take advantage of other technologies that have been developed from other industrial sectors in the region, including our globally significant marine and maritime first offshore 5G testbed in Plymouth Sound. There's quite a way to go before we achieve our vision, with more work to be done, particularly in attracting resources to make it happen. However, we are confident that we have very secure foundations to achieve our ambition. We have a committed collective of stakeholders, as previously mentioned, all who have signed up to the vision and are all who are more than willing to continue to collaborate and provide expertise and people resource to make this happen. We have significant regional assets and centres of excellence which we can encourage to work together, we hope. And there are many other challenges along the way, not least working with the regulator, but very encouraged by your presentation, Rick, and how we can make that happen. And I hope you'll come and join us on our journey. So it only leaves me to say that if you can help us with our ambition, you in the room, we welcome your input, and please do get in touch. And thank you for listening. And that's gone red, which probably means I've run over, so apologies for that.
Thank you very much, and please forgive my geography. You know, it's a learning curve, right? But really, really interesting. And, you know, I was at the beginning of the journey of Future Flight, and, you know, when I hear people now stand up and talk about these Future Flight programmes, like what went on at Exeter last summer, and how it's then inspired, you know, such a wider range of programme, it genuinely really does make my heart sing. So we're now going to hear from Brad Miller, who is the Managing Director of Ferrovial Vertiports. Brad is a font of knowledge of Ferrovial. He's been there 5 weeks and he's all over it. His background has been, I think, predominantly at Manchester Airports Group, where he's covered a wide range of roles around construction, around integration, transformation operations. So, you know, bringing him a whole stack of knowledge to bring into this sort of emerging vertiport market. And Ferrovial do the sort of investment and the build and the sort of operation. So again, a really amazing, interesting sort of concept of end-to-end value. So over to Brad, who's going to talk to us about what's going on in vertiports. Thank you.
Right, okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Lovely to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with all of you.
Let you know a little bit about Ferrovial Vertiports and some of the challenges. I've actually called them considerations. I'll try and get us a bit of time back, so bear with. I'll have to multitask. First time speaking to an audience in over 3 years.
And the eyes weren't as bad back then. Okay,
so here we go. Ferrovial Vertiports. So Ferrovial, international company, works all the way around the world, $7.6 billion revenue, 27 billion market capitalisation, broken down into 4 main divisions. Ferrovial Vertiports is a start-up within Ferrovial Airports, and we believe we're uniquely positioned to unlock the vision of UAM through ready access to capital in conjunction with our skills, expertise and experience of funding, developing and operating complex multi-stakeholder live operational customer-facing environments in a sustainable and responsible manner. This slide gives you a feel for some of the things that the group has signed up to. As Ruth mentioned, I'm an absolute expert in all of this after 5 weeks in the role, so please do ask me. And just to give you a bit of a feel for some of the airports that we operate both within the UK
and overseas.
And then in addition to that, the exec team for Ferrovial Vertiports has got a huge amount of experience, both from a carrier perspective or an airline's perspective and an airport, so an ground infrastructure perspective. And so hopefully covers the complete spectrum. When it comes to vertiports, we're really looking to partner with the best This is just a snapshot or an example of some of the people that the team have been working with to date. And probably most importantly is the collaboration with the OEMs that's really driving our thinking, and the challenges and the needs and the requirements that they're facing, but also their customers are going to be facing as well, to make sure that we embed that thinking into our design thinking right now. We know that the guillotine of certainty can't come down and give us all of the answers now. So we are trying to adopt a last responsible moment to all of our decision making. So how do we know where to site a vertiport? And I'm really talking mainly from a UK perspective, even though my mandate, my responsibility is across Europe. It's the various business models, so the use cases, so intra-city, inter-airline, so city to airport, in addition to intercity, and some of the challenges around existing surface access and ground transportation have already been mentioned today and at previous events. And so the team in Madrid have put a lot of time and effort into their demand forecast modelling to determine where existing trips and where new trips are going to take place, to try and give us a feel where best to site our vertiport network. We don't think we're going to run and operate all of it. There are others out there that are looking to do the same thing. We think we're uniquely positioned, but we do see competition as a good thing for the consumer. And it really struck me this morning. I try and cycle my Brompton when I'm in London. I think it's a fantastic place to cycle round. And I always promise myself to take it steady, take it slow, get there looking half okay. I mean, you're approaching 50 now, so that's not always going to be possible. But don't turn up looking like an absolute nutter. I get caught in the peloton. So other people around me tend to make me go faster. And that's one of the reasons why I do see competition, particularly when it comes to vertiports and the ground infrastructure, as a good thing, because it will only make all of us go that much quicker and hopefully resolve some of the problems that we face as an emerging industry. So I'll skip these two because I'm a bit conscious of time. And really this is from a demand modelling perspective, hopefully this slide gives you a bit of a feel for how we go from that 30,000 feet view all the way down, from a regional perspective to a city perspective, all the way down to street level, to give us the confidence that where we're deciding and agreeing to site the vertiport is going to drive the maximum use, is going to be the most convenient, and is also going to balance off operating in a sustainable and a responsible way. And by sustainable, I do mean the broadest spectrum of the word, to make sure that it, from an environmental perspective, but also economically as well. So as well as some of the designers that have been inputting into the design, we are reaching out to other key stakeholders within the industry to make sure that we take a broad perspective of views on board. We don't think that we've got all of the ideas, absolutely far from it. It was an absolute pleasure in some of the stuff that I did at MAG, working with really strong teams and experts. I really get a kick out of getting other people's perspectives. And this just gives you a bit of a feel for some of the things that we're looking to integrate into the vertiport. One of my roles in a previous life was we actually delivered the first naturally ventilated arrivals building in the UK down at Bournemouth Airport. We don't have to really deal with kerosene with eVTOLs, so hopefully that type of design thinking becomes much more readily available to us from a vertiport perspective. And also, how do we know how big they're going to be? And this, I won't go through this slide because I appreciate you might not see all of the detail, but there's a number of parameters that we're trying to think through ourselves with our partners and the OEMs to make sure that it is right-sized. We don't want to build something that's too large or over-specified. There's other people in aviation that have spoken about sort of Taj Mahal type of specifications not being needed, and trying to be respectful of it's going to be a transient process. And also, if we don't over-invest in the specification, it means that we can remain competitive from a tariff perspective, which is going to lead to greater use from the consumer. One of the things that we are trying to drive, but very respectful and appreciative of the fact that all of the OEMs are going through their design thinking, and there's a lot of innovation going into that, so there is a lot of IP sitting out there, and we understand the reluctance to share that, but I think it's incumbent upon particularly ground infrastructure and others to try and drive as much standardisation as possible, because that is only going to remove complexity, and removing complexity removes cost, which again is only going to benefit the consumer, which benefits all of us. So I mentioned operating responsibly, and we're considering how best to do that, and how best to inform users, residents, civic leaders, supply chain partners and others about how exciting eVTOLs are and UAM for a range of reasons, not least because of how quiet they're going to be. When I asked if I could insert this video, I wanted to do it because I was having a conversation with a local authority last week. I said, VTOLs, you mean a Harrier jump jet, don't you? That's exactly what you mean. That's going to be coming downtown, city centre. Yeah, I don't think the leader's going to be, they're not going to be up for that. It's like, no, actually, they're electric and they're really, really quiet. So we understand not everybody has resolved their sound dynamics or spectrums yet. So hopefully, fingers crossed, this video gives a little bit of a feel for how unimpactful eVTOLs are going to be. Fingers crossed, though. Here we go. With 20 seconds to spare, thank you very much. Nailed it, came in on time.
Thank you very much, and a really great video. Though I do think it's really interesting, just to be slightly provocative, that the aviation aerospace community, talking to Gary as we were going off to lunch earlier, how we always try to position ourselves as not as bad as something else. And perceived noise is perceived noise, and the society will really dictate whether they really adopt these things. And just because we keep telling them it's not as loud as a lawnmower doesn't really matter. It's how they perceive it. And so I liked the video. I thought it was great, from my own understanding. But I do think we need to get better at leading the cells in terms of what we're trying to do. So our last speaker of the afternoon, this session, is Liam Mackay. My first conversation with Liam was on a phone call somewhere around about 2018. I phoned him up and said, I'd love to say I said I would like to speak to your chief exec. But I think I said, I need to and I want to speak to your chief exec. We're putting an expression of interest into the third wave of the Industry Strategy Challenge Fund, and I need a letter from London City Airport. And he said, what's the Industrial Strategy Challenge Fund, Ruth? And over the years, we've had many conversations, and Liam is going to talk to us today, not about the developments of the airport at London City, but their strategy and their agenda around sustainability. So over to you, Liam. Oh, I'm really sorry. Gail's texted me. You're not asking questions, so can you please ask some questions? Hashtag Connected Skies 2022 on Slido. Please type your questions in, and I completely forgot again. So please send us some questions for the panel. Thank you.
Please.
Please.
please send questions. And thanks for that introduction, Ruth. I think you've successfully described me as a complete imposter to the whole audience here, but I will do my best to bluff my way through it. And Brad, I really liked your presentation there. And today, after probably, months or maybe even a year of static living, I've gone from North London, where I live, to East London, where I work, to West London right now, and back into Central London later on. I really could have done with an eVTOL, because it took quite a long time on public transport, and in 25 degrees, it's actually quite sweaty on the tube, so I really hope the eVTOLs come soon. So I want to touch on two main themes for you guys when sort of describing the journey the airport's been on. And the other theme is about what I would call techno-optimism, because I feel like it is definitely on the rise. And I suppose personally, from my perspective, I look after sustainability at the airport, for good or ill, as a communicator by background. And I probably started off as a techno-pessimist. It's ingrained in me because I'm Scottish. We start at that place, and we talk to more people, and that's actually the journey I went on, by meeting people like Ruth, by meeting people in Rolls-Royce, GKN, Heathrow, other places. I've actually got into a place of techno-optimism, and I think we're seeing it in other places as well. We're definitely seeing it in government policy, which I think is really, really reassuring. We're seeing it through the future of flight challenges and the sort of and the support they're giving in industry to make those small steps forward. And we're definitely going to see it in the Jet Zero consultation when it's launched in the summer. Hopefully, and what we'll get is a policy policy that really supports us to go and achieve and help Britain lead in this really, really important area. And actually, something I'm going to tell you is you might not believe, but actually we did some public polling last week about what do frequent flyers think about the future. And they told us two different things, two really interesting things. So one on SAFs, they think the net majority of people we polled believed that they will be flying on a fully SAF-fueled plane within 10 years. And on ZEF, on zero-emission flight, only 8% believed that wouldn't happen in the UK. The net majority believed that ZEF will happen in the UK within the next 10 and 20 years, which I think is really great that people are starting to believe what we're saying. And airports, so London City Airport, we are now techno-optimists. We believe that we can become, in London, the first net zero emissions airport. And then tomorrow, we will actually be launching our 2030 strategy. Now, I must tell you, this strategy has taken us 4 years, and I don't know how many lockdowns to pull together. It hasn't been easy, but we've got there. And we've written this strategy, and it's hard to write a strategy, but it's even harder to actually go and deliver, which is now the challenge that we have. But as I say, we believe as an airport, Scope 1 and 2 emissions, we can reach net zero. And I think what it also represents in terms of techno-optimism as well, it's actually a belief within our shareholders that not only the airport as its asset can achieve net zero emissions, but also, I suppose, recognition that our industry is such an ingenious one and such an innovative one, and that we can respond to this challenge as well and actually meaningfully make inroads into reducing emissions, not just for the airport itself, but for everything around the airport, including flights themselves. And that's the next thing, and probably the most optimistic thing in our roadmap is to talk about zero emission flying, and it's great to hear about all the work that's going on in the eVTOL market. We are working in that market as well, so we've worked with the CEA very recently, along with Eve company of Embraer, Skyports, Vertical, Lilium, others, on actually putting together a ConOps for introducing eVTOLs into the London market, London City to Heathrow with stops in between. And we've done the ConOps, and we're starting the process of looking at the sort of public acceptance case of that, because that will be the battleground for all of this. We can put together all the technology, but without public acceptance, we won't get to where we want to as quick as we want to. So that really is a challenge there, but so much potential in that market, not just about across London, it's about connecting different markets around the southeast and suburbia into the airport, which for us it could mean a tremendous commercial opportunity. And that word commercial is, again, so important to all of this, which I'll conclude on. And one of the other areas, because whilst eVTOLs will be an interesting sideline commercial project, it will never be the major thing for somewhere like London City. We are on the pitch in looking at zero emission commercial flying, and one of the projects that we're really delighted to be involved in, and I sit in it on behalf of the airport, and I'm clearly the stupidest man in the room, is Project Napkin. So looking at, and Project Napkin is looking at the whole system across the UK, from the planes themselves to the routes they fly to the infrastructure we put in place at the airports. It's looking about how we can get to meaningful zero emission flying in the UK by 2040, which is when we anticipate we may get some government policy pointing in that direction. And I think it's going to be a really interesting piece of work, and it's going to report in the summer, and hopefully it kicks off so much more work and actually meaningful sort of case studies and developments at airports, because actually testing and seeing is believing is going to be crucial to the next, convincing the next band of techno-optimists. And what I would say in terms of that whole agenda, in terms of ZEF and hydrogen flying across the UK, it's going to start at a smaller scale. Now, obviously, Highlands and Islands, Exeter, and sort of, that sort of 19-seaters. But when we get into the 50-seater market and above, that's when there could be the case at London City, because that's what we do. We specialise in short-haul, point-to-point, smaller aircraft. And I would suggest that London City is one of the best places to trial this new market. And I would also suggest, because London City has a reputation in terms of high yield per ticket, that actually that is where we'll see the first inroads and actually passengers paying to fly zero emissions. It will be higher yield to begin with, and so why not model it at an airport that specialises in that? So that's a key area for us going forward, and something that we definitely want to model in the future. And I'd also suggest, in terms of the location that we are, it's not just that we're in London, it's actually we're in a development zone. We're in London's only development zone, and we have on our doorstep thousands of homes. We have on our doorstep a new port that's being built. We have the Excel Centre. We have so much investment going into that area. When people talk about a hydrogen hub, actually in the Royal Docks, it could be one of the perfect places to have such a thing in London. And not only doing that, I think what we also need to think about is how we create opportunities along the supply chain, and actually how we inspire the kids right around East London, in our case, to come into jobs and to get excited and to work in our industry, particularly in terms of realising net zero. Now, of course, there are going to be many challenges. Public acceptance is one. There's going to be huge issues when it comes to hydrogen about supply and actually how we get it into airports in terms of last mile. Now, there's lots of work going into that, but there's so much more to do. There's going to be debates about retrofit versus new build, and there's going to be, of course, debates about the commercial models as well, as I said. But I should say that I'm an optimist. I think all of you guys are optimists, and our challenge collectively is to work together and to make a difference and to show people that it's possible and that they can fly in the future with zero emissions. And it's a really exciting place to be and a brilliant industry to be in. And thank you for listening, and I look forward to the next session, Ruth. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to sit on the end. I don't know why, but I am. Is that right, or am I standing up? But you all sit down, and then we'll see if there's a chair spare. We'll do it that way. Okay, so I'm going to start by opening the floor up to questions from those in the room. I'm sure there's somebody who wants to start with a question. Is there not? No? No. So I'll start with one question.
Oh, there's one there, Ruth.
There is
There's
one.
one there. Yeah.
Look, there we go. I love questions, please.
I don't want to be the only guy that does this all day. To what extent, Brad, to what extent is this build it and they will come? And how much of this is pre-planned in because your customers are already there, like Michael and others?
It's definitely not build it and they will come. There's far too much investment going into the industry to take that type of risk, to take that type of gamble. I think it would be irresponsible to act in that manner. And that's why we've put a lot of effort into our demand forecast modelling to make sure that our initial thoughts are based upon empirical data, and then we take it out to our partners and the people we're collaborating with, some of them that I mentioned, to make sure that we get their perspective. And hopefully all of that coming together will be the true test of, the consumers will use it.
Mm.
So part B, based on that answer, because it could have gone either way, electric vehicles for consumers like us lot has been a bit of a step and go. Not many chargers, then more and more chargers as adoption goes up. The case for that was because it cost too much to go and electrify the entire country. The multi-billions that you're going to need to do this is going to be a tall order. Who are you talking to?
So in terms of actual investment, it's a serious amount of cash. I think I'm okay with that one. It's a serious amount of cash, but we're not talking sort of airport type investment. The size and scale and the footprint that a vertiport in particular will take pales into insignificance when put next to an aerodrome. So it's hundreds of millions, and in the first instance, we're turning to our own balance sheet.
Good, thank you.
Interesting. So I have a question here that's been getting a few ticks on Slido. So, and I think this is actually to Andrew from a sort of integration, whole systems type approach. So is there some whole life cycle and systems modelling of multimodal transport to minimise the emissions happening? And is the Catapult involved in any of that, or are you aware of that kind of work? Because I think that's quite a good question.
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is yes, there is. Yes, we're doing a lot of work. So we're doing some work through the Future Light Challenge work projects. So we're involved in a number of those. And some of that is looking at the demand for these type of services, not just for eVTOL, but also for the electric aircraft, for the more regional aircraft. And what we are doing is we're looking at the demand for those type of services based on current services, similar services, but also looking at the movement of people. So we have a lot of data that we have, a lot of mobile phone data that we use in our modelling, so we can actually model people's journeys. And so we're using that, we're looking at that demand modelling, we're looking at the type of technologies that are available, the potential locations for these sites, and really putting that together, and plus looking at the other aspects of how we connect it to transport. So we're doing a lot of work with Network Rail and with Highways England, or National Highways, sorry, on how we can actually connect aviation to, the other way around, how they can connect to aviation, because obviously we'll take the lead. And so we're doing a lot of work on that, and it's quite interesting. I mentioned earlier in my talk about bringing aviation to the people and into our towns and cities. If you start looking at the modelling, the transport modelling for that, and you change it completely on its head by bringing aviation into the centre of it, and if you base it around aviation, it's quite interesting actually how that works. It really does change how it works and how it fits and how it connects. It's a lot more connected than people might think.
Yeah,
so.
Corinne, over to you.
Yeah, I think there's also a sort of bottom-up approach to this as well, and I think a lot of this can be made in the place. I know we talk a lot about public acceptance, and clearly that's got, you know, for some of the technologies we're looking at, that's got a way to go. But I think the places need this, want this, and are crying out for this, and hence, and again, I suppose it goes back to where's the capital investment going to come from some of the, you know, the bigger projects such as vertiports. I mean, if there is market failure and if there's public requirements, then the public sector will help to resource a lot of this.
Yeah.
She says, knowing that we've got no money as a lab. However,
we tell you this is being recorded for training purposes.
Yeah. But if I could just add to that, but that's when we come back to the current network that we have already of airfields in the UK. So there's over 500 airfields in the UK. A lot of those are underutilised. So you can actually take advantage of that network that we already have. So a lot of the infrastructure is there. It's how you build on that infrastructure. So projects, so the ZEFI project, which we're going to be talking about a little bit over the next day or so, has been looking at that, how we can actually introduce hydrogen electric, but also looking at the option of airfields and airports as energy hubs, how they can make their own energy and use it for their own, for the aircraft, the cars, obviously their own facilities, but also potentially for the local communities. So there's lots of options around there, which actually changes the business model for those airfields.
So taking that point, Liam, and then also a question that I've got here about the implications you see for land use planning, including impacts on neighbours. I think, London City was being a bit bashful in some of the stuff that they're also doing with schools in the area. They do a massive annual skills programme with the sort of local schools in their vicinity. But, you're a place, how's that all bring together the community around London City? Against things like the Thames Estuary Commission programme, against the hydrogen port, how do you see that manifesting itself?
I mean, first off, I feel like I have to speak on behalf of operators here, because the technology is great and all the things that we talk about in terms of connectivity is wonderful and the potential is absolutely there. But without an operator, it doesn't exist. And so we really have to have a real view on making these things commercially viable to people who will actually pay the money for the kit to fly the stuff back, to fly people back and forth wherever they're going. So we cannot lose sight of that, because, like I say, without it, it all falls down. And then in terms of land use planning, in terms of how we interface with the local community, it isn't easy. And particularly, so I think, for example, in our context, everybody wants us to be net zero, but I don't think people are quite in the place yet of understanding just quite how we're going to get to net zero. And it might not be comfortable from a public point of view, or community point of view. For example, to pivot away from gas to renewables, to heat pumps and so on, that might require digging up roads and nighttime works and things like that. And so we go back to public acceptance again, is that, are you willing to go through that to actually have on your doorstep a truly net zero emissions airport? So it really is a battle line here in terms of how we really convince people that this is for not only for the airport's good, but for their good and for the city and the country's good as well. But it's not going to be easy.
Great. So I'm just making sure, are there any questions? It's quite difficult to see actually the lights. We've got a couple of questions. We've got one right at the back and one just on the back on the right. So if we could get a mic to this gentleman. So go to the guy who's sitting down first, and then we'll come to the chap in the pink at the back. I can just sort of see outlines, these lights.
I think I'm throwing a spanner in my own works. You probably have seen the picture of these elephants going into a restaurant in Africa, and you know where I'm going with this. So the airways are not a natural place where humans inhabit. So how could we, and civil aviation is a responsible body, cohabit this space responsibly with birds and other prey or animals that exist in the skies?
I think that's to you, Rick.
Just thinking through the consequences. It's definitely on the radar. That the environmental aspects of all forms of aviation are front and centre in all of the discussions we have. There are swathes of the United Kingdom where we do monitor the migration of birds into certain areas and put warnings out because of it. The aspects of what could happen if birds interact with eVTOL is primarily from a safety focus, from an airframe perspective, from the Civil Aviation Authority's design perspectives, but the consequence of that from the environmental perspective is absolutely clear and centre of the conversation.
And I would just say, from an airport operator's perspective, I feel like the models that we have already for operating side by side with wildlife are pretty well established and robust, and certainly London City in an urban environment, when there are issues, we have a team that moves some birds if they need to, and so on. So I think biodiversity, which is the wider point, we're completely across, and we have robust models already, and I just see them rolling into the future and improving even further, if I'm honest.
Thank you, Liam. That's great. So there's a gentleman in the back who had a question. And then I've got another one at the front, so if we could get a mic to this lady on the third row.
Hello, Rob Weaver from eVair Mobility. What do you see as the most significant challenge that the UK is not making sufficient progress on at this stage to deliver this exciting future?
I might be able to help with that. One of the things that the Civil Aviation Authority is trying to engage with at the moment is pilot training. We recognise that to move the number of folk that in the future will need to be moved by piloted eVTOL aircraft is going to be a big challenge in terms of the training pipeline, flight simulation, and the tests, checks and balances of a pilot at the moment in a single pilot airframe are going to be very challenging.
Lovely, thank you. So we're going to take this lady's question, that gentleman's question, and then I've got one question, and then we're going to draw it to close. Otherwise, I'm getting in the way of tea and cake, I think. And Jane is going to tell... No, Jane. God, I did it. Rachel is going to tell me off. I'm obsessed with that. Rachel is actually called Jane, and I don't really know why. I told you I'd do it. I told you. I apologise in advance. Anyway, over to you.
Thank you. So as the skies become more congested, and we've talked about the need for a common architecture, we've talked about the importance of cyber and quantum, and we've talked about how, as this technology is becoming more complex, the whole system that we're dealing with and the future system of systems will likewise be more complex. I'd be interested to know your thoughts on the security implications of that. And as you have a common architecture and as you have more aircraft and a more congested airspace, what some of the implications on the top of your radar are, at least. For context, this is my full-time day job. So I'm very interested to hear how this is factored into the conversations and the working groups to date, and some of your sort of key areas that are at the top of your radar. Thank you.
Perfect, good question. Who would like to lead?
I'm quite happy to
Go for it,
say
Brad.
from our perspective, I think there's a number of givens that have to be there before we talk about UAM. So safety, the environment, and others. Cyber security is right up there. I think the industry, from what I've learned over a 5-week period, the industry knows that it has to digitise and automate as much as possible, and just in order to achieve the volume and the scale that is out there from the demand that we're seeing. Anything that dents that or threatens that, from a cyber security perspective, is your question, I think would be quite damaging. So anything that we can do to make sure that the enterprise-wide systems that are going to be needed are as robust as possible.
In fact, we were just discussing this yesterday at the Civil Aviation Authority. When you look at the new technologies that are going to be required for a full autonomy, including detect and avoid, and you start to look at the multitude of different systems on board the aircraft, and that, as you say, the systems approach needs to be very, very robust, and at the heart of that has to be cyber. We have a very small cyber team. That's going to become a much larger team as we progress this.
Thanks, Rick.
I was going to say, and then just on the sort of topic of threats and so on, I know from work we're doing at the airport and are keen to progress with, is that there are solutions out there which are smart, sophisticated, in terms of protecting aerodromes from drone threat. And actually, we're really keen to get on with that. So it's reassuring to that extent, I think. But I think the bigger issue, I would say, planning or thinking for the future, it's just airspace modernisation again. I think Rob asked the question at the back, what's the biggest challenge? I would say it's that, and the pace that we're moving at, which is snail's pace. And we're talking about 29, 30 until we modernise the airspace. It has to start moving quicker. And I would say this, and I'll say it to government every time, they have to get behind it and move quicker with this, because otherwise we're going to hit a dead end with the technology we've all talked about today and have an airspace that's from 1950s.
Thank you. Last question from the audience, this gentleman here. Oh, I think they'll sort it at the back.
Hi, it's Will Fanshawe from Halo. We're a helicopter operator in the UK and in New York. We've heard today the huge amount of work that needs to be done regulatory in terms of certification, airspace. Rick just mentioned pilot training. After Brexit and our split from EASA, what are we doing to rebuild those bridges and bridges across the Atlantic to the FAA so that we can all work together? Because obviously we've got the US counterparts, we've got Vertical here, Volocopter and Lilium in Europe. Everyone's trying to do the same thing, but Rick's got a huge to-do list and probably needs some help.
Thank God it's just not me. Better than you think. We're working very collaboratively at the moment with the FAA and also EASA. No, we're not part of the political picture in Europe anymore, but we are absolutely a part of the discussions with eVTOL. We're still, as I've already said, we're part of the Eurokai work group material that's being developed, because anybody can join that. So the UK CAA has 15 people on that team. So at a working level, absolutely, the thinking and the collaboration is quite significant. And in fact, we're off to Washington in mid-June for the EASA FAA safety conference, and that's going to be part of the discussion, is how can we work much better, closer together.
Perfect, because you've just inadvertently asked the question I was going to ask. So there was a question that was getting asked on here about, what is being done to rebuild those bridges with EASA post, Brexit, etc. So you've just answered that. So that's perfect. So I'd like to say thank you to our excellent panellists, the talks, the insight they've given us. And I now hand back over to Rachel, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Right, that was great, and thank you hugely. I was going to say Rebecca, but I mean Ruth, for chairing that session, and also particular thanks to our guest panel, so Andrew, Rick, Corinne, Brad and Liam as well. So we're now going to move into another panel session, and this is going to be hosted by Robbie Burke, and this is focused really on the economic and societal opportunities of air mobility and forward-thinking aviation. So Robbie has over 18 years experience as an aviation professional. He's a director at Oliver Wyman and leads their technical division across the European, Middle Eastern and African regions. Robbie specialises in aviation business leadership and transformation management. So Robbie, please join me on the stage.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to stall for a few minutes while we get the mics all sorted for the panelists. But just as I do that, I'm going to take a moment of personal indulgence and just reflect on the fact that we're here in the Science Museum. This is somewhere where I first visited when I was 14 and went to the aviation hall and saw the beauties that were sitting up there. And I think just want to reflect for a moment on where we've come in this advanced air mobility kind of journey. 3 years ago, I went to the Future Flight Challenge, one of the events with Gary and Ruth and others, and we were talking about some design aspects. We were talking about, is this feasible? Where might we go with it? And I just wanted to reflect as a moment as we talk about the operational challenges. We'll talk about the economic and societal impacts and opportunities in a few moments. But I just want us to reflect on where we've come from and that we're really getting into the nuts and bolts of it now. We're really getting into how do we mobilize? How do we take aircraft that are about to be certified or very close to that and actually get them in the air with passengers on them or with packages on them, depending on which area you focus on. So I just wanted to do that little reflection and kind of look at where we are here in the Science Museum, and I want to come back in 15 years' time and kind of reflect on this moment. If we just look for a moment on the addressable mobility market around the globe, which by 2035 is anticipated to be about £10 trillion. And if we think about passenger air mobility and projections and forecasts by 2035 being somewhere around £30 billion globally, and the non-passenger air mobility side being something similar, I think that puts the context of the opportunity. So what we want to talk about today is how forward-thinking aviation can really start to initiate that potential to bring enormous economic and societal benefits. And with that, we have a set of esteemed panelists. So we have Andrew Ray, who's a professor of engineering at the University of Highlands in Ireland. Andrew, if you can come up to stage, I'll ask you to introduce yourself in a moment. Andrew was previously chief engineer at Ampere and previously also at Kinetic. We have Sunil Badio, who's the Transport Innovation Manager for Coventry City Council and is the lead PM for the Future Flight projects. We'll hear all about Urban Airport and Air1, I'm sure, shortly. We have Julia Jiggins, who is the Head of Strategic Thinking at Thales UK and is responsible for the market opportunities for future and space products. Previously, Boeing UK and Royal Air Force. I think we also have a hybrid event. I just want to check, do we have? Yep, okay. So we have Fern Elsden-Baker, who's a research director at UKRI, who's going to join us virtually any moment now, I'm sure. There you go, hi Fern. And Fern is a researcher working in STEM and across the societal and economic dynamics that's associated with that. So let's get into the discussion. Andrew, can I ask you to start to introduce yourself? I'm going to go take a pew over here.
Thanks, Robbie. Yeah, so I'm Andrew Ray. I've been wanting to get into working with aircraft ever since about the age of 8, when I realised that being Batman wasn't a realistic career choice. So I then did my degree across the road here in South Kensington, fell in love with aerodynamics and joined the aerodynamics department at what was then the REE. Was there for 22 years at Farnborough. Through REE, DRA, DERA, Kinetic, worked in the same building for 22 years in 4 companies. I then jumped into academia. So previously my interests were on wing design, moving into aircraft flight testing and certification, broadened out into air traffic management, maintenance and operations. And then just over 2 years ago, worked with Linda Johnston at Highlands Islands Airports to put together the Sustainable Aviation Test Environment proposal for the Future Flight Challenge, which last year saw flight testing of Ampere's hybrid electric aircraft and Windracer's large UAV in an operational airport environment on real-world use cases with charging infrastructure for electric aircraft and hydrogen refueling for hydrogen aircraft. That's me.
Thanks, Andrew. Fern, if we come to you next, just to make sure our audio is working. Fern.
Hi, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. And apologies first off for not being there in person. I'm hoping I'll get a chance to interact with you all in person at some point in the future. So in terms of my role, I'm currently the Social Science Research Director for the Future Flight Challenge team at UKRI, but I'm also actually based at the University of Birmingham, where I'm the Director for the Institute for STEM in Culture and Society. My sort of background and interest in the future flight is really I'm a science technology studies, public understanding of science researcher, and I've done a lot of work in the UK and internationally looking at sort of public controversies around STEM and sort of hot topic issues where publics might be pushing back on STEM issues. My role with the Future Flight Challenge is to coordinate the social science or social economic science research for the challenge, and that includes bringing on board academics from across the UK who have an interest in social and economic research in this area, really thinking through those sort of downstream impacts and implications of future flight technologies, the infrastructure around them, and the sort of application to different use cases across society and across the UK.
Thanks, Vern, and welcome. Sunil, quick introduction, please.
Hi, I'm Sunil Badeyo, Transport Innovation Manager for Coventry City Council and the lead PM for the Urban Airport. That's just been demonstrated in Coventry, the world's first urban airport built in a car park right next to the railway station in Coventry. But my background is I've been in the industry 35 years, primarily dealing after roads, rails, and infrastructures within the sort of rail, sort of the road infrastructure. But over the past year and a half, since this project has come to life, sitting around in this audience has just been an absolute eye-opener to try and understand the aviation industry. So, very steep learning curve, but an interesting one, to say the least.
Great, welcome, Sunil. And last but certainly not least, Julia.
Hi, I'm in Thales UK, and I'm the Head of Strategic Marketing for Aviation and Space. And really for Thales in the UK, as a technology company, we do everything from eSIM, cybersecurity, air traffic management, UTM, avionics, and it's trying to work out how that fits in the future of new mobility. So really looking at how we can invest and how we can influence and even shape the industry going forward, bringing forward our experiences. For me, despite initially fighting my father about following him into the Air Force, I've been in the industry for over 30 years, and I find it fascinating with what we learn every day about what this industry can do.
Great. Welcome. So we're going to dive into the conversation now, and as the first panel session, no pressure on the panelists, of course, to keep us moving, but we will put open the floor to questions as we go. So please hold those on, and we can open the floor shortly. Andrew, if I start with you, I think we talked a lot today about the opportunity and the challenges, but there seemed to be this trend to focus on urban areas. We're here in London, of course, but I want to kind of maybe just flip it to the rural areas and really try to just check in with you on the needs of what are the needs of the rural areas versus the urban areas, and how can advanced air mobility address those needs?
Thanks, Robbie. So the Sustainable Aviation Test Environment is based at Kirkwall Airport in Orkney, so it's looking at real-world use cases in remote and rural areas. And Andrew Chadwick mentioned them earlier on, but much of the scheduled timetable there is done under public service obligation routes. Then also is lifeline routes, and that's not just a trite sobriquet. They do mean the difference between life and death. There's been lots of evidence of the ability to save lives and improve healthcare. But it's that distributed nature of the communities, the limited options for transport that are available. So I had the pleasure yesterday to go up to Saxavord at north of Shetland to visit the spaceport there, which involves 2 ferries once you're on the mainland at Sherry, of Shetland. So you go from Shetland to Yeld, from Yeld to Unst. And they cancelled my ferry on the way back, which means I had to catch the next one. So I nearly missed a flight back to Edinburgh. And while providing you with excuses why I couldn't be here to talk about the challenges of remote, by actually being subjected to the challenges of remote travel would have been good. It didn't do much good for my blood pressure either. But it's the ability of businesses and communities to exist and to thrive. It really does make the difference. For businesses, it's supply chain and connectivity. For communities, it's healthcare. For example, a lot is made about delivering medicines to these remote areas. But for example, one of the islands, the Wi-Fi router went down, and it didn't have an airstrip, but it only had a ferry. That ferry couldn't sail because the weather was bad. So they were without any medical capability for 2 weeks until the new router came. So it's practical and fundamental.
Yeah, really interesting. I guess you mentioned the PSO there as a sense. So maybe could you just kind of enlighten us a little bit as to PSO is what we know of today, and how might that kind of look in the with a connected advanced air mobility system? Is that any different, or I guess the economics of that are kind of important, right?
I think it has to be different. So a lot of the timetables are predicated on very practical things like getting teachers to schools. And so for businesses, the ability to, so if you had an electric aircraft with a different economic model, that you could fly smaller aircraft more often, that gives you flexibility that you don't currently have. It also means that you might be able to join network pairs that currently don't have connectivity. But also one of the challenges that a lot is made of the islands, quite rightly, but also if you want to get from the central belt from Glasgow to Edinburgh to the islands, it's an hour and a half in the air. If you want to get to the north coast, to Wick, to Thurso, to Ullapool, it's a 4.5-hour train or car journey. And that's even before you've got a queue of camper vans on North Coast 500 going around. So it's those littoral communities that could also benefit from aerial connections that don't currently exist.
And presumably there's a direct connectivity to the levelling up agenda or the improvement in GDP in those areas that are based on that improved connectivity.
Yeah, there's thriving industry sectors there. I mentioned the spaceport. There's the one in Shetland, the one in Sutherland. There's massive oil and gas, offshore renewables, aquaculture. They will not be able to work if they don't get the supply chain and the connectivity. So there is a direct correlation between connectivity and business.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Fern, we'll just move to you if that's okay. From your perspective, what social and economic challenges do you see that we're facing that advanced air mobility can help with?
Great. Well, firstly, thank you for sort of posing such an important question. I'm a strong believer that these socially oriented questions should be at the heart of innovation, and it's refreshing to have this conversation and to actually be able to sort of talk about this so far upstream of these technologies. In terms of the technologies that are being developed under the Future Flight Challenge banner, I'm just going to reflect a little bit from some of our initial social research that we've been undertaking to outline some of the sort of clear themes that are coming through in terms of social desirability. Now, one that I will mention a bit is one that Andrew's just talked about in terms of rural and remote connectivity. That's certainly one that comes up quite a bit in conversations about these new technologies. But I think the sort of primary one that people tend to latch onto and talk to most is the benefits for the sort of operation and delivery of our emergency services. So that could be in relation to healthcare provision, and obviously that does relate to connectivity in rural and remote communities. It could relate to natural disaster responses, search and rescue, or humanitarian aid. There is, I think, a clear and evident socially desirable aspect to improving those services. And if there is an option of a sort of more adaptable, cheaper and greener solution to these emergency or humanitarian needs, then that's something that's clearly going to get public support. However, that comes with a massive caveat. The sort of acceptance or support for those kind of uses is contingent. It's contingent on how else these technologies are going to be used. And there are some cases that people will marginally support and will potentially see the value too, and there are others that really are getting a bit of pushback already. So the first one I think that people can see as a sort of potential asset to society is that connectivity to remote or isolated communities. And as just been discussed, that's not just about connecting people A to B, that's actually about those communities thriving. It's about commercial, education and employment opportunities opening up where they don't currently exist. So that's a hugely important facet of this. There are huge opportunities to open up that kind of level of community growth across the country. There's, I think, clear sort of needs and support for increasing safety and speed for surveying and maintenance of critical infrastructure. Again, that might be in remote environments, it could be in risky environments, or it could be in spaces where there's, for various reasons, things have become cut off or disconnected. That could be, for example, if there's a natural disaster, or if there's a terrorist threat, or of those kind of issues. There's, I think, a case there that people can clearly see is important and is an important use of these technologies. The other one that actually I think is really, really interesting is it's not just about remote and isolated communities. There is, I think, a push coming through for regional connectivity that is UK-wide. So that's sort of regional travel within the UK. I think we're all aware the current provision of road and rail transport in the UK is constrained by geography in some places. So That could be mountains, it could be rivers, it could be other things, or in places it's actually constrained by the history of the development of those roads and rail infrastructures. And I think that we will see that there will be increasing sort of public demand potentially for that greater connectivity, as long as it's accessible to most people in a way that isn't seen to be too elitist. The areas where I think we'll probably see less widespread support are where there are already sufficient services in place, or where these kind of technologies won't really gain in terms of improvement that is both beneficial to society and the environment. So one that comes up quite a lot, and I'm sure that others would have mentioned this today already, is sort of questions about drone delivery to individual households. I think a big facet of the concerns being raised at this point is that it's not just about the practical implications of sort of crowded or congested skies, but concerns over things like job displacement. These kind of uses might be perceived as unjustifiable by publics in the UK, and they'll be unjustifiable in terms of the social, economic and environmental impacts and implications. So we need to counterbalance where there's benefits by really understanding where there are seen to be huge negatives, and that's not just for people using these services, but for the public and publics more broadly across the UK.
Great, thanks, Vernon. I know earlier on there was some discussion around noise and noise profile and the impact that could have on on social acceptance. And I guess with some of that, there's a bit of education that goes with it, but also there's a bit of recognition of some of those issues that might be there, and look for solutions to try to let's say kind of soften the blow of some of the negative ones. Is that something that you'd agree with?
I think the thing is we need to be really careful about sort of the sort of idea that we're sort of imposing things on publics. After all, and as was mentioned in the previous session, which I luckily heard of a part of, these technologies will need public investment in the infrastructure. This isn't just about sort of convincing people or selling an idea to people. These are stakeholders that are publicly investing in the infrastructures that will support these technologies. These are citizens, and we need to remember that facet as well. So it's not just about educating people or showcasing. It's about really recognising that we need to engage in community sort of stakeholder research and activity now. And that's not just about people who are in the local proximity to where these technologies are being tested. This is UK-wide. So because it isn't just about the people who will be directly impacted on in terms of noise, it's about the people who will be directly impacted on in terms of the cost to the public purse as well.
Okay, great. And how do you think we go about kind of maximising that potential, kind of going after those opportunities? How do you think, what are the practical next steps?
Oh, well, I think the key thing is really to maximise the potential. And I do think there are some real advantages to these technologies for the UK and for society. I think the key thing is that sort of connectivity and access to services. There's a huge opportunity in terms of the sort of new forms of transport, the routes that this will open up, the infrastructure that will potentially create jobs and opportunities across the UK. I think there will be sort of public support for the fact that this is potentially greener and more adaptable and potentially more accessible. But the key thing is accessibility. And I think that's the key thing we have to remember all the way through when thinking about maximising the potential of these technologies. And accessibility isn't just about physical accessibility, it's about socio-economic accessibility. There is a real concern, and we hear it quite a lot, we're all talking about it, this concern that these technologies will only be available to the extremely wealthy or the very well off. And whilst that's clearly a market to be exploited, there is clearly a market for elite services. It would be a real shame to miss the opportunity to benefit society more broadly. And it's not just a sort of a social concern, that's actually a commercial concern, because there is a market there to potentially be utilised, and that's a much larger opportunity. I think the key thing here is that we need to be really, really careful about social washing and greenwashing. We need to be aware that where we overhype some benefits, so for example, if we overhype one specific benefit that's a really quick win benefit, for example, healthcare service provision, you will potentially end up with pushback because people will potentially see that as social washing. So there's a sort of fine balance in the way that we might sort of promote or think about promoting these technologies. I think the key thing then really is that we need to sort of build in that sort of real robust sort of social research now. We need to sort of keep working with members of the industry across the sector to sort of engage them in that research and work together to sort of look at ways that we can best conduct that research. But I think we need to bring community-based voices and research into the fore right now. And that has to be real. It can't be just showcasing or taking people things and sort of adopting a sort of build it and they will come attitude. It's not, as I said, convincing or educating. It's about recognising that the public or publics, as we tend to think of, because there's no such thing as one public, they're key stakeholders, they are key investors, and they are key markets. And if we don't bring them on board now, it's going to fail. And we've seen that historically with other forms of tech, where there's been an overhyping of a potential benefit, and it's ended up with the entire thing being pushed back because people can see the negatives, and if you're not open and transparent about them, then they won't believe the benefits either.
Thanks for really insightful, and for what it's worth, I at least totally agree with that sentiment. Thanks. Well, Sunil, if we can come to you for a moment. Firstly, congratulations on the activity in Coventry in the last couple of months. Maybe we can start there by just sharing with the audience Air One and the vertiport situation in Coventry, but also as you talk about that, maybe touch on what were the main challenges and kind of risks associated with hosting the world's first vertiport.
It was an interesting challenge, but a challenge nevertheless very exciting challenge, because having a vertiport in the sort of centre of Coventry. Those who have visited Coventry's been very historic in its transportation. It's always been the leader in innovation. Frank Whittle's the jet engine was developed there, the bicycle was developed there. So for us, having this as a world's first was a challenge which was very exciting to be part of. One of the major challenges was public perception, as Ferns said, the public perception. Public perception, when I first muted the idea to my politician to say, look, we've been successful in this bid with Innovate UK to develop a vertiport within Coventry, and initially we were talking about taking it to on the outskirts of Coventry by Ricoh Arena. There's a car park, but that sort of was more rural, and we wanted to bring it more into the city. So we chose this site. It's a development piece of land, but it demonstrated the urban requirement of it to say it's right next to a very modern and up-to-date, recently opened railway station, a bus interchange, city centre 2 minutes away, and it was a car park that was built while the new railway station entrance was being developed. So there was a piece of land ready for us to develop. The challenge became, when I went to the politician, was, are you telling me you'll have drones flying around in Coventry with people's legs dangling outside? Not quite. Not quite was my answer to say, it is something different, but how do we engage with that, and how do we demonstrate? It was demonstrating that operability of, we feel, the missing link in transportation, because we've saturated our roads. My background is roads and traffic, but there is no more we can do on the roads. There is not a lot we can do in the skies, because the commercial flight paths are determined and everything. There is this gap between roads and high-end the commercial flights, where we needed to have that infrastructure, and I think you've covered it on that you have to have that robust infrastructure for the drones to operate safely and for public to accept it within a city environment. The challenges were, how do we get the city people to accept what we're developing? For the past 3 weeks, we've had over 12,000 people visiting the airport, and the perception changed very quickly, because as they walked towards the structure, it just looks like a tent. So the perception was it's just a tent. What difference is it? But those who have visited, I'm sure, had a different idea as they walked in, because it became a functional, and the perception changed very quickly, because as you walked in, it gave you an experience of an airport, because you had the beverages lounge, you had the duty-free lounge, and you had the departures lounge, you had a viewing area. So the public, as they walked in, felt as though they were walking into an airport. So that perception changed very quickly, that yes, this is something that could be accepted. But as they walked around and were introduced to the various types of drones that were operating from there, or that were on demonstration, including the passenger carrying drone, cargo carrying drone, medical supply carrying drones, and the police, the emergency services, were the biggest draw. And in again, one of the issues that was raised earlier is in how do we progress this in an incremental way. This is our after the sort of 3 weeks experience. If people are going to accept that the emergency services are going to save lives using this technology, they very quickly accepted it, because here you are able to put all the services, emergency services, in an environment where, rather than having 4 different vehicles going out to an incident, you've got a single drone going out, assessing what the situation is, and then actually doing a triage type of service, and then discharging the vehicle that is actually required, rather than sending out. But the public perception changed as they were leaving, because they said, we now get it. We know that this does work, this would work. And this was ranging from school children that were visited to 70-year-old pensioners. They could see the benefits, and as they walked out, they said, this works. The 70-year-olds were saying, we might not see the benefits, but our grandchildren will definitely see that. So that was the learning experience we had.
Well, it sounds really interesting. I guess you've touched on a few of the highlights and around the successes, but as you kind of think about those, what do you think the benefits that a vertiport, where it's located, I know there's it's movable and so on, but where it's located, can bring to Coventry, and maybe then the extension of that is, what can other cities learn about the experience that you are going through, and how can we kind of use that as a blueprint?
Again, the benefits for the city would be that, like I said, in our opinion, it's an incremental approach to how we introduce the operations of these drones. So in the first instance, how is it going to help us? We need to meet our net zero targets. It's been muted all throughout the day, that there are issues that we reduce our emissions, we reduce congestion on the streets, and we make sure that we reduce pollutions. How do we do that? There is not a lot more we can do. Pandemic is, if nothing else, has actually increased traffic on the roads, because people are expecting their deliveries via the Amazon, and the vehicles on the roads have increased. So how is this technology going to help us? Well, if we go into the next phase of the introduction of logistics, you have the logistics company who become effectively, as I call it, the hub, and then you have spokes that are dotted around the city. We talked about regional. This can then grow into the regional hubs and regional spokes, which then links into national hubs and national spokes. So that's where authorities have to now wake up to the idea that this is something that will actually help us deliver some of those targets that have been set by us. And we've gained the experience, and what we're saying is, look, we're happy to share that experience with you and that knowledge. And I think the other authorities have to come on board for this to actually take off, because I don't think that we can turn around and sit back and say, well, let the other authority take the lead and then we'll follow. We've all got to take the lead on this.
So if you were to give, what would your top 2 bits of advice to another, lead PM in another city be, if they were to come to you and ask what your experience was? What would your 2 top bits of advice be?
Two advices: get your politician on board first. Get them on board, because if you've got their support, because they're the people who actually are able to convince the general public, because at the end of the day, whatever development we do, it is for the end user, and the end user needs to be convincing. And don't be afraid of taking this challenge on, because this challenge will actually help you deliver the targets that have been set by the government to make sure that we meet our net zero targets.
Thanks, Anil. Really appreciate that. Julia, I'm going to switch to you. I guess we've got a broader kind of view, then honed in on urban, and I guess for you being, you know, a tiered OEM, established aviation history and so on, what are the opportunities that Thales has identified in air mobility?
I think from a Thales as a technology company, you look at the whole ecosystem, and we have a broad breadth of technology, and there is no single technology that will deliver it, the solution. So you've got to be able to integrate technology. You're looking at a very digital agenda. You've got the discussion about cybersecurity, but fundamentally you've got to have a system that makes it safe. And you're going to have use cases, as we've discussed, about connectivity, regional connectivity. You're going to have the emergency services. You're going to have surveillance for infrastructure, are all going to build confidence in that approach. And the challenge you've got is how quickly you can integrate this technology with a regulatory environment that's comfortable, with society accepting it, and a business case that means that it's sustainable. So the technology is there in very elements. It's how do you integrate it? And I think the challenge we're at the moment is where we are in certification. And so there's a lot of what I would call hidden cost at the moment so that you can get it to the whole environment, so that you've got something that's sustainable and is something that can be delivered locally, regionally or nationally. So that's really where the challenge is. I don't think, as I say, lots of good use cases, you're building confidence, you're building you know, trust in what is being developed. And you know, from a Thales perspective, the technology's evolved, but confidence in new mobility happening is much more confident than it was 2 or 3 years ago. You know, there's general consensus it's going to happen. Really, the question is when.
And I guess just coming back to a point that Vern made about you know, this not being the purview of the high net worth individuals, I guess the underlying cost base has got to be something that is laser focused. So how do you think we kind of address that, given the inherent cost of safety, inherent cost of certification?
I think you've got two things on technology. Generally, as a rule in aviation, technology, with a lot of the drive for efficiency, cost has been coming down over time. If you look at cost over the last 10 years, it's coming down. However, you've got new challenges. So you've got new challenges around certification. You've got new tools and techniques like AI coming in with a lot of the systems to make it process the data. And it's around certification. So there is also, you know, and we all talk about the big elephant in the room about modernisation of ATM and the digitisation of that. That's a huge change in culture, change in process, and moving from a 1950s system to a modern system. All that takes a lot of investment in by governments, by industry, just to make that achieve. And that's not necessarily an investment. It's an investment in an enabling ecosystem. It's not necessarily a investing in technology for an air vehicle. So there's a lot of what I would call hidden cost, which is behind those systems to ensure that you have a safe operation at the end of it.
And what's the route to kind of getting that down for air mobility itself?
I think
a scaling point, or is it a large scale? You know, there's some public policy.
I think what is proven in the innovation environment is the proof of concepts, the use of real use cases. The challenge is to take it forward in a much larger scale, so a very large demonstration, and to make it a sustainable demonstration, so you can actually challenge the economic model.
Okay.
So how do you run a UTM system? How do you offset your cost of certification? You know, how do you sustain that ecosystem going forward to do the operations? And it's doing that over time. But it's really, I would say, in the near term, it's about building confidence in that wider ecosystem. As I say, the technology is generally there. It's how do you integrate it?
And for Thales specifically, what are the kind of main areas of focus for you guys?
If you look at it, we have a very strong focus on integration between ATM, UTM, and that whole digital airspace management. There's a whole aspect around onboard drone technology, which addresses the detect and avoid challenges, electronic conspicuity challenges. And then there's a wider challenge about how do you also mitigate what I would call the negative perceived aspects. So things like wind farm mitigation is a real challenge, or as we call it, counter UAS, but protecting and stopping drones going from spaces where they shouldn't be going. So there's a wide spectrum of challenges, but you can generally group them in those sort of three areas.
Okay, really interesting. I want to open the floor for some questions. So I'm going to give the opportunity now, and I've got a couple more to ask. I see some hands up. Yep. Can we get some mics down here, please?
Hi. I'm from a telco mobile network operator. Are there any investments, if any, which you'd like to see from us to help accelerate Connected Skies?
Investment for telco operator. Do you want to take that, Julie?
Oh, yeah, well, that get me in happy space. I think if you look at going forward in technology, connectivity is going to be a fundamental aspect to control the wider ecosystem. So telcos in developing on terrestrial networks to broaden the coverage is really good. Investment in multi-data link solutions for AAM and for drones is really important. And also being part of the conversation about how it goes forward is really important, particularly in the standards and how we come up with a system that is applicable across the whole country is really good.
Maybe just to build on that, Julie, do you see that as a country-specific agenda, or do you think actually we need to make sure we get out of the UK bubble and think more broadly?
I think there's one of the debates at the moment is you've got regional different approaches to AAM, particularly North America, Europe, Australia's, and also the Far East. I think there is a desire to have standards. Communications is generally a leader in having standards. It likes standards. Other technologies are not coming with necessarily the same approach to standards. But if you just look at a UK bubble, it may be for the regional mobility and for inter-region travel, but really to make the economic case for the technology, you've got to be able to deploy it globally.
Okay.
For local authorities, we feel that, somewhere along the line, yes, it would be useful to understand, because currently the 5G bandwidth is muted as the savior of all, which we don't think it is, because somewhere along the line, the areas we've covered about cyber security, is there a point now where we now need to look at actually trying to find a dedicated bandwidth within that spectrum to allow for mobility? We're talking about mobility with autonomous vehicles, autonomous drone flights. Things are moving in autonomous way, but security-wise, we still haven't addressed that in its fullest, and for it to operate in an urban environment, I think we need to address that. So, yeah, investment and investigation into how we can do that by the telco operators would be brilliant.
And I guess that applies across cross-functional industries as well, right? Because we think about the electricity distribution networks that are required, and many other aspects are reliant on other industries enabling as well.
And it's got to be, it's what you're saying, that, is it UK specific? No, I think this particular sector now has to move into a global market, because we've got to have that standard, because we cannot operate as in UK, Europe, or America, or South Asia, or in any way. I think that we've got to come up with that standard, which is global.
Mm-hmm. Great. So a couple more hands up. There's one over here. In fact, two over here. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. Adam Wildham from NATS. I'm interested in listening today. There's been a lot of talk about collaboration. I'm interested ultimately in a sustainable business model. that we can kind of get beyond the future flight to actually these being real services that are operating and sustainable. And I wonder if you've got any thoughts on when collaboration starts to become commercial opportunities and actually the industry being driven forward by commercial enterprise and competition, and whether there's a tipping point where, as we're emerging through this, the kind of future nature of these services, when it actually tips and actually collaboration is no longer satisfactory to really drive a sustainable business model. And as a follow-on, to make things sustainable usually in the UK within the ATM industry as we know it today, we've had to collaborate across Europe and the world to develop systems that are economic enough. I know within Tellers you've got Coupans and those consortia. Within NATS we use a consortium of 7 ANSPs around Europe. So there's a kind of collaboration to start off with. There may be a switch into competition where we've got competing services to really drive it forward, but then ultimately to make it sustainable may be a need for future kind of consortium and link-ups to drive forward. So just wonder if on your thoughts on that, when those points are in the journey ahead.
For local authorities, and we are not the experts, as I said right at the offset. A year and a half ago, this is totally new, and most local authorities were in the same situation where this is a new sector, totally new, a new market that they want to understand, and that incremental stage I was talking about, where we're talking about commercial flights or passenger carrying flights, it's not imminent. The biggest target for us is at the moment to get the introduction of drones flying into areas. Once that acceptance comes in, the business model is always currently operating with other public transports. So is that the model that we look at? I think it could possibly work that way because you've got the train operators, you've got bus operators, they use that model. That's where the business model comes in. But what we don't want to now do is just give the licenses out for operations. It would be a consortium sort of a partnership where there is a gain. Commercially the operators are gaining, but local authorities need that revenue to sustain and to maintain that service, because at the moment that's where we're lacking. We don't get that funding back to keep that roads maintained. We're always looking, we're always shortfalling. Our revenues are cut, our capital costs are always cut. So that's where the future models would work as a consortium. But I think that once that acceptance of how we operate and once we sort of design what the routes are going to be, what are the flight paths, which areas is it impacting more, which cities is more operational, and that's an incremental learning stage. And I think people in this room are probably more who will be able to help us more, because authorities, local authorities, is new to them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, Andrew. Sorry.
Just so the sustainable in sustainable aviation test environment meant both environmentally and from a business sense. So how do you incentivize operators and airports to invest in infrastructure, in more expensive airplanes? If the business model is different for the operator, where do they monetize some of that operation? The same for the airports, that they've HIAL have invested significant amounts of money in electrical and hydrogen infrastructure. How do they get that money back? The business model is different. The operational model will be different. And so it brings in a wider policy discussion. So maybe it's tariffs, maybe it's legislation to force people to do things in the right way. But then we've seen examples of the way that kind of activity has backfired and had unintended consequences. So there's a significant modelling issue to be done around. Now that we're starting to get real world data, we can validate some of those models and understand what the consequences of certain actions could be. But I think it's none of this will work if the policy and business environment doesn't work.
And I guess that... Sorry, go ahead, Fern. Yes, please.
I just build on both of those points. I think one of the things that is important to remember is that some of the sort of social license, in essence, around these technologies is going to be based on that sort of public's confidence. And some of the initial things that we're finding is that there is a concern that if it was purely commercially driven, that this would be less desirable. So there's going to need to be collaboration around sort of aspects of the infrastructure that will need to be publicly subsidised or funded in some way. But there's also going to need to be a sort of sense of collaboration around regulation, operational sort of rollout, delivery, testing, scaling up, that will be important to sort of communicate more widely in order to build that public confidence. If it's seen as something that's purely about commercial gain, that's where you're probably likely to end up with some fairly significant pushback, as we have seen with other technologies that have been commercially driven, not publicly driven.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I could just say from my perspective, speaking to investors, I know there's many in the room who may be able to give their views on this, but we're hearing a lot about investors wanting to assure that the potential of the industry actually takes off, because that's when commercial gain really kicks in. So, and doing that on your own today is not going to happen. So I think there's a true understanding, both from a safety point of view, from a regulatory point of view, but from an ecosystem point of view as well, that is kind of almost a prerequisite. So it's quite interesting to hear some of those detailed perspectives, but that's what I'm kind of hearing from the investors. Really interesting. Lots more questions, which is great. There's one here just in the third row, please. And then we'll take one from Slido, and then there's a couple more back in the room again.
Thank you. This is Anna from Volocopter, and my question to our experts here are actually some thoughts I collected today. Actually, we are often talking about public acceptance, and I think we had a few conferences before talked about public excitement already, and exactly what I think you said before. It's about showing the publicity that it's like not dangerous, it's not noisy, and all of this, and I think to raise this excitement. And the other point which you said, yes, you have to get politicians on board. And we need politicians not only from a commercial view, but also that the public says, okay, politicians are doing this for the public. So we had Minister Robertson-Kurt talking this morning. And so when they're putting together their framework or their roadmap, or however you want to call these things, what would be your Christmas wishes? I would say, even if it's not Christmas yet, but yeah, what you would like to see in there.
Really good. Who wants to take that?
Local authority, sorry, Fran, and as a local authority perspective, if there was one thing that I would want to wish for Christmas, is getting the engagement really from the actual operators and see where we can take this next, because that public perception is a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge, and the past 3 weeks, if nothing has taught me, is if I've got them on board, the rest becomes easier. That'd be my wish, to demonstrate more demonstrations, more products that they can actually touch and feel, is how I see it.
And Fern, and then...
Yeah, I just want to push back a little bit on that idea that it's just about sort of, demonstrating that these aren't dangerous technologies. What we're talking about is a radical change to the way that not only that we transport ourselves and goods, but how we access services. This isn't just about saying this isn't dangerous, or this is, something that you can get excited about in a sort of sci-fi type way. This is about what kind of society our communities want to live in the future. You cannot sort of separate those two things out. So it's public excitement is just another way of rebranding. We need to educate the public so they accept it. Sorry to be so blunt, but as someone who's worked on public perceptions of STEM for quite a long time, we know that won't necessarily engender trust. What we need to have is transparency, open engagement, and a sort of a grown-up conversation and dialogue with publics across the UK, those who will be users and non-users, those who will be impacted on in sort of second, third, fourth-hand ways by these technologies, not just the people who are going to be operationally benefiting from them in the first instance, because as I said, these are citizens, they are the public investment that's needed for the infrastructure for this. And also as well, no disrespect to colleagues in the room who might work in local government, politicians are some of the least trusted members of society in their surveys.
That's why you need them on board.
we need to be really careful about tying this to a political agenda, because political agendas change, and we're talking about a long time scale for the scaling up and industrialisation of these technologies. If we tie it to a specific political agenda now, that political agenda may fall out of favour, should we say. That politician might fall out of favour. We are then tying technology to a specific, it will become like a sort of, you know, a bit of a white elephant. We need to be aware that we're talking about something that could greatly benefit society, and it needs to be something that has cross-party support. It needs to be something that has cross-community support, and tying it to a specific individual or political agenda is risky.
Thanks, Verna. For those that know me in the room, they know I love a good debate. So great. Thank you for that. Julia, do you want to build on that?
I would say, for my sort of on the Christmas list, knowing I come from a technology company, I'd like to see the discussion move on to the long-term economic model. And I know it's not economic in the sense of making it commercial, but how does, you know, build from what you've got at the moment of proof of concepts, and how do you make it a sustainable model for the whole ecosystem so that it actually can grow and can scale? And I think that's where I'd like to see the discussion move.
So that point is right on point, Julia, because I'm going to read out two questions, which are two sides of the same coin. One is, the likes of Uber and Deliveroo are yet to turn a profit. Why don't we don't have helicopters everywhere? How on earth will passenger eVTOLs be profitable? But before you answer that, there's a follow-on question, which is there a risk if we make UAM too affordable, we create highways in the sky? So two sides of the same coin, maybe, but what's your thoughts?
For me personally, I still have a real problem in visualizing lots of drones in the sky. I just, you know, deal with it all the time, but I just can't get my head around how they're all going to fit, given all the current users that are in the sky today. But you will naturally, from what we do in our modelling, you'll naturally evolve into corridors, just because as humans we like structure. So there is a general perception from our modelling that over time, if you add more, you'll come up with corridors or some structure, but it's still a challenge. And the real challenge in the short term, without scale, making a profit is going to be a challenge.
So I think I heard distributed, but not totally distributed.
No, but again, you know, what we haven't done, and this is something which literally, like I said, past year and a half has taught me, we've made mistakes in building our highways. As I said, you know, we've oversaturated our highways. We cannot build anymore, and we don't want to make the same mistakes when we actually build in the highways in skies. And the only way we can start doing that is, again, using that intelligence. We've got canals, we've got rivers that flow, and those paths link cities. Why are we not utilising those as flight paths, which takes the traffic away from the cities, but it actually connects the neighbouring cities, and you know, it's another way of probably having that connectivity between towns and cities.
Okay. Thanks, and I really like that idea. I think we've got time for probably a couple more questions. Is there one over here? There's one at the back, one over here, and then one last one on Slido. And we'll try not to keep you from your coffee break, although some shakes of the heads over there, don't do that. Yes.
Thanks. Speaking from a local authority perspective, outsider perspective, really. One of the I found this debate really valuable, and I think Fern's been right on the money about the points about perception. And one of the last points just made about how these how flying vehicles will ultimately form into corridors brings me right to the point, really. I've done a lot of work with the group of local authorities around an airport that's been expanded. There's a planning application, there's airspace change proposals, and the two don't touch, the two don't meet. So people want to know what's the noise impact of this new port or this airport expansion going to be, and they're told, well, in the planning process we can't tell you because that's an airspace matter. And when you talk to the airspace people, they say, oh, well, the volume of flights, the number of planes, that's controlled by planning. So, you know, the two just don't join up. And I think when we're looking at lots of new vertiports, we're going to get that same issue time and time again, unless these two systems, the land use planning system and the airspace management system, are brought much more closely into concert. I'd be interested to hear about the Coventry experience. You know, did those sorts of debates come up? Could the questions be answered? You know, did the planning application say where the drones were going to route to? What they'd be, you know, how often they'd be flying, how many a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we've got to find a better way of bringing these things together if we're going to develop a whole new series of airports, because it ain't the 1920s anymore. It's a different society.
And yes, planning applications and aviation authorities did come together, and was a challenge, still is a challenge, because again, you know, like you said, the two shall never twain before. All of a sudden, we've allowed for those flights to take place. We had to go to the aviation authority and say, you know, these are going to be flights, and we had to provide a full schedule of what the flights were, the times were, and at what height they were flying, and what the flight paths were. So the flight paths were determined. It was only a demonstration and very short flight paths, just for demonstration purposes only. But this is where we know that we have to work with the aviation authority. Local authorities previously worked in silo, aviation authorities worked in silo, but two shall have to work together to come up with these corridors.
Okay, great to know. We've got the big red clock in front of us that's counting down very quickly. So we'll come to one last audience question over here. And while the mic's going over, I'll look at Slido and ask one of the questions on Slido, which I think is very relevant. Will these modes of transport be accessible to those with disabilities? And I think this comes to the context of long-standing blood, sweat and tears to get PRM legislation in place in commercial aviation. Fern, do you mind me putting you on the spot? Do you have a view on this one?
I think that's a really good question, and again, a vitally important question. We've got to think of the dynamics of how different groups might use these technologies. And I obviously can't predict what will happen, but I am encouraged by what I see in the innovation ecosystem, that this is something that people are thinking about now. And I think that is one of the opportunities potentially, is as we all know that a lot of our road and rail infrastructure at the moment isn't very accessible to people with disabilities. So there is, I think, a hope here. I hope I will optimistically nurture that that's something that we can sort of build in and address throughout the sort of development of these technologies. But certainly from the conversations I've been in and some of the things that we've seen coming forward, this is something that is being thought about now. So that, I think, is, at least we're not retrofitting, we're building this in from the outset.
Brilliant, thank you. So last quick question.
Okay, yes, it is a quick question. Robert Bolam, Glyndŵr University. I'd like to ask Professor Ray, if possible, whether or what he thinks the greatest challenge facing aircraft electrical propulsion is.
Aircraft?
Electrical propulsion.
Weight.
Thank you.
Quick question, a quick answer. That is the headline of the thesis that sits there.
Aircraft design in a nutshell, isn't it? Weight.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, everyone. Really appreciate the panel's fantastic insights and the opportunity to have that discussion. Let's hand back. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you, Robbie. And the whole panel, it was a really insightful discussion. It was really great to hear. Particular thank you to the panel members. There are Andrew, Fern, Sunil and Julia. So next, you'll be pleased to know we've got a break. So we've got a break, I think, for 45 minutes. We will be back at 5:05. But importantly, during that break, we are hosting a speed networking session in the networking area. So that's for those who don't like going up to strangers and just introducing yourselves, but you still want to have the conversation. This will be coordinated. So do head upstairs, join the networking area, and you can take part in that speed networking session. And then please come back at 5:05 for Systems of Flight and Future Flight. Enjoy. Oh, lovely to meet you. It was really good. Yes, really good. No, it's great. Yeah, no, it's really. All right, see you later. Really good.
Just wanted to check.
I'm still on. They just turned it off.
So yeah, no, I'm still involved doing stuff on that digital twin rig. I'm trying to back to the
And what are you doing next then?
I have R&D.
So these as well?
Yes. So I think
I haven't seen it today. I've been directed
Oh, I'm not. What do you want me to say?
Just go.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please return to the auditorium, the next session is about to start. Thank you very much.
So obviously, David's Carol first. So just come out. We're gonna all come these. So you'll all be seated. So Rachel will introduce you. Then you can come up here if you want and introduce all the speakers. And then just tell them to take a seat, and then that's it. Right. And then David will be coming up here. He's online. Right. When you do the questions, just start with look there, and there'll be a clock there that. So if you just, it'll start counting down. Right. Okay. Right. So we have an hour. Back there, then Rachel. Not right now. That's fine. I'll just leave it there. Rachel will pick it up straight.
Still not sparkling. I think that's good.
Just realized that listening hard is very
It's crunchy.
Rehydrate.
Well, it's because we're downstairs
Right, welcome back everyone. We're now on the home run and we are going to be looking at how we build a systems of systems. And this section is going to be led by Daryl Swanson. So Daryl is director at Swanson Aviation Consultancy and he's established himself as a subject matter expert regarding electric aviation and how it will lead to a future of distributed aviation. So over to you, Daryl.
Right, lovely. Thank you very much, everybody. So, as I said, I'm Daryl Swanson. I'm a self-professed electric aviation evangelist. I've been called worse, so I gladly embrace that. So I'm going to invite my panel members here, and we're going to be talking about the systems of systems. And I think it's interesting looking at this panel because we really have a panel of two halves. We've got people in the drone industry building their systems of systems, and then we have people on the infrastructure side of the equation building their systems of systems. So we're going to invite up Hamad Jalani, director and co-founder of Apian. We were going to have Yog Patel from Blue Bear Systems, but she was unfortunately unavailable to attend. So Mike Gadd has gratefully agreed to step in. We have Andrew Chadwick from the Connected Places Catapult, Andy Clark from Costain, and then online, hopefully, we have David Hyde from the World Economic Forum. So if my panelists can join us up here, please. Right. Oh, Dave, there he is. David, did we not meet at the Sustainable Skies Summit at Farnborough six, 8 weeks ago?
We did. Yeah, good to be speaking again, Daryl.
Great. Okay, fantastic. Always nice to put a face to a name. And I think it's interesting that these days we are finally getting used to seeing people in that third dimension. So, David, first I'm going to ask you to give us a 2 or 3 minute introduction to yourself, the work that you're doing, and then we can do that across the rest of the panel, starting on my left and working across. So, David, please.
Sure. Thanks, Daryl. And thanks so much to Transport Catapult as well for inviting me to speak today. So I'm David Hyde. I lead the World Economic Forum's Advanced Aero Mobility and Alternative Propulsion work. And that sits under our Shaping the Future of Mobility platform. So for those that aren't familiar with the forum, we are the International Organization for Public-Private Cooperation. And the work we do in this space and in other spaces is all in support of our commitment to improving the state of the world. When it comes to advanced aerial mobility, the forum believes it really has the potential to enhance transportation options for people and for communities, especially by extending the economic opportunities that exist in cities and metropolitan regions to those communities that aren't currently served well by ground transportation. But for those benefits to be realized, we believe that AAM needs to be implemented in the right way. You just need to look at congestion, or for, I guess a good parallel here is a situation with helicopters, which are just seen as a nuisance a lot of the time, to see what happens when the potential negative implications of a new technology aren't properly planned for. The forum believes a really crucial part of making AAM a success is the role of local policymakers and putting in place policies that work for communities. And to that end, we recently launched our Cities and Regions Coalition to provide those local policymakers with tools to implement AAM in a way that does work for their communities. We launched that at the end of March. It has 6 founding cities, 2 from Europe, 3 from the US, and 1 from Brazil. And we're currently in the process of recruiting more. And all of these cities are ones that are really at the forefront of making AAM a reality. We look forward to working with these cities and their officials to understanding what effective policy looks like for advanced aero mobility, and helping them serve as a guide for other cities who wish to follow their lead in the future. So I'm excited to join this conversation, and especially to speak about the role that cities and local policymakers can play in helping make AAM a reality going forward. Thanks, Daryl.
Great, thank you very much. Andy.
Thanks, Daryl. Yeah, Andy Clark from Costain. I've been with Costain for 21 years, all in transportation, primarily with rail and highways, more recently with aviation. in integrated transport, some of my clients evolve around the local and devolved authorities and in the aviation market. So I've been helping local authorities with their transportation needs, helping them with urban development, and helping them sort of with what does the future of transportation look like for that end-to-end journey. And more recently in aviation, we've been helping the CPC and the ATI with looking at hydrogen infrastructure. What does the turnaround of a hydrogen aircraft look like for airports? What do the times look like, and could that be potentially on a par with Jet One aviation fuel to help the economics and make that commercially viable for them? So that's me. Thank you.
Great. Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my background is aviation. I started back with Hawker Siddeley Aviation, civil aircraft, military aircraft. About 1995, I poacher turned gamekeeper and joined the Civil Aviation Authority as a regulator in airworthiness, certification, safety assurance, and so forth. Spent some time with EASA and then came back to the CAA. And about 4 years ago, I jumped out of being a regulator back into industry. Now with Blue Bear, as a company, we deal with drones, and particularly the heart and brain of the drone, so the flight management systems, but also developing electric propulsion units of all sorts of sizes, right the way up to potentially for regional aircraft. And we have a program of work under the Future Flight Challenge, Project Heart. My colleagues will show you upstairs about how it all comes together, so with automation and integration to support regional air transport network with hydrogen, electric, and all of those good things to actually demonstrate what we've been talking about for the last day or so.
Brilliant. Andrew.
Yeah, hi. So good afternoon. My name is Andrew Chadwick. I'm with Connected Places Caspel. I'm the Aviation Technology Innovation Lead, so I look after our collaborative research and development programs in aviation. So that covers everything from our Drones Pathfinder Catalyst program, from the Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure program, which is looking at the transition to hydrogen and electric aircraft in our airports and airfields, and also all our Future Flight Challenge work. I suppose of interest of this, we recently published a drone port framework, a design and development framework document, which looked at it was a user's guide for the design and development of drone ports, which included the planning aspects and also things such as airspace and public perception. And part of that work, we're currently going through a mock planning application with a city in the UK for a drone port, so we can actually go through the process, and we'll be reporting on that soon. Thank you.
Hamad.
Hi, I'm Hamad. I'm a medical doctor by background and NHS clinical entrepreneur. I am also by background, I think it's worth saying, I don't have necessarily the experience or the years behind me like the good folk here on the stage with me, but I actually have an emotional background in that I'm actually originally from Afghanistan. And so I've spent the last 24 years questioning why we can use quite fantastic technology that are drones to deliver death and destruction, and why we can't instead use it here in the NHS for my patients and for our colleagues. And so for me, this comes at a time where I'm now considering actually jumping out of my medical career to lead my work as co-founder and medical director at Apian, where we are basically that API, that interface between the medical industry and the drone industry, helping to integrate this amazing technology from a physical and digital perspective into the NHS and the healthcare industry as a whole.
Great, thank you very much. And I see my timer has just been put on, so this is where I start to experience time dilation. And I'm going to ask my other panelists to see if they feel that same time dilation effect. We need the doctor here. Oh, we have one. Right. So when I was first asked to look at this session, the systems of systems, like I said, this is very much a panel of two halves. We have strong representation from the drone industry, and then we have other representation from the infrastructure side of it, and Andrew sits on both of that. And then of course we have the World Economic Forum represented here in aerospace and the drone side. So I was kind enough to be given these lovely notes, but I'm actually going to throw them away for the fact that it gives too much of an advantage to everybody. And there's been some really interesting conversations that have happened during the day that I want to weave into some of these things, so things like social washing. And I think I'm going to start with that actually, in terms of the drone delivery type equation, because Andrew and I have different opinions about the value of drone delivery? It's the medical versus MoCA, which gives us more utility. So the question is, in terms of the social washing versus feeding lazy, greedy, no, I can't say that word. Do we think that the use case is really there? Should we be promoting the social side in terms of delivery of medical and supplies, or are the commercial models that we have for delivering last mile of burgers and coffees a worthwhile thing for us to do in the space, and the systems that you need to deliver that? So kind of a curveball question to throw at you gentlemen.
Who's first?
Do you want to go first?
No, I'll let you go first.
Very nice of you. I think it's worth actually just first of all mentioning that the medical industry has learned a lot from the aviation industry. Our WHO the World Health Organization pre-surgical checklist that we all do before we operate on a single person is inspired by the checklist that pilots used so that they didn't get anything, didn't flick the wrong switch or forget a switch. A lot of medicine has been written in blood in the same way that the laws of aviation have been written in blood. Patient safety is absolutely paramount to us. I will not do anything unless I'm absolutely certain that this is right and safe for my patient. Same thing with the Civil Aviation Authority and aviation. So there's actually a lot of, while I come from a very different industry and background, there are themes and sentiments which run across. And so for me as a doctor, I look at the problems that we face within the NHS of logistics. The Isle of Wight was mentioned. We're in our 2-month TDA. We're about to fly the world's first drone delivery of chemotherapy in about 3 weeks' time from Portsmouth to the Isle of Wight, landing on the hospital helipad. And then soon after, for a quick follow-on, we're going to be doing the UK's first prescription delivery with a major pharmaceutical retailer. So for me, the use case is already there. It's already been in existence for many years. I'm actually here to say, come on, industry, we actually need you to get your act together, work with us. The economics are there.
Mm-hmm.
We've spoken to a big, I can't really say the name, but we've spoken to a very large medical devices company that wants us to transport urgent medical surgical items such as cranial stents and implantable cardiac defibrillators from warehouses to surgeons on demand. So those are worth 50 quid a pop, up to £50,000 a pop. So the economics actually are justifiable in medical senses when patient outcome is the priority and the cost goes out the window. So for us, yeah, absolutely, the use case is there and it's been in existence for a long time. And what's nice to see now is that everyone's starting to realize the value of medical cargo delivery, and they're shifting away, thank God, in my opinion, away from the military applications, and they're realizing the value in medical logistics. That's, for me, personally, something really good to see.
So you don't necessarily see any risk of social washing in terms of saying this is the use case to prove it out, and then other people come in.
There is an element of that, but actually I'm not going to complain because we need players to keep pushing this forward.
Yeah. Right. And on the other side, Andrew, we had a previous conversation about, and this has been an ongoing conversation actually between the two of us, whether or not there's enough utility in it for delivering an extra a coffee for an extra £5. And I agree, it's great because you get these fantastic demonstrations of technology. Could you maybe perhaps talk about that along with Mike and the systems that we have to put in place to make that work?
I mean the coffee delivery, I know everyone thinks it's quite funny, but it's quite a useful use case to explore. I mean, we've done a lot of work on different use cases. So on the medical side, so Project Caelus through Future Flight, we've been looking at medical deliveries as well, and there's a definite case there. But it's the key for the acceptance of drones and new technology is for things to fly. At the end of the day, 1 or 2 flights a year doesn't cut it and is not doing scalable operations. So whether it's delivering coffees, donuts, medical supplies, whether it's surveying bridges or anything like that, or roads, anything like that, then I think it's key that we do as much as that as we possibly can. As an industry, from a drone industry perspective, we should be flying every single day. Because if we do that, then people get used to it. Right. I think there's an expectation. It was interesting, the comments earlier. I think through the pandemic, there's been a lot of press around medical deliveries. And rather than being a public acceptance around that, I think there's now a public expectation that they will see more of that type of thing and similar sort of deliveries. So it's great, and there's a company in Ireland that are flying, and they're doing some great deliveries, and some really good data and interesting data that comes out of that, which actually reads across for other things. And I think if you can break the back of it by doing flying like that, you can demonstrate how you can do last mile deliveries for other things as well. So, whereas it might get knocked, I think the fact that the companies like that, and there's lots of companies who want to do that and to fly, is at the end of the day, this is what aviation is about. It's about the flying. And so
I think it's also worth adding that naturally, because of COVID and the CAA has prioritized medical use cases.
Yeah.
So you're inevitably going to get industry going, okay, what medical use cases can I do in order to get my drone in the air and get the flight hours and get the permission, right? That's fine. What's not fine is the way it's so fragmented and disjointed. And so one of the first things that Apian did as an organization, we were founded in 2020 at the height of the pandemic. We're quite young, but we've now partnered with 12 NHS trusts up and down the country, ranging from delivering chemotherapy to blood samples to even radioactive diagnostic materials for breast cancer in North Cumbria, for example. So we're looking at all of these items and we're going, okay, hang on a second. The NHS and the CAA need to sit down together and actually coordinate what's going on within the medical drone delivery space, because otherwise it's going to get out of hand from both an NHS perspective and a regulator perspective. So we've set up the NHS CAA sandbox. We're in the process of finalizing the contractual elements of that with the Civil Aviation Authority. And we're also helping to provide resources to the CAA from an NHS perspective to help them actually get through the paperwork and the application processes for healthcare-related drone activities. So one thing that's really important is to never complain about the CAA from a perspective of, oh, but they're not getting through our OSCs quick enough. Actually, the CAA are doing a fantastic job in a really resource-constrained environment, and that might be a bit of a bias for me being, I understand how it is to work in a resource-constrained environment with high pressure and high expectations and high demands. But I actually think the CAA have done a very, very good job.
Right, so sales job for the CAA. I was going to say never criticize the CAA because things just take longer. That's been my personal experience. Yeah. Wink, wink. Sorry, Mike. Draw you in on the conversation in terms of these systems that are going to be needed to deliver these two different use cases, because you're working closely at Blue Bear and also with Altitude Angel. Can you describe the systems that are being put in place and the work that you're doing to enable these use cases?
Sure. Just to recap on some of the things, the use case aspect, whether it's burritos and coffee or whether it's medical, those use cases provide the mechanism for the general public to understand what we can do.
Yeah.
I use my parents as a sounding board, and they basically say, I don't mind whether it comes by a drone or the postman on his bike. What I want is my parcel to be delivered on time. So we shouldn't get too hung up on that side of things, as long as we can be clear on the benefits that we're delivering. And therefore, the technology is very much about addressing the concerns that people might have, whether that is from a safety perspective, from the regulator, and their primary role to ensure, as Rick said earlier, that we are not going to cause harm to those people that are not involved. So it's all about how do we bring those technologies to do that, to demonstrate that they can be done to an adequate level. What is safe enough, how do we do that? How do we demonstrate that? And how do we do that demonstration in a repeatable, scalable, useful way? So all of these exercises, all of these trials, all of these examples help us learn how to do that and how to bring that at scale. So the technology is very much about scalability. How do we integrate it together? How do we make it become that end-to-end process? Mm-hmm. It's not like the delivery bit, whatever we're carrying, and I think I'll pinch a bit of Andrew's speech earlier. The system of system is, I want this from here to there, door to door. Mm-hmm. So there's a process of what have I got and how do I get it onto something, whether it's a bike or a drone.
Right.
And the drone does the little bit in the middle, and then it's going to be collected and moved along, whether that's on another vehicle or as a person. However it's done, that end-to-end seamlessness is what we have to prove we can do. That integration is from I want to I've got. And the drone is just one step in that journey.
Yeah. Okay, so if we were to try and measure the TRL of the system of systems to do these drone deliveries, where do you think we are? Like in terms of, if we were to just grade a 1 to 10 in terms of the ability to deliver the system, where do you think we are?
Are we talking about purely the flying machine or the end-to-end service?
We're system is a system here, so everything. If you had to average it all together, where would you think we are?
I'd certainly say we're beyond 6. Probably whether we've reached 7 in the classic TRL process is debatable.
Right.
You know, we've got the machines, they can fly, they can carry. The scale, we've seen everything from the small things right up to fairly significant flying machines. The integration of that, what they carry, into the systems that provide a package that goes into a drone. So somebody in a hospital can just go, I've got this to go there. I don't need to know about whether it's going by the courier in the white van or somebody's walking it across London or it's going on a drone. That part of the system is being developed and put together, but it's not quite there yet.
Right.
So that realistic environment that gets you to 7 and 8 is still being trialed and being exercised.
Okay, right. So David, I'm going to go to you because obviously you have a unique perspective in that you look at this from a global perspective. And I'm just curious on your opinion, where are we in terms of the systems of systems that need to be developed to enable either drone technology or the advanced air mobility system? Where is the UK in terms of the global marketplace? Are we ahead? Are we behind? What do we need to do to try and make sure that we are at the leading edge of it?
Thanks, Daryl. I just want to echo some of the comments that have been made already as well. I think when we're talking about the use cases for drones or advanced air mobility or the use of these new technologies, I think both customers and businesses are pretty good at going for the options that work best for them. I don't think we need to be saying that drones are always the answer or that using aerial technologies is the answer. What we need to do is make sure that actually we have the rules and regulations in place, that they're a viable option when they are indeed the best solution, be it for medical deliveries or consumer goods. I think when we look globally across the world, we see different cities and regions and different countries, for that matter, are at different stages. I don't think, despite all the hype, I don't think we're anywhere near seeing sort of widespread adoption of advanced air mobility or passenger transport for a few years, but coming online, we may start to see sort of the use cases where it does make sense, and some passengers will be willing to pay the premium once those vehicles are certified and approved for operation. When it comes to the UK, again, I think there's a real ambition within the UK, and you can see that by some of the events which have taken place recently, such as the opening of the world's first vertiport at Coventry, which I know was only a few weeks ago. The UK government and UK research organisations are very much at the forefront of thinking about how we do implement these in a systems of systems approach, and actually can have these services that offer real benefit for passengers or for users, customers, businesses, etc. I think what is really needed is sort of the understanding of, okay, so we have this technology, we have this potential that we know is there. How do we actually implement this in a way that does work for the use cases that exist? And that's part of what the World Economic Forum really wants to do with this coalition that we've established, is working with some of those cities and regions that are further out ahead of some of the others, helping them by giving them a space to really discuss this with their peers, understand what works and what doesn't, and ultimately have almost a toolkit, a framework that can be used by themselves, but also other cities and regions in the future to really advance these technologies and begin to make them a part of how we do business or how we move around cities and regions.
Great. I'm just kind of curious, do you have any understanding of how much money has been spent on delivering or building the systems needed for the drone delivery market? And maybe Mike or Andrew, is that anything that you're aware of? Because I know that there's lots of discussion within the AAM world about how much needs to go into either the infrastructure or the vehicles or airspace change processes or getting UTM, and there's lots of reports out there, but I'm less familiar with what the investment has been in the drone industry. And then we're going to move on to some infrastructure. I know you're very patient.
I think from a systems perspective, probably not very much, to be perfectly honest. It's very siloed. We seem to go back to the usual thing of, well, it's the aircraft, and then we try and do this with it, and we're doing that, and we deliver to somebody else. And it's So that thinking and the costing particularly, there's not been a great deal of, that I know of, that's been done on that, on actually looking at economic value and what that system will actually look like. I mean, I don't know from your perspective.
I would second that. Yeah, you can see lots of evidence of people looking at the aircraft or developing the UTM, whatever that might be. And you can see all of that, and there's lots of studies about the value of the total system. But the investment in terms of how do we get a robust, secure communication environment that this digitally connected set of aircraft are going to need, where is the investment in that? Little more difficult to find. All of this system of systems raises challenges of I'll put the regulator hat on, of the what happens if question. If they're all connected together using a digital framework, what happens if there is a cyber problem and every aircraft is now suddenly having to deal with an issue? So the investment in that bigger picture aspect that is going to drive the arguments of safety and assurance and trustworthiness, that for me is like the analogy I was given yesterday. We've built all these fantastic new vehicles, but we haven't figured out how to build a road yet. And it's sort of chicken and egg. And the missing link for me is where we are in that equation of balancing the infrastructure and the investment in providing that enabling capability so all these fantastic technology and machines can actually go do what we want them to. And you're right, I don't have a picture on how big the investment is in that particular arena.
David, is there anything that you've seen in the work that you've been doing, looking at it from a global perspective?
Not on that angle, Daryl. I think I would emphasize, I think a lot of the concentration and the focus to date has been on the vehicle or UTM that was mentioned. I'm not aware of anything specifically when it comes to that wider systems investment.
Right.
You ask an interesting question, obviously, about the cost. I have a question back to you. There's obviously a cost of doing this. What's the cost of not doing it?
Yeah.
And actually, the NHS is at its seams in terms of, we've never had longer waiting times, operations being cancelled because we don't have enough staff, we don't have enough equipment on site, cancer is backlogged. There's a huge cost to not doing this.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's a worthwhile investment putting as much time and energy into this.
So $10,000 a minute. That's a number that I was given by somebody who was looking at the cost in terms of additional medical treatments, interventions, for every minute of delay that an emergency worker can get to a scene. And this was in the US market, and you can understand why they would value it that way, because it's powered by insurance and insurance premiums more in particular. So I find that actually very, very interesting. Right, I'm going to switch tack. I'm suffering a bit of time dilation here, and Andy's been sitting here very, very patiently because there is the other system of systems which needs to be delivered, which is that which we need to deliver advanced air mobility. And of course, I mean both fixed-wing electric aircraft operations and eVTOL operations, all the ground infrastructure, all the airspace infrastructure, all those challenges. So this is probably going to be a bit more Andrew and Andy talking about that. So where do you think we are? If you had to put a TRL level on where we are with the systems to deliver it, where do you think we are?
Daryl, good question. Put it into context, so for today it's been fantastic in terms of understanding all the different component parts of delivering eVTOLs and the future of air mobility. What I think we're lacking as an industry is that overall systems architecture. What is the plan? What are the different component parts, the interdependencies, the dependencies? And we've talked a lot about the fantastic aircraft, the drones. We've talked fantastic about the airspace change. We've talked about we started to talk about vertiports. There's only one temporary vertiport at the moment. Where is the infrastructure? It doesn't exist. So, and I've got some big concerns that we talked earlier about the certification of the first eVTOL in 2024, 2025. Well, where's it going? I'm working with local authorities. vertiports are not even on the agenda, let alone on the in the planning phase. Planning could take 2 weeks. I mean, Andrew, you mentioned earlier that aviation airports are critical national infrastructure. That then puts it through a DCO route, which is even longer in terms of the planning. So I think we need to catch up. I think it's fantastic, the work that's been happening in the industry over the last 3 years. It's at pace, and the infrastructure doesn't go as fast. So I'm really worried that we need to do a lot of work as an industry coming together on the infrastructure. And it's not just the physical infrastructure. One thing we haven't talked about today is energy replenishment. What does that look like? How quick does it take to recharge some of these eVTOLs? Is it minutes, half an hour, 8 hours? And what is the demand on the network? And so we do really need to start looking at that architecture and bringing some of the systems together, and then as an industry coming together to really work out some of those challenges.
Andrew, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we've started looking at that. So part of the zero emission flight infrastructure project we're doing for Department for Transport has started looking at what that infrastructure will look like and how that fits in different sizes and shapes of airfields and airports. So I think we've got a good idea, particularly going into the next phase of the program, on what that will look like, and so we can provide help and guidance to airports and investors on what will be required and also when. But that's based obviously around airfields and the infrastructure that we currently have. If you're looking at eVTOLs and the urban air mobility, I think one thing that we haven't looked at is really how it fits in our places. I mean, the last few weeks in Coventry has been absolutely amazing to go there and see what Urban Airport, what Coventry City Council and all their partners have done is quite exceptional, actually. But the question it brings is then how does it fit into our places? So I mentioned earlier about bringing aviation to the people and where people are, but it's how that works, not just from a physical and from a digital perspective, but from a physiological perspective as well. And that's one thing that we haven't really started to look at, but I think that's quite important as well. So I think from the electric aircraft side of things, and even hydrogen, and we do have airfields already, and that might be the initial adopters are taking advantage of those facilities. Obviously, there's the requirement to charge, and we've done some work where we've shown that you can actually use sustainable solar power to charge electric aircraft. So we did that with Velis earlier this year, and we've done some fueling with hydrogen, so we can do that. But it's that aspect, again, of airports as energy hubs. So can they create their own energy, either using hydrogen or solar or whatever, which is sustainable, but also so they can use for their own facilities. So it's those aspects and the place and the people aspects of it as well, I guess.
Right. So we still have a lot of work.
I think so. Yeah.
Mike.
Can I just add that in Project Heart, which is looking at that regional transport network, I think everybody here would put their hand up if I said who travels, and we travel by looking at door to door, from home to wherever we're going.
Yeah.
And if we're on business, we're going to a hotel. So at the moment, that means stitching together how we want to get from home, maybe to the bus station or the railway, from the railway to the airport to somewhere else, and then back to where you need to stay. And they're all separate journeys by different facilities and different entities. And when you start to say we want multimodal, door-to-door, transport as an end environment, how do we start integrating those things? I lived in Germany with EASA for a while, and I quickly realized that the local bus company was owned by the local railway company. So when my flight was late, going in on a Sunday evening, I was confident that the last bus would wait at the station when I got off the delayed train, and I could get home. Yeah. Can we say that in the UK today? So for me, travel is about confidence that it will happen, and when it goes wrong, I can understand my options, and I have the ability to be looked after if necessary. If we don't start building in that level of integration, we don't have a multimodal integrated transport system. And so we have an aiming point that other countries are ahead of us already.
Right.
But we can learn from that and leapfrog as long as we set that ambition and we find a system of systems that allows us to do that.
Right. Taking that last point further, I think really, really well said. One of the advantages we have as the United Kingdom is that we have a universal healthcare system. So certain business models will work in this country for medical drone delivery that won't work in the United States because of competitive behavior between hospitals. And because we have this centralized healthcare system, it means that when you want to deliver something from Birmingham down to London as a medical device, if you can use drones as the trunk of that journey rather than just the last mile of that journey, you need to have that infrastructure in place and the highways in the sky. And we're working on this at Appian in partnership with NATS, actually. And the former head of R&D at NATS, Louisa Smith, joined us as head of aviation just in February. And we're now looking with NATS to create and design and create a NHS air grid, something we call a NAG. It's a rubbish acronym, but it will stick in your brain, I'm sure. But that NHS air grid definitely needs that system of systems integration work because things need to be multimodal. As a doctor, I couldn't care less how my cranial stent comes through the door. If it's come by a drone, great. If it's come by a donkey, I don't care, right? The point is it needs to get here on time. The doctor, the clinician, the nurse, the warehouse manager, the lab technician just needs to be able to take their phone out, type in something, punch a number, punch something on the screen, and know for sure that something is going to be delivered with an accurate ETA, because they need to provide that service and they can't delay the next operation. Because for every hour that an operating theatre isn't being used, £1,000 is going down the drain. So absolutely need that big picture vision.
Yeah, right. Okay. David, the work that you're doing with WF and looking to connect the cities, it strikes a chord with some of the work that I'm doing with NASA. We're doing a white paper, and one of the chapters that we're writing is about system planning, and we're trying to fuse traditional city planning techniques or concepts or ideas with airport planning concept and ideas. And some people will be familiar with the airport city concept or the Aerotropolis concept. And I'm trying to fuse that together into the Vertiport or Vertitropolis type thing. In the work that you're doing with cities, is that something relevant that needs to happen in terms of cities needing to change their thinking about advanced air mobility or drones in the delivery of the fabric of the city to make it work?
Absolutely, and planning is something that I've heard from all of the cities actually who are part of our coalition as something they want more guidance on, but also to try and have some harmonized approach between different cities, reflecting obviously the difference in planning laws and regulations between both cities and countries. I think that it sort of planning brings together, I think, lots of the points that have just been discussed in the last few minutes. So I think making this technology actually work for people is obviously a key part of what's going to have to be in that planning process. We don't want these big pieces of infrastructure potentially resulting in aircraft flying over people when those people don't actually get to benefit from themselves. So looking at the system holistically, how it fits within those wider transportation networks, so that if you are somebody who is going to be near a vertiport or is going to be overflown, the public acceptance is really going to be dependent on you actually seeing a benefit of these technologies for you and for the wider society. Again, when it comes to looking at the sustainability of these technologies, that's going to be a core part of the planning process. I think there's a belief, at least from the public, probably the people in the room here have a more sophisticated understanding. But the idea that just because these aircraft are electric doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be zero emission when you look at the whole system. So understanding how, when we're looking at infrastructure, can we ensure that the electricity is from a renewable source that is generated either at the airport, or there's technologies like battery swapping that can enable it to be charged with renewable electricity, even if there is no wind blowing or there's no sun out. And those questions relate obviously to the infrastructure side, but may also influence some of the design as well of these aircraft as well, and the technologies that they're going to adopt to ensure that we can ensure this is really sustainable across all the different levels of the supply chain.
Brilliant, thank you.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, please.
I think that's a fantastic point there, and I think we've actually got a great opportunity in the UK, listening to some of the conversations we had earlier with some of the air corridors that the South West are planning, and I know Cranfield's got an air corridor. There's opportunity for us to come together and sort of trial and test these ideas and test the new technologies and see how things work and integrate and in order to then help them with the future planning process, because this is new. especially for local authorities, if we want to go into the urban market, this is going to be new, and I know Coventry have done it. But as Coventry said earlier, 12,000 people have changed their mind because they physically touched it. We've got a great opportunity here to have a live test bed and then come together, test new technologies, fail fast if it's not working, bring in the stakeholders, and to help ease the future planning processes.
Great. So we're getting down to our last 12 and a half minutes or so, so I'm going to bring out my killer question. And this is a question that I've been expecting for a number of years at conferences that I've been at. And I've briefed some of you about it, but I haven't briefed the others, so this will be interesting. So a couple of weeks ago at the Sustainable Sky Summit, the big question was about SAFs versus hydrogen, and we need trillions invested in all that infrastructure to meet our obligations in that respect. Hundreds of millions, if not billions, are being invested in well, billions definitely, in vehicles and those systems, the UTM systems, and so we're building this massive investment portfolio that needs to be done to deliver it. So the killer question is, what happens to the advanced air mobility industry, and possibly even the drone delivery industry, when automation really takes hold in terms of the vehicles on the ground, so road and rail in particular? What happens when there is no congestion on the ground, and that you're seeing those futuristic views of cars zooming past each other without colliding, and our journeys become very predictable? What happens to the advanced air mobility business model? So, please.
Good question there, Dow. Well, actually, Costain part of the automated cars.
So you already know.
So we already know. Good thing on the congestion, though bad thing is that they will be sticking to the speed limit. So I think actually from a mobility point of view, so they won't be speeding anywhere. So from a mobility point of view, I think it's convenience, speed and convenience. People want to get to the destination A to B. There's going to be no new infrastructure for the roads or rail network. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity to show our green credentials in air mobility. So if you want to go from Newcastle to Liverpool, it's just to hop over the Pennines, and you haven't got to worry about going across the A66.
Mike?
Slightly different take. All right, so I looked at it and thought, with all of this automation, let's say the driverless cars or the drones, I have the ability to travel, right? So my priorities are going to be time and cost. Whilst I'm traveling, if I'm not driving, I can be productive, or I can relax. So my working day now starts to encompass while I'm traveling. That changes the economic model of industry. The challenge for aviation is the convenience versus cost versus security versus the pain, as opposed to getting in a driverless car that will just take me wherever I want to go with whatever comfort stops I want when I'm convenient. Because if I'm comfortable and I can stop when I like, the only thing that drives me is comfort and cost. So I think there's a massive opportunity to understand how the whole market is going to change and what that means in terms of the cost-benefit process for each of those sectors. If they don't get their aiming point right, it could really challenge some of the business cases that we're hearing about.
Well, maybe the question should have been the bladder factor, because it is a real thing. Andrew?
Yeah, it's interesting because we still haven't spoken about even if we had automated cars and everything else, we've still got the same infrastructure, so nothing's going to change. You still can't travel from Norwich to Manchester in a straight line, it's just an example. So if you want to go east to west or west to east, I mean, good luck. I mean, that's never going to happen in a car. So you still got that same problem. That doesn't, So I think it's looking at it as an entire ecosystem of transportation itself. So you can't just say cars and trains and the aircraft stuff is, that's fine. It's everything as joined together, and that's what it's about. And I was talking about earlier, it's integrated and connected, and I think that's what's key, is to have that integrated transportation system which has all those different modes. So you do, if you have a journey, it's the Carson effect.
Yeah.
Okay. So Lord Grantham says, I'm going to York in the morning, and he goes to York in the morning. It just happens because of Carson. And that's what we're talking about. And apologies for a really rubbish analogy, but that's what it's about. Is, you know, I want to go to York tomorrow, and it happens. You don't care how.
Hamid.
Yeah, to echo that point, exactly right. APN's dream is to be able to have an integrated supply chain where drones play a important but not the only part. And we're working with NHS Supply Chain actually to look at how we could take stock of where their warehouses are up and down the country, where the critical pain points are, and how drones can play a role in that. Whether that's the movement of chemotherapy from Baxter in Oxford into northwest London, to reduce the time it takes for that chemotherapy to arrive, or whether it's actually resupplying automatically warehouses because everything is now an automated system. Because if by that point in the future we've got autonomous vehicles, I would say we've also got fully automated drone delivery. And so actually what we want is a vision where supply chain is completely automated, humans are out of the loop, it's all done based on forecasting and demand within the NHS, it's a data-driven play. So actually I would say bring it, yeah, let's have your autonomous vehicles, come on.
David, your thoughts?
I think a lot of it's already been said, Daryl, but I think regardless of the advances we see in technologies for ground transportation, there is still going to be that demand for aviation at certain distances where it's more convenient, it's quicker for passengers. And I think, again, what will determine that will be how this is actually implemented within cities and regions. So making sure that the infrastructure, for instance, the vertiports, are easily accessible and integrated with other transportation options will make it a convenient option for certain types of journeys. And I think one thing for the industry that we'll also have to think about is actually what are the operations of these vehicles. If people are only traveling 50 or 100 miles, their appetite for traveling 10, 20 miles to a vertiport or going through lengthy security lines is not going to be there. And I think how actually people fly on this and experience this in their everyday travels is really going to determine the use cases for which aviation or advanced aero mobility may be more desirable than, as you said, just sit in a fully automated car.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, we're going to take a few questions. We have a couple of questions from the audience. So I've got these great big lights in my eyes. Any hands? Any volunteers, victims? Oh, we got one at the back here, please. First victim. Volunteer. Question.
Fascinating conference. Very focused on technology and systems. I come from the creative industries, and one of the things I note is that many technologies are played with first, whether it's gunpowder or a steam engine goes around in a circle. And I often wonder whether the displays that China and others have of drones in the sky is one way to get the public on side and assimilate the technology into society. Any comments on the creative uses of drones as a part of this agenda?
Yeah, sure. So Intel, and there's other companies as well, so I'm not just promoting them. They do a lot of drone displays, so rather than replacing actually firework displays, so they use drones for that type of event. So there's a lot of that around. So that's one potential, yeah.
Good for the environment.
It's good for the environment. You could also use drones jointly as a screen.
Don't give ideas to McDonald's, they'll be putting that in the night skies.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Because they deliver their
other fast food is available.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Does that answer the question for you? Is that the... Who's got the microphone?
Yeah, I think so. Basically, I think just more thought needs to be given to a more holistic perspective on the whole matter of technology and drones and flight. Sure. The whole aesthetic side, it may seem trivial and everything, but we like to enjoy life and we like to experience things positively when we go through airports, etc.
Sure.
And there's more than just utility and flows and technology involved in that. There's an emotional element.
Absolutely. It's that concept of airports as places and so how that works. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. The airports as places or vertiports as places, and I think that we need to change our construct about the way that we view the system and the way that we travel through the system. I'm reading a book, Transport for Humans, which is very interesting, looking at the way that we use behavioral approaches to why we make our decisions, how we make our decisions, and how we as transport planners actually do it. I'm going to take one question here. So what are the greatest challenges with certifying the evolving systems of systems? Has the new approach eased the process? So I think we're developing these systems of systems. The question is the regulator actually keeping up to speed with that? Because we have new IT systems that are having to be certified. We have proof of the communications systems. Are the regulators up to speed with doing that? Mike seems to be chomping at the bit here.
Well, as an ex-regulator, I know where it was when I was there 4 years ago, and I continue to engage with EASA and ICAO and so forth. And yeah, the regulator knows its place in terms of the aviation domain. Mm-hmm. So what it's doing in terms of the system of systems that is an aircraft. But when that system then extends to the communication system that may be provided by a telco or a satellite company, that's outside the aviation domain. That's an area that is new to them. How do they assure the data comms and the security of that service that is providing potentially a safety critical function within the system of systems? And so there are still major elements we can see that where the air gaps that currently provide safety or security need to be connected and need to be assured in some way. And there are very few regulators that are engaged in active conversations that I'm aware of as to how they can rely on each other and share that responsibility. Particularly when you start saying that whole holistic end-to-end piece, that has to come together to say we're confident and we trust this system is safe and secure and blah, blah. I'm not sure that conversation is complete yet, and that means there are gaps in our knowledge and there are gaps in what we need to achieve.
Brilliant. Andy, what are the questions that your clients are asking right now, your airport clients? What are they asking about this? Are they really aware of what's going on in this space? Because I'm a board member of the British Aviation Group, and even that group is just getting up to speed. Are you seeing that?
Less so on eVTOLs, very much so though on sustainable aviation fuel, on hydrogen, on electric flight. They're very keen to look at what are the alternatives to help them decarbonise the aviation industry.
Right, okay. Right, so we're on our last 40 seconds, so I'm going to say thank you very much to our panels. So we have David, you're online with WEF, Andy, Mike, Andrew, and Hamed. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Darryl.
Thank you, Daryl, very much for guiding us through that whole discussion about building a system of systems. So we've now got our final session. This is really looking at considering some alternative perspectives on future flight. So we've got a couple of guests. We've got Kata Cherub, who's joining us on stage, and we've got one guest who's joining us from the US, Max Frenkel. But first of all, talking about Kata, she leads the ICF's global aviation team, and she's a leading expert in global aviation. So we're going to have a chat, sitting here, I think, in an appropriate position. Where should we sit? There you go. I'll sit over here. So we're not completely close to each other. But we're going to just have a bit of a chat. And first of all, it'd be great just to hear from you a bit about your role, about the company, what you do on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, I must say what a pleasure it is to have a ladies panel, though there's only two of us. It's nice to see some other fellow ladies. So just a very brief introduction. I work for a company called ICF. We're an advisory agency firm, about 8,000 strong, and our stated mission is to build a more prosperous and resilient world for all. And that really informs the type of work that we do, which is essentially focusing on particularly complex economic, social, environmental issues, including transportation, but also including healthcare, education, climate change, and disaster management, and so on. So the way we do this is we bring together people, often with PhDs and very deep domain expertise, and combine them with those with a more functional cross-cutting expertise, whether that's strategy, communications, economics like mine, or something along those lines. So we bring that together, and it means we get to work on really interesting projects which are relevant to this conference. For example, we're working with EASA and have been for the last couple of years on developing environmental labeling for aircraft and flights and airlines. So really understanding the full life cycle impact from manufacturing to use phase to dismantling, recycling, and so on, and importantly, communicating that to investors or the traveling public. We also, on the SAF side, and I think we'll talk about that, it was mentioned previously, this is a really technical area. So we have chemical engineers, aerospace engineers who are doing technical due diligence, but then also we work with industry to pair up with the SAF producers, for example, and do the financial due diligence as well as the technical due diligence to help move the industry forward, because we really recognize that decarbonizing aviation is absolutely essential to the future of this industry that we care deeply about and which has so much economic and social benefit, whilst also we have to recognize that there is an environmental impact that we have to take responsibility for. So that's sort of, it's a real mixed bag of work. It's fascinating stuff. And I think you're going to ask me some sort of somewhat left field questions, which plays into your alternative perspectives. But hopefully I'll try and make sense of it as to why I think it's relevant to this very technical audience, which I'm inspired by.
No, it's great. And just to say, we will be opening this up to the audience as well, both online and here as well. So do keep those questions in your brain, and we'll have the roving mic shortly. But the first question I do really want to ask you is about sustainable aviation. So you talked about sustainable aviation, but how can we encourage this without impacting the tourism industry?
Yes, and you're probably going, what? Well, how does tourism fit into this? And just sort of for context, just to set the scene, travel and tourism is acknowledged by many people to be the world's largest industry, supporting 1 in 10 jobs. Importantly, linking to aviation, about 70% of all flights are for leisure globally, so we already have that connection. People travel visiting friends and family or to go on holiday. That's a very, very large proportion of the flying demand. And then so all of us will have seen in the news the policies, the stated policies about how making aviation more sustainable might include some policy levers which, at least on paper, are probably going to be quite damaging to tourism. I mean, if you think taxing things more, suppressing demand more, the tourism industry is rightly concerned. But the same way that we are having this conversation in an aviation mobility context, there are the same conversations happening in hotel conferences, in travel and tourism, in cruise. So the commitments around net zero and decarbonisation are pretty universal. And what I'm really encouraged by, sitting across these different industries, is that the conversations are starting to converge. So whilst on paper there is, and I think we'd be naive to suggest that you can push through more expensive technologies, investments in infrastructure, increasing fuel costs without having an impact on prices, which, being an economist, and you don't have to be an economist to understand this, prices go up, demand can go down. What we're also seeing, and I think this is probably potentially a more interesting angle on this tourism, sustainable aviation question, is flipping it the other way. Because we all know that aviation is, previous panel notwithstanding, most people fly in order to get somewhere, not because it's fun. So if we think what is actually driving the demand for aviation, if we think that's what's driving the demand for travel and tourism, then what we see is actually we're already seeing changes in demand. And what I often think about is the next generation. So generation Gen Z, the American way of saying it, and these are the travelers of the future. And if we look at what they are saying about their travel demands, I think that's what we need to be planning for. And a couple of stats that I've read recently, for example, 43% of Gen Z have said they would gladly give up flying because of their high levels of climate anxiety, their awareness of environmental issues, the trade-offs that they are fully aware of. So if you think, well, if that's what's happening to demand, which then leads to tourism activity, which then results in aviation demand, then you start to see that the causality goes both ways. So yes, there could be risks for tourism, but I think as we might hopefully get to, there are also opportunities for this, and then I'll link it to the electric aviation and see how that can be a part of it.
Yeah, so you've talked a bit about the challenges, so it'd be great for you to just kind of identify what you think the challenges and the opportunities. We talked earlier about how I think every challenge creates an opportunity, what those opportunities are for the tourism industry in the future.
So and I think a theme that is common, a term that's overused, but I think in this context in particular is very appropriate, is this idea of collaborating, but collaborating on quite a deep level in terms of having a sense of shared ownership. And it's been mentioned a couple of times, the people who are making the policies, the people who are running the businesses are also the people who are taking part in the holidays and the business travel. So I think we have to recognize that there is fundamentally, we are the same people, it might not be the same individuals, and therefore there is a real opportunity to shape this shared ownership of taking ownership of climate impact. And what I mean by that and what I see already is that across tourism, just as an example, we're starting to see climate neutral hotels and schemes where there is, if you're happy to pay for it, even if you don't need to pay for it, it helps to contribute and raise awareness for the impact that you're having. Some of it is just easing your guilt and justifying why you might want to travel. But what I see real opportunity for and starting to emerge already is this idea as a traveler, I have more information, I can take ownership for my action, I can send a signal to the industry that this is what I expect, this is what I want to have. So a personal example, ICF since 2006 has been climate neutral. We offset all of our business travel. And since I've been in this space and have become more and more aware of how important it is to invest in R&D, I offset all of my personal travel too. And it's, yes, there's a cost, but if I actually believe in this and we see that the money, if put in the right places, is having a positive impact, then I think that's where we will start to see the change. And I think the UK is in a fantastic place for this, because we've got the innovation, we've got the technologies, and compared to the global scale, we have the incomes, we have the wealth. So it is absolutely the wealthy countries and the wealthier individuals who need to be making these investments, paving the way, proving the concepts, so that then the rest of the world can benefit from that, scale it up, and have that larger impact that I think it can have.
No, that's really good and interesting to hear your perspective on that. So the final one from me is really about sustainable aviation fuels, which we have touched on during the day, but it's, what your view is on how the value and benefits of SAF can actually be kind of maximised.
Yes, and I only joined after lunch, so apologies if this was a larger factor earlier today. It's a topic that's close to my heart because I really see the mismatch in understanding across policymakers, investors, airlines, producers, and the public on what SAF is. And without dumbing it down too far, I think it is important to just level set on sustainable aviation fuels. I think the main things to just reiterate is that it is already available, it is being produced at tiny volumes, 0.01%, 1%. So it is very small, but it is already proven. There are 7 approved pathways. It's a drop-in fuel. You can put it in your aircraft. There are test flights. There's been a lot of talk recently about the 100% SAF transatlantic challenge. We're making good progress, but I think it's very important. This is already here. And that, I think, helps to explain what I see as the value of sustainable aviation fuels on this journey of decarbonisation towards 2050. Because zero aviation flying is what we're aiming for. That's the prize. That's where we want to be going. And there's great progress. And it's been so encouraging to see what's going on at this event. But we also have to recognise that the aircraft that are currently going through certification are small, have limited range. even by the most optimistic forecast, zero aviation flights will not be anywhere near commercial application until the mid-2030s. And even then, they won't take me to Sydney, they won't take me to New York. The wide-body aircraft are not going to be zero aviation anytime soon. Hopefully we'll get there, and I remain very optimistic. But what that means is that the value from SAF is that it is available, it can be used. And if you think about what we're trying to get to in terms of, say, net zero by 2050, we can't keep growing until 2049 and then expect to suddenly go to zero. So SAF is part of the solution. It has generally a very beneficial full life cycle impact. It's not obviously zero emissions. So then what the benefits are, for example, for the UK, and I think the reason I feel very strongly that we must have the right policies in place to accelerate the uptake of SAF is that first of all, there's the environmental, which is often talked about. We shouldn't kid ourselves and the concept of sort of greenwashing or social washing. The fact that it's got sustainable in the name doesn't necessarily mean it's always very sustainable. So I think that there is a real need for transparency. But on a life cycle basis, fuels that are certified as sustainable do have a benefit of somewhere between -40 to -90% relative to fossil fuel drop-in Jet A1. There is also, and I think these are the softer benefits, but I think are important. One is around energy security, which in the current climate is increasingly significant. So sustainable fuels can be made from a whole range of feedstocks, and you've got plants already in the UK in development using landfill waste, used cooking oils, agricultural residues. You can make it from lots of things, and every country in the world can make this fuel. And then related to that are the employment opportunities. So rather than importing, and this is the case and the value will be different to different countries, but every country has the potential to have its own SAF industry, to repurpose existing refineries, to create new industries for this. And that can serve both as a stopgap until we get zero aviation technologies, but also in some markets as the only solution for the foreseeable future. And then in terms of how to maximize that, I mean, I won't go into the policies, but policy is absolutely essential to this, because we are still, as with other areas, in a chicken and egg situation that the cost of production is out of line with the ability for many to pay. So there is definitely a role there for policies.
Thank you so much, Kata. So I want to open it up to the audience, and we've got a question here, one at the back and one here. If you come down here, and then we take the one at the back.
Have you found that there's any particular trend in the uptake of SAF and sustainable fuels in general, and those sustainable solutions? For example, are you seeing that it's more prevalent in circumstances where you have maybe more rural, less connected areas where it's maybe not as well developed, so not kind of central London and so on, but places that I know that are dealing with it, like Inverness and so on and so forth? Are you seeing any major trends along that line?
That's a good question. The economics of SAF at the moment explain why there is so little of it, and 90% of the sustainable aviation fuel that is produced and taken up is from California right now. And the main reason for that is the policy context. The LCFS, the various incentives, tax breaks, really help to close the gap between the cost of production and the cost of usage. The economics start to change when you factor in the value of, for example, job creation, using wastes as your feedstocks. And I'm very encouraged that as these new technologies, and these are really innovative technologies, these are first-of-a-kind demonstrator refineries, as they get proven out, and we see that there are dozens, if not into the hundreds, plants planned over the next decade, it will start to take up, and we'll need those, that we will need that many, that will start to change. But for now, really, the take-up is guided by where is it available and who can afford it. That's really what it comes down to as we sit here today.
Thank you.
Okay, there's another question at the back.
Hi, Kata. Thanks for your insights so far. You touched upon carbon offsetting for both your personal life and also your firm. How can we scale that for the wider tourism industry? Because I know that sort of airlines at the moment offer options for customers to offset parts of their journey or parts of their flights, but how is that realistic, and how does that sort of not put a strain on demand and increase cost for customers, especially when there's a time where sort of oil prices are going up and the cost of travelling is increasing at the moment? And secondly, what's the how do you see airports and mixed uses of spaces bringing together carbon offsetting technology as a whole to sort of answer that question and negate that part?
I'm going to try and keep this brief because I see that that's gone red and I could talk about this for an hour. I'm very happy to talk about this later on. So the first point, you're absolutely right. The option through airlines and travel companies to offset your own travel has been around for quite a while. And the numbers are frankly embarrassing. The number of people who actually click on that box, would you like to pay Ryanair an extra £5? Nobody wants to pay Ryanair an extra £5. There's a real credibility problem there. And so for the record, I also don't, but what I do is I go to a company or an organization that I trust and I see the work and I offset separately because I've done my reading and that's what I do. So I think I don't think you can mandate it because then it will have an unintended consequence of putting the price on perhaps those who are not best placed to bear the price of that. So I am personally, this is not an ICF view, in support of the more progressive ways of paying for these extra offsets or whatever you want to do, whether it's reinvesting into the industry or however you want to do it. I'm not in favor of sort of generally just taxing aviation because it doesn't go back into reinvesting into R&D. It disproportionately impacts those on the lowest incomes. So I think as a tool, that blanket approach is not going to support that. There are other ways of doing it, and the currently discussed frequent flyer levy is interesting as a possible way of doing it. But yeah, we also just have to recognize that if we want to pay for the externalities of this travel, we have to pay for the externalities. We can't just say, in theory, this is a good idea, but then we don't actually want to see it through. And I think what I would just come back to as a last point is that people shouldn't be scared that demand is just going to disappear. There is so much demand for travel, and if the last 2 years have taught us anything, people placed huge amount of value on it, and the value of connectivity for social or economic reasons is beyond dispute. But if you do put a little bit of extra price to then speed up the decarbonisation that has to happen, then I think that should be talked about as adults and as grown-ups. We shouldn't just say, oh no, you can't have anything. We can recognise that we can take global aviation demand is going to treble by 2050. If we worry about losing 5-10%, that's not going to get us anywhere. So I'll leave it there.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kata. Let's thank Kata as you leave the stage, and we'll move on to Max. Let's give her a round of applause. Right, our final person joining us this afternoon should be joining us from the US if the technology works. Yes, he's here. Hi, Max. Good to have you with us.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Apologies I couldn't be there in person today.
No, that's fine. Just a bit of an intro about yourself. So you're Policy and Government Affairs Lead for Joby Aviation, and you work with policymakers around the world advocating for Joby's legislative and regulatory priorities. And prior to that, you served as the Director for Unmanned and Emerging Aviation Technologies. So a very huge welcome to you. I think we're going to kick off showing a video, and then I'm going to ask you a few questions. And again, we should have time for questions from the floor as well.
Great, sounds good.
Great, thank you. So it'd be great if you could just do a bit of an intro to yourself and just tell us a bit about the work that you've been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me and inviting me to share a little bit of Joby's story. So Joby was founded in 2009 in Santa Cruz, California, with really the vision of bringing sustainable flight in an accessible, affordable way to the masses. And I think what you just saw in that amazing video is a demonstration of our noise profile, which I'd be happy to talk through. And we actually just released some data of some validation tests we did with NASA last summer that showed that we are 45.2 decibels at 500 meters and 100 knots, and about 65 decibels at 100 meters. So it's really impressive what you can do when you can prioritize noise, which is really a fundamental look at how electric propulsion can redesign aircraft. And so from the Joby perspective, we're on track to bring our service into commercial operations in 2024 in the United States, and happy to talk through some of the things we're looking at in the UK. And we're really excited about what we're able to do to bring kind of electric, affordable, sustainable transportation out to the masses, and again, in the next few years. So it's a really exciting time for us at Joby, and we're working hard with regulators in the US and around the world, and specifically in the UK, to bring our product to market.
No, that's great. And can you just give us a bit more of an update on your path to certification and actually getting to initial operations?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. And as you can imagine, we work really closely with regulators around the world every day on the certification. So if we take a step back, we began engaging with the FAA informally in 2015. And through those informal engagements, we became ready to apply for formal type certification in 2018. And since that time, we've really been working hard. We've been flying a full-scale aircraft since 2017 on our current generation since 2019, and now have kind of a second aircraft as well, looking to bring online our production prototype later this year, and then ultimately work with the FAA to be type certified by, as I mentioned, and commercially operational in 2024. The other piece of that as well is in the US, we're working to become the commercial air operator as well, or the Part 135. We've announced that we're on track to have that completed by, call it, the middle or the later half of this year. And we're really excited about the work we're doing there. So we're kind of full steam ahead now on certification and initial operations. And the way we've designed the airplane is utilizing the revamp, what's called Part 23, that came into the US in 2016. And what this has done is really allowed us to leverage 10 years of hard work from the FAA to build upon that and put an aircraft through the Part 23 process. And again, on track to bring that out to the market in 2024.
And obviously you're out in the US, but I think you're starting to do some work in the UK or starting to engage in the UK market. It'd be great to hear a bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're really excited about all the amazing work happening in the UK around zero emissions aviation, as well as in the kind of advanced air mobility space that we're a part of. And we've really been focused in engagement there for the last year or so. And I think in March at the Global Urban Air Summit at Farnborough Air Show, we were able to announce a few things. And what we were able to announce is that we actually have stood up a UK entity. So we have a formal UK entity on the books now. We're engaged with the UK CAA on finding a path to validation of our aircraft. And we're really excited about the amazing work going on with the UK CAA. We're also engaged with NATS, the air traffic provider, to find a path to operations for our aircraft. And then lastly, we joined ADS UK. So I think what we've really tried to do is kind of tie into the areas that are necessary so that we can work to bring our product across the pond, so to speak, and into the UK. So really exciting about all the amazing work going on in the UK. And I think, as we just heard on the last speaker, the amazing things that are happening on an aviation sustainability front. Our CEO, Joben, was fortunate enough to spend some time at the Whittle Laboratory when Prince Charles was there to talk about aviation sustainability about a month ago. And I think just really, really impressed with all the amazing thought leadership coming out of the UK on aviation sustainability, and happy to be a small part of that.
Yeah, that's great. Before I ask any more questions, I just want to open it up to the floor or those online as well. I'm more than happy to take questions online. So any questions at all for Max? It's really hard to see up here in this angle. We've got one question coming.
Hey, Max. Yeah, there we go. Just want to ask you about what you see the biggest challenges about moving into a market that we've heard a lot about today, where human beings are going to be transported in these aircraft and how they may feel about new entrants to the market?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great question. As you can imagine, it's something we think about every day because we're going to be a part of all facets of the system. We're going to be the manufacturer, but we're also going to be the commercial operator as well. And so from our side, as we begin to engage with communities around the world in which we want to operate, it's really important for us to do so early and often so that we can really show them the revolutionary service that we want to bring. And what I mean by that is that everyone heard the noise profile. And the noise is so critical because what it'll do is allow us to take off and land closer where people want to live and work, because we do have kind of a silent aircraft. The other piece is cost. And this is a really important part for us, is delivering a service that's accessible and affordable to everyone so that it can be something that people can bring into their daily lives. And that way, this is going to be something that cities are actively asking for us to bring to them. And I think that's really something that's new to aviation, is kind of this accessible, affordable, quiet, sustainable form of travel. And that's really what we view ourselves as delivering to the market. So I think as we look at it, it's really important that we worked with communities to engage, to educate, to show them what we're doing, as well as proving it, quite frankly. So we're really excited about that work ahead. And I think from our standpoint, we're beginning it now. We're working towards it early and often. And obviously we have a little bit of time before commercial operations, but it's really important that we start that now so that when we are operational, this is a service that people are asking for in their community and that they're able to kind of have access to on a daily basis.
That's great, thank you. And we've got a question online which says, the elephant in the room, is battery construction actually sustainable?
I missed which part of construction, sorry.
Is battery.
Yeah.
So I used to live in the US, so I was so used to flicking between Texan and, not that you're from Texas, but anyway, I feel like I'm digging myself out of a hole. Battery or battery construction.
No, I really appreciate the question. I think sustainability to us is obviously first and foremost in everything we do as a company. And when you're building a zero operating emissions platform, what's really critical is the life cycle in there. And so right before the COP26 this summer, we actually made an announcement. It's called the Joby Commitment to the Planet. It's on our website if people are curious what we said. And in there, we talk about things like sourcing renewable energy at all Joby facilities. We talk about infrastructure sites. And I think the life cycle manufacturing process is absolutely critical as well. So one of the things we've done, we talked about it and we're still going through the results of it, is commissioned a life cycle analysis through the Department of Energy's National Renewable Energy Lab. And with that was something that we really found critical to understand the data of the full manufacturing process. And so it's really important to us to get to net zero throughout the life cycle of the product as quickly as possible. We recognize, obviously, that's not an easy challenge at all times, but obviously when you're delivering a zero operating emissions platform, you don't have that side of the emissions profile. But I think as the question alluded to, there's a lot of other pieces of it that are important. And so for us, as we look at it, it's really important that we deliver on the messages that we're talking about. And so we'll have more to share on sustainability and practices and manufacturing things that we're doing. We're using a lot of robotics in there to minimize waste. We're doing a lot of things throughout the life cycle. So it is absolutely something we think about every day as we're designing the aircraft. And I think we'll have more to share soon at a later date on it.
Thank you. Let me just check if there's any other questions. Otherwise, there's lots online. Gosh, we've got lots of questions. So I'm looking for someone who hasn't asked a question past. I think this gentleman in the middle is hard to see with the lights. This person here, yes, in the middle. If you come forward.
Thank you. Max, you mentioned Part 135, that is non-schedule commercial operations. Is that how you expect this to work? So you expect to charter the whole aircraft similar to an Uber car, or you expect this to be more of a scheduled service and Part 135 is just a stepping stone for you to start commercial operations?
No, it's a really good question. And obviously, we didn't have a chance to kind of walk through the full kind of Joby service. So I'll kind of take this opportunity to do that. And I think it should answer your question as well. So we really view this as kind of a multimodal service coming to life. And so one of the things we've done, and I think most of the people in the room may know by now, is we acquired a portion of Uber called Uber Elevate about a year ago in January. And what that did is really brought in the best understanding of kind of how people move, where things should be, and also a relationship where we can appear on their app if we choose. That's not to say we have to. It's not to say that we're going to do it in every market, but it's an opportunity for us to partner with a really good aggregator of demand. And so if you think about the full service of the ride, I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, in downtown D.C. If I were to fly to Dulles Airport to come to London, for example, and I wanted to leave at rush hour, that's not the easiest thing to do. And so what this would do, and if anybody knows DC airspace, pretend it doesn't exist for a second, because it's probably the most restrictive airspace in the country, but we're going to use it as an example because it's where I am. And so I would press a button saying, I want to get to Dulles Airport. I want to take Joby essentially to do it. A car would pick me up. I would go to an infrastructure site, in our case, a heliport on South Capitol Street. It would fly me, I'd get on a Joby, fly me to Dulles Airport. And then because I'm close enough, I can walk into the terminal, or if I'm in a city and I need a car on the other side, a car will be waiting for me. So it's sort of this entire leg of the journey for one press of a button. And then the key on that as well is putting it out at an affordable price point. For us, that's about $3 per passenger mile in 2026 scale, and then working our way down from there. But what's really important to us is, I think, being able to kind of provide that full leg of the journey. And if on the backside of it, you need a car, one's waiting for you, or if you're close enough to your destination, you can walk. So I think that's the full set of the Joby service. Obviously, that's in the US. We recognize around the world there's foreign ownership requirements and other things that go into the operating picture. And so we fully recognize that could mean partnerships, that could mean a few things globally.
Thank you. I've just got one more question from the online virtual audience, because it's got quite a few likes. And this is, will your service by its nature become unaffordable due to demand exceeding provision? And how can you remain accessible to everyone in a supply-demand market?
No, it's a really good question. And I think it's something that, from our perspective, is absolutely critical to getting us out there. I think part of the service we're offering, as we've talked about, is the sustainability around it, which is absolutely imperative in today's world, as well as the accessibility and affordability of it. And so from our side, electric is so amazing when you think about the design aspects and other things around it. And so what electric allows you to do is really change the way aviation costs are associated today. And so if you look at the design of the aircraft operating today, your top three costs are traditionally maintenance, fuel, and pilot. And so in our case, pilot is obviously a cost. We're going to be a piloted airplane and I'll say with 150-mile range, plus a 30-minute VFR safety reserve, and then a 200-mile-an-hour top speed. And so we'll have a pilot on board, and obviously that's a very known cost. Maintenance on electric, if you think about an electric automobile versus a combustion engine car, the maintenance profile looks very different. And as you scale it, it becomes very affordable. So it's really important to us is kind of getting to that point where we can do that. And then the fuel, in our case, it's electricity, which is also a pretty known cost. And so the reason why I say that is what that does is it allows those costs to kind of come way down and let us create this kind of affordable product. And then on the backside of it, it's part of it is because we are the operator as well, we're going to have control over the entire system. And what's really important to us, our founder, JoBen, started the company with kind of a vision of saving 1 billion people an hour a day. And we realize that's obviously a grand vision and it's something we're striving towards. But the only way you can do something like that is if you deliver an affordable, accessible product to the market. And it's something that we're committed to as a company. So we are very firmly committed to that. And we look forward to kind of getting that product out there so people can start to take advantage of it.
Thank you so much, Max. Really appreciate your time. I think both Max and Kata, we could have probably had you both speaking for an hour with all the questions that were coming up. So thank you so much. Really appreciate the time for both of you. Thank you. Right, in our final bit, I think we are about to do a short poll. We really want to get your views. So it'd be great if you could grab your phones, Slido. So join us at slido.com. You've got the code there as well. And essentially, hopefully you will have contributed upstairs to those whiteboards, or if you're online, you will have contributed online, where we were looking kind of at what the opportunities and challenges facing aviation are over the next few years in terms of environment, commercialisation and operations. So we've used the information we've collated today, that we've collated from you, to provide some kind of options for our questions as we're going to go through. So let's ask the first question, which hopefully should come up. So this is, what do you think is the main environmental challenge for the future of aviation? And as I said, those options that you can select there have come from yourselves from today. Gosh, it's very interesting. Public perception was right up there at the beginning. So it looks like I think it's almost settling. I was going to say, I think it's going to be energy security whilst lessening climate impact. Yes, that's settled. And I should have said, we'll be using this information to help kind of some of the research that we're doing at Connected Places Catapult in this area. But if we go on to the next question. This is a similar one about environment, but what's the opportunity for the future of aviation? That's pretty static in terms of it being zero emission regional aviation. And then if we move on to the next question, this is around, it should be around, I think, commercialisation. So what do you think is the main commercialisation challenge for the future of aviation? You'll see a theme here. The next one will be opportunity. So again, that's quite a clear winner there. Lack of standards for developing technologies. If we go on to the next question, similar question, but about the opportunities for commercialisation. So there's really not much in it about rural connectivity and exporting zero-emission aviation UK services and products. And then the final couple of questions around operational challenge. So what's the operational challenge? And then the next one with the opportunity. So it's looking like how to ensure they're interoperable solutions. And then the final question, is the opportunities related to operational opportunity for the future of aviation. That's great, about becoming a skilled world leader in the future of air mobility. Thank you ever so much for your feedback. That's really, really helpful. As I said, we will be taking that forward with some of the work that we're doing in Connected Places Catapult. So I'm just going to do a couple of minutes to close, and then you will be released to the drinks reception this evening. But thank you so much for everyone who's been here today, either online or in person, and particularly for all our many speakers as well and panellists as well. I've been really impressed with the diverse range of views, the different discussions we've had from everyone that's been involved today. We started the day hearing from Minister Courts, where he set out the UK's ambition for the future of aviation. And we heard how confident he was in meeting net zero by 2050, inclusive of the commercialisation of SAF, which we've just been talking about, and zero emission flight. The sessions then went on to outline some of the different elements we all need to consider as we continue to innovate. Firstly, getting buy-in from the general public for the future of air mobility, and in particular, acknowledging the impact aviation has on the climate today and how this may be addressed. We need to ensure the physical and social accessibility of new modes of transportation, and it's also critical that the future is economically sustainable and not just driven by short-term profit, but has long-term viability and acceptance from public, both as consumers and voters. Now I'd like to reflect on how we should all go about building that future. We need to have holistic thinking around the integration and planning of transportation, and we can do this by really considering the best way to leverage domestic connectivity for land, sea and air for both people and goods. And we have a real opportunity, that's been a word of the day, opportunity to be agile and responsive in a regulatory framework that's fit for safe operations and really enables innovation. And competition is a great thing, drives everyone to be better, and it also benefits the consumer. So finally, I think we've all heard about the benefit of collaboration through partnerships. Some of the collaboration that we've seen today, I think, has been great, some of those sharing of ideas. And there are many benefits of this approach, but I'd like to finish on the value we can realise from that diversity of mind, that diversity of thought, that collaboration really brings in designing a better future for us all. So I just want to end and say thank you again for attending. Thank you for those who've joined online, who will be saying goodbye to now. And those that are left here in the room, I just want to, again, extend that invite to those who are able to make it to the drinks and networking upstairs. Thank you very much.